This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
for the sign language
I
broadcast.
was gonna say, do we start? I don't know any sign language, but okay, I'm sure we'd work it out somehow. But yeah, I think, you know, first of all, let's have a look at the playoffs bracket here and just see what we've got to work with here today, Danny, because there's a lot of action happening. It's a long day, and all these players, you know, a whole season on the line. It all comes down to this.
Well, it certainly does, and it will be a interesting evening as it is. Jars, for of course, DCE's team will be playing on the B stream if anybody is interested. And you know what? You know, you talk about favourites already, Hodge, during the muted introduction. Darkness here, who has arguably probably the best chance in, I think, actually in the entirety of Shadows' franchise, will quite literally take a win here. Right here, and it's Serene who would like to dampen this evening here, but it is the lower bracket teams that may have an upset potential here.
Yeah, certainly is. We'll have to see how things unfold, but just to check who we've got in the lobby, we're still waiting on one of our teams before we get started, before we kick things off. But yeah, for now here, Danny, I mean, we've got a lot to still cover, a lot to still talk about. Let's talk about how these two teams have performed across the season, right? Shadow hailing from the Ignis Conference, first in the Ignis Conference, and then Serene second in the Glaciers Conference. Both of these teams have had great seasons.
Yeah, I mean, just on normal sort of day-to-day type thing, I mean, if you go first or second, it's a decent campaign. You would be looking forward to it and sat there and say, we played well enough here, but Hodge, you know far too well here. I mean, this is only a 5-week campaign to the normal 9 that we're used to, so a lot more condensed, so the statistical side means a lot less.
Yeah, no, very much the case. And especially when we get to these playoff sort of brackets, it feels like stats almost sort of just completely go out the window. It's all on playoff form. It's how you perform on the day. And we've seen that really, you know, change things time and time again. Look back to Rival last weekend, right? I mean, Brave, number 4 in the league play stage, came into playoffs in that lower bracket, started in play-ins round 2, and did the entire lower bracket run to win the tier. I mean, one of the most impressive things that I've ever seen, and I feel like we could see something of similar magnitude from any team in this bracket here today in Elite. So I guess the next thing to go on to and talk about here, Danny, before we get this one kicked off finally, is predictions. Now, I know you love a good prediction.
Do you know what? I'll go 500 to Shadow to -3 Serene.
Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna go 4-2 to Shadow here, and yeah, we love a good prediction. We love a good prediction. So yeah, that's essentially been the whole bit of, you know, pre-show covered. But I believe we have all 9 people in the lobby, all 6 players, the casters, producers. So there's nothing left to do other than get this one started, isn't it, Danny? And kick this one off, because you know, it's been a long season here in Elite, but these two teams have battled, they've topped their conferences, they've risen to new heights, but now it's time to fight for survival here in the playoffs on the mainstream. You get one shot here today to hold on to your upper bracket hopes, or the lower bracket warfare is where you'll find yourself.
It's going to be a horrible experience if you are on that lower side of the bracket. It's a fate worse than death, as the old expression would go, but a long time ago, there was a man named Moggy, but it's not him taking the centre goal. It's Vinci for Serene.
Yeah, it almost was. It was sort of set up onto the back wall, and it dropped down. The pressure was maintained by Serene, and it allowed Vinci the shot there for Okami. Seems Serene starting off well. And let's see if they're going to be able to continue it, as Sam Dusk has managed to pick up the ball here, try and force that 50 through. But yeah, great start here for Okami here, Danny, and it's going to be Shadow Darkness who are already fighting for that response.
Certainly are, and I was going to mention this if we were a bit longer in terms of the pre-show, let the teams get themselves into the lobby. But briefly spoke to Moggy, and do you know what, I actually have to agree with him, as Serene once again defends on their backlines. Almost a bit disrespected the man himself. Previous champion of the tier, came first, came second previously before, and everybody else essentially writing them off. I think if you're going to annoy a player in the Elite tier, Moggy's certainly not that player to annoy, because he will go deep into in terms of this run this evening.
Yeah, certainly will. He's done it before. I'm sure he'll have no problem doing it again. But a couple of seasons ago on Fort Templar was able to pick up third place when people sort of doubted them, and every single time people predicted against them, still able to get that far. And like you said, previous champion of the tier, very much, knows how to do it, knows how to get it done. And so does this Shadow team. They've been able to get it done all season. And, when you talk about players who've won trophies, obviously, you've got RMD, the three-time looking to make himself here today, the first four-time potentially in RSC history, I believe. And you've also got the likes of Sam Dusk on that team who won Challenger last season, have a great rise into Elite this season. But this time, it's RMD who pulls the trigger and levels the scoreline.
Oh, that season hurts on personal matters as RMD will be looking for former glory again. It was Shireen versus that infinite roster with RMD, Wes and Alf, as you rightly know, Hodge. You done the team stream for them. And hence it was a good back and forth that season between the two rosters, both sides elevating each other here. And that's what you'd be hoping in here for Shadow to do likewise, as finally Shireen answers back in kind.
Yeah, Serene, it's an explosive response here. And Nixo going to be quite happy to demo that third man, open up the goal, let Vinci take the shot. Team Sereno Kami answering back. And well, you can expect a lot more of that from both sides.
That's what you want, sort of back and forth between each side of it. I mean, the only thing is ludicrous that has happened, Elite, is that the 45 goal series, Hodge, and nothing as more is ludicrous.
Yeah.
You would have to go back to, 3 or 4 seasons. I think the record would have been around about 36, 35. And I don't want to brag on it, but I think that was my record as well, that's stolen off me, the only thing I did have. So thanks for that, lads.
Did you win the series or did you lose it, though?
I won the series. That was, I think,
okay.
was a tuck and a vote. That was the only time I think I was MVP as well, that series.
Oh, well, the record has to fade eventually, Give it its time, You did well to hold on to it for that long, but the new gen of RSC players have come in fighting, and we'll see who's going to be able to bring the fight here in this series as Moggy takes it over the top of one, looks to try and force it past Doink, who stays grounded there on the defensive side. Will be 2 minutes still left of this affair here in game number 1 to kick off this series, and Team Serene have certainly looked like the better side when it comes to sort of swirling that aggression, but all that can be turned around in an instant.
Doink with a shot on target, tipped away by Nixo Moggy to cover. So you talk about a swift instant response here. You nearly had it with Shadow, but what is certainly evident is how Shireen is essentially turtling into their own box here. They're happy enough to play sort of a counter-attacking play style. If you were watching the Masters side, Listry, it wasn't necessarily the ideal play to go for, and they need to get this ball away pronto.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's not being made easy here for the side of Team Sereno Kami. They've got shot after shot to try and deal with, and they're managing to clear their lines here, there, and everywhere. But now Moggy's going to look to extend that goal lead here for Okami, try and find something on the counter-attack here. He's sticking around from that corner, looking to force it back over to the middle. Nixo with the demo there onto Sam Dusk, and Doink, and they now pick things up as Shadow look to just sort of clear their lines a little bit. They need a goal soon. Who's going to provide it? Doink trying to come down and cause some chaos from the ceiling, but will be shifted off to the side. RMD looks to get that one in field. 45 seconds left on this clock. Shadow needs something.
Oh, they certainly. And unfortunately, the way they've been going, they may not grab it here. Sam Dusk, who, remember, who's down in the lower side of tiers. It's nice to see the progression of the player himself here, but Doink up and around, second touch on non-existent, and Vinci near enough let that door wide open against Shireen itself.
Yeah, and now it will be Team Serene who get back on the attack with not too much time on the clock, and it's Moggy who is able to seal the deal here in game number 1 with a lovely double off of the back wall, slots the angle, and gives Team Serene a 2-goal lead heading into the final 15 seconds.
You can imagine the Serene's management's going to be enjoying this one. Oh, you know what? For an opening game, you know, if you were looking at how the playoffs and play-ins are running, you were a tad bit maybe concerned how Serene, because it was not the best performance from them. If they're coming against the favourites like this, they may just have a chance this evening.
Yeah. Well, it is Team Sereno Kami who strike first here in this best of 7, and Shadow Darkness sort of beat back onto the back foot early on. I mean, Danny, we know this is a best of 7. It's marathon, not a sprint here. But what a great showing here from Team Serene to come out swinging, to take this first game. And you know, we talk about it all the time. The two most important games in a best of 7: the opening game, and then the one where you've got to close it. Team Serene, they've sort of, you know, they've got the 50% done from that.
They certainly do. I would actually argue, and maybe rightly or wrong here, I would actually say the mid-game in the sort of the series, whether it's a 2-1, 3-1 type as well, is arguably just as important, because you're setting yourself up to trying to close out the series, and hence, you know, it's how good is that sort of ability to come back in the series. And Darkness is now going to be pressed, to put it very kindly, to find out what they can do, because that was not an RMD performance. We know it far too well, Hodge, because you know when he has wind behind him, he can, you know, produce magical sets of results here, and Shireen's got to be very careful of that.
Yeah, well, we're going to game number 2, and it's time to now find out who is going to take this game here. Will it be Team Serene going up 2-0 in the series, or will it be Shadow with a response? Well, right now off the kickoff, it's Team Serene who are already sort of asking Shadow the questions here. It's Vinci once again with this aggression, and Shadow look a little bit lost in, you know, certain situations here on their defensive side, but cleared nonetheless and out of the panic stages, you know, for the first couple of seconds.
You know what? Panic's such a strange thing. It makes you do some silly things here in RMD. Not panicking that time around. Sam Dusk, on the other hand, first time in Elite. Awkward jump by him, and Moggy, he just scoops that right up here, allowing his teammates to continue the pressure, and that's been tipped to the same side, where it allows here Shadow to play from it. And Joe Watt, for a response-wise, I would say Shireen is just enjoying the second game far too comfortably here.
Yeah, certainly so. It'll be Nixo who's going to try and look to shoot this one on target, and does end up finding the demo, but Sam Dusk picks this ball up and looks to sort of get the aggression going for Shadow. RMD trying to find a touch, but just gets perplexed, just gets shoved to the side here by some of these Team Sereno Kami players, as Vinci pop that one up, and Nixo with the follow-up to the back wall. RMD there with the follow-up, and stops that one in its tracks here. Shadow not allowing Team Serene to play the way that they want to, but the same can be said for Team Serene here as well, Danny, when they do play against Shadow. It's sort of both teams having their struggles and both teams bringing what they need to the table.
And you expect that to some degree, especially for the opening game of the series, especially as that one's just lurking around here. Nixo tips it away here. There is, that's how we put it, a settling down period that you would expect, and hence when you are the side that's went down 1-0, it's going to be exacerbated. You're going to see a lot more weaknesses. As how well can you sort of close it down here and respond? I'm not, shall we say, surprised by Shireen. It's a little bit shaky, but they are the side that is essentially predicted by everybody, even on the RC podcast on Tuesday evening, to not go as far as what, less than 4th, I think, was the highest that was put across the board.
Yeah, well, I'll have to find out. Right now, it's been looking pretty good for them, but that can all change with one goal here or there, one game here or there, one RMD moment here or there. But for now, that name is going to be sort of not allowed to appear. And down the other side, it will be Team Serene, who, once again, just look to get this attack going. No goals for either side just yet, Danny, but it only feels like with these two teams, it's only a matter of time until something gives.
I'd be surprised if it's goalless for 5 minutes, Hodge, with the quality on this pitch.
Yeah, no, I would certainly agree. We'll see. We'll see who's going to be next to strike here. And for now, it's the 50's being played here by Okami. The shot towards net by Vinci. Sam Dusk just going to look to control this one past Nick, so play this reset, play that 50. Allow the setup for his teammates, but Dunk's missed the ball, and the demo's come through. This is a bit of a collapse there from Shadow, and it felt like people just weren't really on the same page.
No, they weren't. And again, when you have that demo that splice up the spine here, that's to put it very kindly, a falsity when you have that sort of sense of, our defensive structure's up and it's just got removed here. It's that, oh no, panic defense, as you alluded to game one here. So at least in some extent here, we'll have to see Shadow respond here. They can't afford to sit back now.
Yeah, certainly the case. And they'll leap into action to try and do so. Sam Dust's got to try and avoid this demo, and Vinci's going to get this one towards goal, but RMD clears as well, and so does Doink. But my goodness, it's chaotic here in front of the Darkness Neds. Moggy going to pick this one up and have another crack at it from above. Pre-jump coming through there by Nixo, but cleared away nonetheless here. And it's just back and forth, but time and time again, it's just this Akami roster which seems to be getting the better of Shadow Darkness here, Danny. And, well, they've certainly come alive here today in this series.
Certainly are. And I know they were on early enough. All the Shireen players ready, prep, and even their sub, Ellie Kitten, who we normally don't mention, the sort of the fourth man on the roster, so to speak. She was sitting there cheering the team on, getting them prepped up and everything else as too. And the fact that they came out swinging here to an early 2-0 series lead, if they can hold on here, as that third goal by Nixo will make everybody smile if you're on the purple or pink of Shireen.
Oh, absolutely. It's a great touch there from Nixo to get it past Sam Dusk, who can't quite make the save. Make it 3-0 here for Team Sereno Kami. Danny, they're running the show here.
It's going far too well if you're Shireen. We're used to seeing Shireen bottling or throwing, especially this season. So, what's going wrong this season?
I don't know. Did somebody turn off Vice's device that he was watching the series on? Because every time that guy watches the series, Serene just lose.
It's usually Meaty Pig with that.
Oh, is it just all of them then?
Pretty much all of them are experts of bottling or losing, because when I was with them, I'd had to tell them to get out and stop watching.
Oh no, oh no. Well, it's not going so well for them here and now, but still, chances here and there for the remainder of the series, right? It's a best of 7, and while Team Sereno Kami, Danny, may be halfway there, halfway is not completing the series. You still need 4 wins, and I'm interested now to see if Shadow are going to take a timeout.
It'll be interesting if they do. Joe, I had this conversation, I think, with Jerome on Listry's cast, and it was a surprise, and Serene's master team didn't call at all for whatever given reason. And Joe, one of the points that was mentioned was, if you're playing well enough, do you need to call it at all here? And it's not like Shadow are playing badly there. You saw in the last passing play there, that's just been saved out. I would suspect here we may just get on to this next game here. I don't think the timeout will be called here if RMD is leading the charge on it. Yeah,
well, we'll see. It looks like it will be 2-0 up in the series here for Team Sereno Kami. And what a performance that they've been showing so far here in this series. It's been really great to see. And yeah, when you talked about would we get a timeout or not, Doink has called the timeout here for Shadow Darkness.
Yep, and as I sat there said, it wouldn't be RMD to be the type to call it. Know him far too well as a competitor. He usually likes us to run with it. Doink, don't know that much about him. And the fact of it is that, they must be sitting there thinking there is a way to play it, Todge, but it's how you break down Shireen here. And as much as they look panicked, as much as they look nervous, they're prepared to still gamble. They're prepared to still attack the opposition and not let the opposition, which in this case is Shadow, to outrun them, which is a huge difference so far in the series here.
Yeah, no, certainly so. Well, I'm having a look at the predictions at the bottom here just while we're in this timeout. I noticed your predictions already very, very wrong.
Excuse me, it's extremely correct. Now, if Shireen could find a way to get -3 here, it would be the best series ever possible.
It really would be. It really would be. But I mean, the same can be said if Shadow were able to find 99. I mean, should we just stop doing the playoff bracket and instead just start doing like a 99 versus, where one person starts on 99 and one person starts on 0 and it's first to 100? Should we do that instead?
I'm not going to insult anybody, but I don't want to watch bad gameplay, Hodge.
Well,
I think you know exactly what I'm referring to, and if you do know what, Tom, well done.
oh yeah, well, if you know, you know. But yeah, into the timeout we certainly are. About a minute and 15 seconds still left on it here, and I'd be interested to see what Shadow are really talking about, or if it's one of those timeouts where it's literally a case of somebody just needs the toilet.
Well, based on the cams that we do have here, Hodge, it looks like the entirety of the Shadow players that we can see, and only one of them has disappeared here. But, you know, I don't think it's necessary. You know, we need to relieve ourselves here. I think it's more the case of, you know, taking yourself away from it and having a fresh perspective on the game is probably the way we're going about it here.
Yeah, it's certainly the case here. Sometimes you just need a bit of a pause, right? Need to calm things down. And yeah, 30 seconds before we head back into the series. Reminder, winner of this one locks in top 3 in the tier. But having a look around the rest of the world here in RSC, just to see how everybody else is doing. I'm seeing Deathcloud Nefelli currently 1-1 with Team Berserkers Jarls. I'm seeing Mistaken Legacy 2-0 down to Bro Brothers. I'm seeing DSQ Carbo 1-1 with Aspire Summit. So a lot of action happening around the world, but it's time to tune in with this series once again to see which of these teams will be launching themselves into the top 3 in the tier. Will it be the closeout of the series from Team Serene in the next 2 games, or will Shadow have a little bit of bite left in them?
Well, you sincerely hope so. If your legs of Mutts or Mr. Efficiency, the cool sunglasses will not shave them from the bright light of the Mogov that is essentially his type of performance here. And there he is, the former champion. Quick shot as well. Doesn't happen to slip on through. And you know what? As much as timeouts do go through, you would expect Shadow would have came out, you know, all guns a-blazing here. It's been far from it.
Yeah, certainly the case. Instead, it's them pushed back into their defensive half and pummeled by Team Serene. It's a setup from Moggy and then the follow from Vinci. It is once again Team Serene Okami just outpacing them here. And, well, it's been so impressive to see what they've brought to the field here today.
Well, did you expect anything else from the legs of Moggy?
Well, I mean, I don't know what I expected, to be honest. Especially in Elite, Danny, it feels like anything can always happen. But it's once again a brilliant setup from Moggy and a great finish by Vinci. It really feels like this team is just connecting at the right place, at the right time, whenever they need to. And, I mean, the question I'm asking now is not if Shadow are good enough to win. It's if they have the mental stability to keep themselves in the series.
I thought the question you were about to say was, are they good enough to score a goal?
Well, no, I was going to leave that one to you. That's sort of your thing, you know. I'll do it if you're not here, but...
Oh, it's my turn to be the nasty, horrible caster. Did you get too many DMs of late?
Well, you see, I've got to let somebody else sort of, you know, take some of it from me when I'm casting with you, because I can only play the villain so much, you know.
Well, as some people may have been referring to me as the external caster, the one that's not a part of the RC history or liturgy, I'll leave that one to you here as 4-0 gets rattled on in quite comfortably by Serene. Do you know what here? I'll play the villain role for you here. When you look at the history of RMD and Doink here, they should be boistering a player like Sam. They should not be letting him essentially fend for himself here. I'm not saying that, you know, he's not good enough to be of the caliber here, but when it's your first ever playoff at the Elite or Master tier, you need a bit of comforting. You need a bit of that arm around his shoulder, and at the moment here, it looks far from it.
Certainly does. And yeah, I mean, now we're starting to ask that question, right? It is Shadow Darkness goalless. They didn't, I believe, they scored right at the end of last game, but, you know, to the point where it didn't really mean much. Now they've got to try and sort of grab something back when they don't really have any momentum. They don't have anything. They don't, you know, got a little bit of possession on the ball here in their defensive half, and that's about it. But even that's getting challenged, being pried away from them. And it will be Doink who dashes downfield from the corner, tries to find that read, but once again, it's Team Serene who just disrupt them, and give them a hard time wherever they are on the field.
Well, do you know what here? If you're going to have a difficult game, lose at 4-0, be comfortable enough. If you want to be madness, ask dexterity how it feels to lose 6-5 in the opening game.
Well, it's going to be another one here. It's 5-0, and we're only halfway through. I mean, Danny, it feels like whenever we cast, we always see one of these games where it's just like one team just essentially gives up and the other team just puts about 10 goals past the others.
Do we really want to talk about teams giving up an elite torch? I think that may be a dangerous topic for both of us after the last time we may have had an elite series.
It might be. It might be.
It might be. If you like, you can watch the YouTube series down. The link's down below, by the way.
Is it? Are you putting it in chat?
Oh no, it's all down below. The Twitter, the Discord, it's all down there. But if you wanted to look up, was it season 15 or 16?
16.
16. If you want a classic all-time series against, was it DC or DSQ?
DSQ Brave.
Yes, I just want to make sure because players do swap franchises from time to time. But in this sort of situation here, what do you do here? The attitude is, do you lay your controller down and just, so to speak, have fun, laugh, and trying to get the mentals back up as the good vibes is now the new modern casting phrase, or do you knuckle down and try to get a goal or two and chip it off and try to get a bit of essentially rhythm back into the game?
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is the sort of moment where that can start to happen, right? It is Doink who finds the shot, finds the goal here. But in these sort of situations, I mean, he spoke about it with me in Challenger last week here, Danny. He said that one goal isn't really enough to start sort of bringing that energy, that passion back into you. In this sort of situation, what do you think Shadows sort of need to sort of bring that passion back into them?
A Happy Meal, a large fry, and a Coke.
All right.
When you're getting trounced 5-0, 5-1, and an own goal here by Shane here, that may be the answer. Maybe that's the happy toy. Steve, you could get them the own goal.
Maybe they need a KFC.
Oh no, we'll leave that for Masters.
Oh well. But now it is brought back into a bit more of a winnable situation here for Shadow Darkness, and I have to say, from a Team Serena Kami perspective, if they threw a 5-goal lead, it would be one of the greater throws I've ever seen. But
it would not be the first time I've seen the Serena Elite team throw a 5-0 lead, by the way, and I don't mean this particular lineup either.
Are we referring back to rsc-15 here?
Yes, we are. I may be throwing my own team under the bus that season, but yes.
Well, Kyron's in the chat, so we'll see how he takes that one. But
he was unhappy with me earlier today, so nothing's changing.
Oh, it feels like this game is very much starting to become a little bit out of it here for Shadow, and it has been for the entire 5 minutes pretty much. But they brought it back a little bit. We thought there's a chance, 3 goals, minute and a half, but now it really feels like this one could be 3-0 in the series here for Team Sereno Kami, and they're looking to close this series out, lock themselves a top 3 position in the tier. And I'm having a look at who they play against. It looks like currently it's Berserkers Jarls who are winning in that series right now. So yeah, it could be a bit of a clash there in that upper finals. But anything can still happen on both of these sides. It's a best of 7. We do see a best of 7 reverse sweep here and there, but this one, I have to say, is looking very unlikely from this point.
Yeah, it's an awful situation to be in, and when you are struggling to get something onto the board, it's kind of put it, it's deflating here. And usually the sort of psychology or the side of things, players will sit there, look for reasons to blame why they're not winning, more than trying to find right through it here. And if you're Darkness at this point here, and I said this phrase actually to somebody earlier today, if you are going to lose here, what's the difference between losing 1-0 and 5-0? You might as well go for it here. And Darkness here has essentially been outshot, can't keep up with the saves at the moment, so they might as well plaster the Serene net as much as they can and force a mistake out of it, because what else do they have here?
Yeah, certainly so. Well, backs fully against the wall here in this upper bracket now for Shadow Darkness. Essentially, win 4 in a row, or you have a match in the lower bracket very, very shortly. And that will be, I believe, against Bro Brothers if they are able to close out their series in a sweep. Mistaken Legacy picked up the next game in that match to deny the sweeps. So we'll see how that one goes. This one's currently 3-0 to Team Sereno Kami. The other match is Aspire Summit winning 2-1 over DSQ Carbo. And then obviously, like I mentioned before, Berserkers Jarls 2-1 up over Deathcloud Nefeli. So a lot happening around the Elite Verse here in RSC 17, but there's some similar things staying consistent, and that is that Team Serene are owning Shadow on the kickoffs.
You would love to see it if you're a Serene supporter. It's very interesting to see if they can close this match out in the same confident performance they have. I'm so much surprised that they didn't launch that ball downfield here, but I might as well add to this also. I know you made a prediction going into what's been on the socials here. Serene does tap it in through Nick, so Serene top 3, or is it conference winning worthy here type?
Yeah, I think Serene could definitely make top 3. I think they at this point, you know, they've started the stopwatch, right? 4 minutes away. It's very much looking like it. But yeah, in terms of my prediction, are you referring to the prediction graphic at the start of the day?
A little bit. I just want something to talk about because I don't think Shadow likes me talking about every goal they concede at the moment.
Do you want me to talk about why I put DSQ first place in my predictions?
Yes, we might as well talk about something gentle.
I don't know. I spoke to Fish yesterday and he said I've made a promise that I'm making grand finals, and that was good enough for me to make a random prediction. So yeah, down the other side though, it will be Shadow who look to cling on to life a minute into this one. And you know what, you're talking about all the goals that they're conceding. Let's talk about some of the goals they're scoring.
Certainly as well. Might as well, because watching Serene win is getting a tad a bit boring. You know, get split right open here, and if you're going to be a tad bit careless in the defence here, Shadow has that deep lineup of roster here. Is that an own goal? Oh, if that was an own goal, let's just pack it up.
I was confused. I honestly, I thought it was, I didn't even realise it was a Shadow player. I can't lie. I thought it was just a great shot from a Team Serene player, but...
Did you get confused between the blue and the orange car there? I thought, Joe, well, that's on target. It must be Serene.
Yeah. Listen, I've got about 3 hours of sleep right now.
What kept you up?
The 6 a.m. Valorant grind was calling, but yeah, I mean...
And I didn't get an invite.
I didn't know you played. We've got to run some.
Well, I don't here, but it's just nice to be invited.
I'll drop you the invite. I'll drop you the invite later. I'm sure you can play a nasty Sage, Danny. I'm sure you could. But yeah, 3 minutes left of this one. Own goal or not, it is do or die here for Shadow Darkness. They need a game. They need something. They need anything, and they found themselves a goal, but. Maybe they'll be able to find another as they're starting to swirl a bit of an aggression. But it feels like a lot of the time here, this Shadow roster, Danny, you know, they're taking touches and there's just, you know, they're not really on the same page to either follow up a touch or, you know, just create anything, hold on to possession, whatever. Oh. Thank goodness that I have a three game lead right now, because what have I just witnessed?
Right. All I'm going to say is this. That is diabolical. That is not good enough for the playoffs. And I know one of them, by the way, and I ain't naming names here, got a top-end RLCS coach, that ain't me, by the way, to help perform better in situations. What was that?
And, well, it doubles down here. Shadow are looking to cling on to life in game number 4 on the Coliseum. And it's RMD who taps it in. 2-goal lead in game 4 for Darkness. But yeah, it was a questionable moment.
It's not questionable, it's just wrong. What is there to question? Just hit the ball.
Are we cycling back to a Brave DSQ level crash out here?
Oh no, we're not even close to that.
That one will be talked about for decades. Certainly will be. The closest thing I can think to that is rsc-12, Danny Boy and Merritt's on the cast, casting over Kingsman Gas.
If we want to get the history lessons on why and the whats of those, we can get involved into that. But for the time being here, I'm going to behave somewhat and say, Moggy, that was a decent goal.
It certainly was. It's a great response there from Team Sereno Kami. Moggy leading the charge. And, well, has narrowed things down to a 1-goal lead here. That Darkness do hold, but you have to believe that this side of Okami are going to be on the hunt for sure.
Yep, you just need to get back to what RSS Season 3 was when I was slipped in. I don't think Kingsman Gats was around there, and Spicy nor was emerged, but you know, Moggy was back in those were dark ages when I think everything was still done without Google Sheets, by the way.
That was last season as well, you know? Back in the dark ages.
Oh, I'm talking about even further back here where you still had to actually have the page to wait to load.
Did you have a typewriter as well to sort of input the values after a series?
Well, I do own a typewriter here, but I think Friday's the man you have to ask about that.
Do you actually own a typewriter?
Yeah, one of the old fashions one that gives you noise and you have to clock it back. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm not breaking the stereotype, am I?
Absolutely not. You do no such thing to help it. But yeah, 40 seconds left here. Shadow Darkness looking to try and find themselves an equalizer before it is Shadow who claim a game, who claim a bit of life here in this series. Go on to game number 5. But for now it is Shadow who have the sort of aggression in their favor. Moggy going to look to try and turn that around. RMD challenging that ball. And Nixo is not going to be in a position to own goal here, thankfully, but will certainly be in a position to take it from his own back wall, only for a second because the insta-challenge is there. Shadow bringing the fight here, and will it be too little too late? That's still to answer in the remainder of the series, but it will be the ball on the ground, or will it? Vinci popping over the top, looking to be brought to ground there by RMD, and Shadow Darkness hold on here.
Certainly do, and it's nice to see the timeout worked in the wrong game, but at least it has paid dividends from him, and that's what I sat there and said at the end of last one, Hodge, is just, you have to attack the game, and Shadow forgot how to do that. At times here, when you are lethargic, you have to get the engine going, and RMD certainly got on the score sheet, and I would argue he's probably said here it was Doink who was a catalyst for the majority of that match for them.
Yeah, no, certainly so. I think, Darkness, they had a great game there as they hold on to their upper bracket life. And I know we've been doing this after every game. Let's have a look and just see how everything stands on the rest of the matches. Nefeli and Giles currently 2-2 in that upper semi-final. So close game happening on the B stream. Make sure you've got that up as well. Good day to have 2 monitors, but yeah, if you're in the Discord streams as well, you'll be able to see that Legacy have brought things to game number 5 against Brothers and are trying to reverse Sweet Bro out of the playoffs here. And what a series that would be, what a result that would be. And as well here, Danny, we have DSQ Carbo who are still 2-1 down to Aspire Summit, and I'm interested to see how that one works out as well.
Certainly it would be an interesting one here. Have you only got 2 monitors, by the way?
I do. Do you not? Have you got more?
I've got 4, technically 5.
Why?
Because I used to run productions.
Oh, yeah. Have you seen it has been set up, by the way? That's the most impressive thing I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah, the 6+3 single ones that he has got, yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't know. I saw a picture of that guy's setup, and it genuinely looked like what I imagined was like a NASA control center. But yeah, we have game number 5 kicking off in a second. We just had a bit of a lobby crash, bit of a lobby reset, and then we'll get things going. But yeah, it is once again, and for the rest of the series, we'll maintain to be Shadow Darkness, who are, fighting to claw themselves out of a ditch here. And when we talk about the road to a reverse sweep, Danny, it feels like it's a mental battle more than anything. And, you know, while Shadow currently aren't favored from this situation, as this series goes on, if they continue to find success, that sort of shifts and they become the more favored side.
They certainly do, and it's more a case of, you know, releasing sort of that sort of situation here, because you're sort of shackled yourself to the situation of being 3-0 down, and suddenly now you're 3-2, and suddenly the sort of white line question is, you know, we talked about this in the Challenger playoff. How do you respond, or how do you get yourself over the line here? It's no longer about who's winning, who's better. It's survival. It's instinct at that point that takes over.
Certainly is. As it will be Sam Dust to take this one over to the sidewall. Nixo looks to start the charge here for Okami. And we'll float around on this sidewall as well. Bit of a heavy commit here from Okami into this sort of front post area, but they're able to get their ducks in a row. Moggy's able to guide this one out and get the ground pinch past RMD as well. Nixo just looking to chop up the playing field as Okami already looked to get back into the attacking side of things after an unfortunate game number 4 for them. But a good start for both sides. More so, obviously, for Okami, but you'd have to think Darkness are going to be wanting to come back.
I sincerely hope so. And the way they've been playing, they've probably had the better of the chances so far as well. You could argue perhaps a half of an open net in the earlier stages of the game here. And, you know, Shireen is somewhat here allowing the door to be wide open here, and they have done so. And if Sam Dust's shooting accuracy was improved by about 12-13% here, we may have a closer series.
Certainly do. Moggy's going to take this one back over to the corner. Doink instantly dunks him, and it is this Shadow roster who are just looking to find this ball in their attacking half, because we've not really seen a lot of that this series overall. Maybe this is an opportunity, though, for RMD. Shoot it on target. Great save there by Moggy.
Maybe one save, and Serene's just handed possession far too cheaply over, and by the looks of it, they were low on boost. Would have preferred a low 50 and driving the ball across here past one, and Sam right over, and Nixo should be backing away. He does do so, and that's one defender gone. And if he got Pat's doing, would have been 1-0, and favourites to win the game out from here.
Certainly so. 2 minutes 30 seconds left of this one. No goals for either side just yet. RMD trying to dive in and change that. Sam just throw it on the back wall. Doink with the follow-up, but Vinci beats him to the punch. And Shadow coming up negative on their attack once again. I'm going to have to go back and try again, rewrite the blueprint a little bit here.
The blueprint maybe needs destroyed, and that there was shaky. Sam Dust and RMD with nothing. Nixo to delay and slow, a couple of fakes here there. But a chance was there and present for Shireen to nip this game in the bud here. Moggy's just watched that one sail by, and his old rival of the elite tier just sends it away.
Certainly so. Doink trying to play that 50 over to the sidewall. It will ricochet, and Nixo touch there over to that corner where RMD meets him to the ball. Doink just trying to slow things down here, get the pop over the top of one, control it, get it infield to his teammate, and it pinches over to the ceiling. Is that an open net? Is that Sam Dust missing? It looks like it is, and could that cost Darkness the series, or not the series, game number 5 here?
Well, to some extent, it would be the series if the chances keeps rattling and missing. That's why I sat there and said if his accuracy was there, it would be a much more different series. And I did also point out, if Shadow had prepared and give a bit of warmth to the young man, he might have a chance here. Doink here gets the goal eventually, but how many times do you have to give them the chance?
Yeah, the passing play, the connection here for Shadow Darkness comes together, and now we start to see things shift the other way. I mean, at what point do you think that it sort of flips here, Danny, and we start to see Shadow become the favourites going into the rest of the series? Do you think it would be Game 7, or do you think after this, after 2 games, are we starting to look at things and going, right, Shadow have got that momentum? Could they be going into game number 6 here as essential, favourites to come back and complete the reverse sweep?
I would just sit here and say after that goal, they now become favourites.
Really?
Yeah, because the moment that goal goes in, you're essentially already talking 3-2 against them. But, you know, it's essentially 5 minutes, and it's that scenario of terms of, you know, Serene knows they're 1 goal away here, and all what Shadow's got to do is be annoying. Just defend, cause an odd demo here, and, you know, if you give somebody like RMD a chance, a half a chance of that in a series, it will make you have unforced errors because you're playing the person, not necessarily the ball at that point.
Do you think they call a timeout after this one?
If they don't call a timeout, I'll tell you this, they're AGM, and I know certainly myself will be in their ear.
Well, we'll find out, but right now it is Shadow Darkness who continue to control the path back to redemption. Game number 5 secured after a game number 4 win as well. And the only way that you can start a reverse sweep is by going 3-0 down. They did that, and now they're looking to try and bring things back here. They need to go to game 7 to do so, and I don't see a timeout call coming through in the chat. Instead, it's 3 players who've just readied up.
Look, I'm not going to sit there and say they're foolish. I mean, who am I to sit here and say that the likes of Moggy's wrong? But he's wrong. Why are you giving the opposition to Darkness here to run rampant? You know, you can sit there and say it's a 1-goal game. They had the, you know, the idea of, you know, playing the game out and had a chance of arguably getting it themselves here. But you've got to produce something to back it here. If they do go on to win it, fair play to them. But if they lose, it's on them.
Well, as a bit of an update to what else has been happening, Mistaken Legacy reverse swept Bro Brothers in lower round 1 to knock Bro out of the playoffs and move forward to play against the loser of this series. Carbo Summit currently in game 5 as well. Nefelli currently lead 3-2 over Berserker's Jarls. But down here and in this series on Neo Tokyo, the storyline is starting to write itself. One final destination awaits Shadow Darkness here. But will they be able to claw themselves back to that point, or will Team Serene Okami lay down the law here in game 6?
Well, a huge difference in the first few games here. You saw Serene had the advantage on kickoff, but it's been slowly chipping away as the Shadows' favour. As again, Serene is the side that always has to essentially play the second fiddle. They've got to essentially play the response, move in kind here. And the fact that Doink hasn't saved that one has surprised me.
Certainly so. It will be the opener for Okami here on Neo Tokyo, and a crucial one at that, I think I'd have to say, Danny. After the past 2 games, they needed a bit of confidence. They needed a bit of, you know, something to get them going, something to reignite the passion almost. And a goal in the first 30 seconds is a great way to do that.
Well, a second goal would even be better.
And it is. It's Moggy to make it 2-0 here. Team Serene Okami, I mean, it's wonderful from them, but there's some just mistouches happening here from Shadow, which quite literally shouldn't be happening.
And that's going to be the most frustrating bit about it. Shadow, you know, you got everybody where you want them in terms of the series. You know, the performance stepped up. The defensive hold by Shadow was good. The fact that their offense play was pass and play as a split that Serene wide open here, and you get them a 2-0 lead in a game to, sorry, scratch that, 3-0. Game set a match at GG's.
Yeah, already in the first minute, it seems like Team Serene Okami have a response, and in a dominant way where they look to try and hurtle themselves into the top 3 here, continue their upper bracket voyage and send Shadow Darkness down to face Mistaken Legacy in that lower bracket. But for now here, Danny, we look towards Shadow and we ask, what can you show us from this point forward?
Well, it'd be one heck of a performance if they were able to show something that's, you know, mightily impressive here. Again?
You should read that, though, you'd feel like, though. At this.
No, what's shocking to me is because before the ball bounces up the side wall, you had Moggy in a position still to get across here. If you're presuming the touch is going to come here, why is nobody higher up to cover the angle? So essentially, you already sat there and said that Doink doesn't have it. So why are you not playing the ball that you thought that you were reading?
Well, still a 2-goal lead to work with here for Team Serene Okami. And Nixo's going to try and re-establish that 3-goal lead, but won't quite be able to. Sam Dusku beats back the pressure And it's sort of continued to be piled on here by Vinci, but Doink to clear the lines, Nixo to catch, and just stall some time off of this clock here. 3 minutes left of this game, and Moggy trying to find the connection. I mean, if this one gets brought to game 7 at this point, then, you know, fair enough here to Shadow, but it has been an early collapse in both the series and in game number 6. And they're, you know, doing a good job to try and rebuild things, but will it be enough?
Well, time will tell. And see, the cruelty of the game is, you know, you can have the best league play performance and have a shocking playoffs, and just one game in playoffs, and suddenly you're set up to go for a mighty run. I mean, we already sat there and saw that in the rival and challenger playoffs in terms of a lower bracket run in the first place. What wasn't until 4 years since the last time we saw that type of performance. So it would be a shock here to see Shadow drop the way they do and not bounce back in some kind, but history will not be favourable to them here.
Certainly the case. Doink over the top and looking to get past Nixo. Finds that block. Brought in field here. Sam Dust looking to try and fire this one on target. And RMD trying to intervene as well, but Shadow Darkness blocked away on opportunity 1, 2, 3. And Vinci controlling the back wall, but RMD's looking to force that through. And Shadow Darkness are reining them in goal by goal.
And this is just shocking outright here. And I'm actually trying to make sense of the whole play here. I know Doink gets the bump here, prevents the cover, but you just tap it to the corner. Even if you had no boots, just make sure the ball's away to it. And you said the word collapse. I think we may be on the verge of it.
Still 2 minutes away, though. I have to think, you know, if you're Serene in this situation, are you sort of shaken after what's just happened, right? You've gone 3-0 up in the game, which is essentially, at that point, a free ticket to closing it out, but you've got to be slightly annoyed here, and maybe they don't have to be. Maybe it's an overcommit. Maybe Nixon will get an open net down the other side. And you talked about shocking. Do you want to add that one to the conversation?
It's ludicrous. I mean, the fact that 2 players in Shadow, literally on the left side of Serene's corner, and you have RMT sitting in the middle trying to get the ball here. Why send 2 in the same? It's mind-boggling to be polite about it. But, you know, to sit there and answer your question, that was even before that. If you weren't Serene at that point, shaking would be absolutely the right way about it. There's very few players in the scene here at the top end down to the low would mentally be strong enough not to give it a thought here. And you can already see Serene still playing like a shaking leaf here at the back.
Yeah, certainly the case. It looks a little bit nervy. It looks a little bit hesitant at times, but it's Nixo from up high. He's going to cover Doink's touch there. Sam from the corner. And get something going, and RMD's just going to get domed on that 50 as well. Back in field, though, Doink trying to put the shot together. Vinci blocks it away, and as Moggy controls that down the other side and looks for the infield pass here, the chances for Shadow are starting to dwindle.
Well, time is going to be off the essence here, and if you're Serene here, should just be one man sent up and do exactly what Nixo does. Block it, rotate, steal a boost, and the cut in not ideal. Played it in the wrong order, so, you know, Shadow will have one chance, and it'll need to be a kick-off goal after that if they want to get back into this.
Yeah, certainly so. RMD touchdown there. Doink intercepting, looking to follow up on his touch, and it will go back over to Sam Dusk here, who's asked so much of from this sort of position on the field with so little time left, but he's looking to deliver regardless. RMD playing that 50, Doink trying to get on the end of it as well. There's 10 seconds left on the clock, and there's no hope left in this game here for Shadow Darkness. Team Sereno Kami, rebuild the mental, rebuild the game state, hold on here on Neo Tokyo, and lock themselves a position in the top 3 of RSC 17 here in the Elite Division.
Yeah, many of them at the start of the season didn't rate them, many in the playoffs likewise. And a bit of sort of game management has saw them through here against arguably the favourites outright, but I mean, if you sat here and said it likes of Fish giving a promise saying that he'll be in the final, what kind of mood will the opposition be in? That's going to be a mighty test here. We will find out which way it goes.
Well, to update everyone on what's happening around the world of Elite right now, it is, after we've just seen this series as well, it is obviously that reverse sweep legacy, reverse sweeping brothers DSQ Carbo bringing it back to game number 5 and icing up over Aspire Summit to move forward to the next round of that situation. And then on the alt stream right now, it is currently a Game 7 clash between Team Berserkers and Deathcloud, where Berserkers currently lead 1-0 here, Danny. So we're not going to try and keep people around for too long. We'll just quickly go over these post-series stats, and then everybody, make sure you go and tune in on that B stream, because it is a great match happening over there. But yeah, to look at these post-series stats quickly, and obviously have a look at our MVP for the series. It was a great series between these two teams, and Team Serene, they really showed a level above here today.
Certainly do, and it was a decent performance by Serene. Shadow shouldn't be too disheartened by the performance outright. Yes, it's frustrating. It's not ideal at all here, but as we're trying to get a move on, rightly so here. Moggy is the MVP, rightly deservedly so, based on especially the opening performance. But Hodge, the B stream, as you said here, still 1-0 with half a game, game 7. I think it's time to send it over there.
It certainly is. Let's head to a quick break. And I was wondering if I was going to transition to the break screen or not, but yeah.
Go! Run, everybody! Go!
Go at the B stream. Watch game 7 right now. It's currently 1-1 between Deathcloud and Berserkers. We'll see you soon. Let's head to a quick break.
This isn't just merch. It's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her. I need her. When the darkness comes and we're that's when we need each other.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RSC. It is your Elite Championship Day, and I shall say royalty has joined us this evening. Multi-time award-winning commentator joins us here in the form of Sir Pegasus. How are you doing, my dear friends?
I'm doing great. I'm happy to be back on the RSC broadcast for another Elite playoff. You know that this is my favorite tier in the entirety of RSC, and it has lived up every single season. I don't see why 17 has to be any different.
No, it shouldn't do at all here. And Joe, I mean, we're both Shireen men. We might as well briefly talk about that in the last time. How much would it mean to see a Shireen championship win?
So much, actually, still to this day. Of course, I love everyone that is at Team Serene, even though I'm not managing there anymore. They've got a bit of a curse about them where they get so many teams into the playoff stages and then they go 0-1 if they lower qualified, or 0-2 if they've upper qualified. And so far, unfortunately, I've seen that curse has sustained for them, but Elite might be the difference maker. So I'm not on for the rest of the day, and I'm not doing a Team Serene car, so I can say that I hope moving forward that they continue to pick up the pace.
Well, that certainly would be what we're hoping for. We might as well look over towards the bracket, Pegasus, because the action has got underway here. And Joe, what, since you are royalty here, what game do you want to talk about, what we've seen so far of the action?
Well, you've already seen the 4-2 over here on the main stream. I did open up the B stream as well between Giles and Nefelli. An unbelievable match. It looked like DeathCloud were going to steal that one away and earn themselves that spot in the upper final. Instead, they are at least promoted from the B stream to the main stream, however, still relegated to their final life.
Well, it's a bit unfortunate, and that final life may come into fruition because we do move rightly to our lower bracket matchup as well, Pegasus. DCE versus DSQ. Plenty of abbreviations and letters, and if you're dyslexic, it may be a difficult evening. We might as well see where the numbers is, where it's a lot more easier for the likes of myself.
Well, let's hope you don't have dyspraxia, ladies and gentlemen. But third versus fifth, DeathCloud on just those 2 extra wins, and it made all the difference in Elite for those 2 placements with that 5-week season. I'm sure that's not the first time that's been mentioned tonight. Every single win was so much more valuable throughout the season. DeathCloud were able to pick them up, and actually last time these 2 teams played, it was all the way back in week 3. It was a draw between these 2 rosters, and these stats somewhat cementing that these 2 teams are similar in caliber. However, the defensive efforts of DeathCloud seemingly of more to note.
Well, that certainly is true, and we might as well look towards the player base count as well. I mean, we normally don't do the number side of it, but we've got plenty of time, of course. And what is interesting, Hodge sat here and said Fish gave a promise to him about making the finals. does that promise look favourable in any shape or way here?
I like to see the big fish make a finals. I'm not sure Hodge will be happy with that prediction, considering that they are facing against that Death Cloud side on the other side. And I know he's got a bit of a history with that organization as well. And they've got a great talent pool themselves. Cal D, Luke P, Relo rounding off that roster, even Bale listed as the 4th man on that team. There isn't a single weak point in this roster in my firm opinion, but Cal is always a player that does impress me whenever I see him take to the pitch, and today cannot be one of those days to disappoint, especially on your final live.
Certainly. So I'm getting a bit sick and tired of it, Pegasus, and of me coaching players and suddenly they get better.
Well, at least you know you're good at your job, but do they ever return? Do they ever look for a bit extra, or is that enough for them?
Some return, but it's usually the complain.
Ah, that seems fair enough. Look, I haven't booked in a session quite yet, and I definitely could do with a few higher ranks. I mean, I'm seeing players in elites that were playing in my tiers back a few seasons ago, and I'm still stuck in Challenger. So, well, enough said about that, the better, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at these two teams ahead of us. Danny, I saw that you actually did a prediction in the upper bracket. I couldn't quite believe my eyes, albeit it was slightly off the typical track we usually see. Is that pattern going to follow here in lowers?
Joe, what I might as well give a prediction. I'll go Death Clouds 23 to -81.
Oh, I like that one. I'll give us one a little bit more what we're used to here. There was a very close match in the uppers. I want there to be another close match in the lowers, because I'm not here for a long time. I want to be here for a good time. So give me 4-3, and let's get it from Carbo. Let's get it from the team coming in through lowers. I want to see the bracket start to flip. The big fish gave his promise, and, well, he's not a man to go back on his promises, of course.
Well, he's certainly not, and you'll be hoping to have a bit of variety, a bit of sense of honouring one's word, which seems to be a rare feat these days. But Pegasus, I mean, you're coming in looking into essentially the fishbowl of the elite tier, and you're heading in towards back, and it's more the case of is this the lineup that you expected to come out here? Because I'm having a brief look here, and no sneaky surprises here.
Yeah, this seems all about right for me. And that should mean that we get ourselves a good game. Like I said, only 2 games of difference for these two teams. And I've just remembered that it is a best of 5, not a best of 7. I'll get used to this new format eventually, Danny. But the players are taking to the pitch. I can see this best of 5 can get itself started. Ladies and gentlemen, to progress through the lower brackets, we've seen a few historic runs in RSC history. Can this be another for DSQ, or does a stormy cloud loom over them? It's Carbo versus Nefelli.
We'll certainly see, but it was quite clear there, Pegasus, you've been too used to the RLCS. Always making the top 32, top 16s, broadcast with the elites of the scenes as well, while it's APAC or EU. But you know what, there's been a few players in Masters here that's been doing deep runs in Europe. Quite proud. And you know what, one former RSC player as well, Grammar, done quite well. On Championship Sunday over there too.
Yeah, he did indeed. Was on stream, got called, I think, Grandma for the entirety by Colin Stumpy, and Fish's reflexes matching exactly that, up a little bit too late to the mark. And all of a sudden, ball in the back of the net. Callisto DeMarcus is the one that's left on his own. Death Cloud already sit on a deficit. It's what a saves from both of his teammates. It's a brutal beginning to this best of 5.
To be honest with you, I thought it was Jeromus on the pitch, but that's just the dyslexia kicking in.
And I'm sure he'll appreciate that one. Rilo. Send it up. Rico will grab the control. Luke P tries to take it around Fish. Knocks down to Liam. It's a bunch up at that front post from all 3 Carbo players. Though it has built up to a nice attack in the final third, though Luke with a full tank of boost sees the full pitch ahead of him. But too tough a defense to be. Going to have to lay off to Callisto.
Oh, nice. Elegant touch here. And Fish trying to bring it right around here. Not happening either. And Rido continued moving it. And it's a soft touch again. And Joe, while I was actually talking to the AGM over at Deathcloud, have been quite regular in the form of Bale. And he sat there and, it's very rarely do you sit there and, look at one player individually or gets highly talked about. Rilo seems to be that player for, Deathcloud is the man to go to for anything on the ball.
And, well, his stats were there to back it as well, close to a goal per game in his record, and his teammates couldn't quite match that. Even Fish, I believe, was in that 10 difference between the goals and the games that he had played. And, well, we're still looking for him to show his impact. This game specifically managed to pull himself off an assist, but of course that was off the back of what was an egregious own goal coming from one of the Nefelli players. Now in a build-up, though, Relo, of course, to make that save, has a teammate on that left-hand side picking up the 100. Will attack by himself. The flip reset, though, not going to have much power generated behind it.
Well, Liam Cal with a one touch into the corner, and it'll be interesting to see it. And Fish is just trying to be awkward. Ryle moves across here, and both franchises. I mean, DSQ. I mean, you worked it quite well enough with them. In fact, done a podcast with them too. Is that still ongoing by any chance?
On and off, on and off. I think that's fair to say. Oh no, Relo, that's a big miss. Luke has got them out of danger. But no, it's still ongoing. Still, we go on lots of big breaks, it seems to be, between episodes. And it's been a big break since I've been on an RSC stream as well. So I'm starting to think I'm the problem. Riley with a flip reset, though, sets up Callisto nicely, but will not double his score.
Well, big break. I mean, I thought we might see John Virgo popped in and suddenly go, where's that cue ball? But it was more Gary Neville with as that ball rattles across.
And I haven't had a Gary Neville call in quite some time.
Oh,
but it's still as true as ever, ladies and gentlemen. Look, some things don't change, chat. Some things do not change. And Fish pulling off a performance in the playoff stages shouldn't be either over the Estonian champion. Can't find the target on this one. Rico slams it down. Fish will cut across towards that top corner. The crossbar rattles yet again. This time with that purple hue. Liam's not going to be able to rotate around this one. Has to wait for that first touch. Still gets beaten through. Rico on that backboard. Knocks it towards the skies. Rilo's got to clamp it down. And it has been back and forth, Danny, though the score sheet has not quite given us that same performance. Only one goal in the favour of Carbo, and it was self-inflicted.
You greedy caster. You want
I
more?
know. And I'll get it. Callisto, the Marcus, doubles up. This time, completely on his lonesome. Pass nicely towards that left wall. And what is it they say, Danny? Ask and you shall receive. I've asked and I've got exactly what I called for.
Oh, who is the blessed child on the broadcast? Are we going to be flicking through the Bible quotes at this point here? I didn't realise it was wild esports here.
Well, I didn't waste them on Team Serene quite yet, so maybe that is bad resource management on my part. Official send it down long, and Relo will cut across, has to avoid that bump, does end up clashing Steel with 20 boost in the tank, can stay close, a 50 prepared for, but flicks too early, and that gives Fish that delayed challenge. It sent it down across the other side. There's still a moment in regulation for a team to achieve this first game. Rilo's taking it across. Liam's waiting at the halfway line. And Rico in a half turn does have that left wall. 100 boost regain. Luke will take it across. Fish will block towards the back wall. No one is there on the end of it. And it's OT in game one.
Much impressive by both sides. It hasn't been necessarily sloppy, but a mistake here and there, you can afford one, especially at the sort of best of 5 stage. An infield pass not necessarily being brought into the right direction. But with the campaigns that both sides have, Deathcloud may feel a bit aggrieved. Essentially, they've dropped this low here. They could have been arguably on the right side of the result against Berserkers earlier. And they have yet to come out with, vengeance, that sort of angry bit of Rocket League, if you want to call it, essentially, get back at the opposition who they seem to be facing.
Oh, cross by Luke P. Callisto's inside! And do he count it as a hat-trick? It's the third goal of the game, and it's only the second for Nefelli, and it's enough to open up the scores.
Do you know what? Give him the hat-trick ball. He deserves it.
Let him take it home. Death Cloud will take this first game home, and it is vital that you get yourself off to a good start in a best-of-5 format. And they would have been used to that sevens from the upper stages, but the quick mental reset is already there in place. This is a team that is willing to do the fight.
Do you have a Sharpie handy?
I do not. I've got an Apple Pen, if that fits. It's knockoff, but it'll do.
Yeah, well, I can lend you my Sharpie here, because I think Cal D would like that ball sign that he's taken home. He wants your signature on it. I've just been informed.
Yeah, I'm not sure the virtual pen is going to do a job there, unfortunately, unless I'm strong enough to really etch it into the paper. But look, I still need a win afterwards. I think I'm the first ever caster who was guaranteed themselves wrong with the prediction, by the way. Seeing that 4-3 come up was really a bit of a splash in the face with cold water of this format of best of 5, but still, first game all Nefelis, but Carbo certainly looks like they were up to fight for this one.
Well, certainly are, and by the theme of things here, we may have a small server maintenance. We do apologise on that, but it does give us more time to, recoup, talk about, and you talk about that mental side of the game here, Pig. Best of 5's not a lot of time. We know that fair enough as just commentators. But it's that sort of sense of how do you get yourself up and ready. One side's won, one side's lost. How do you get that right balance?
It's really tough, especially because they come from that upper bracket where they had such a close game. They didn't get completely decimated. Their confidence shouldn't be low. And now it's about how that leader on the team steps up. Are you that glass half full? Are you that glass half empty captain? Do you say that's frustrating, we lost that, we should have never lost that, and bring the entire energy of the team down? Or do you take it the other way and go, look, we just faced a top-seeded team in the upper bracket. We didn't take that first chance. We can fight them again for the second later down the line. We've just got to carry forth that same performance. That should be what is required to take down Carbo. And we saw small glimpses of it in that first game with the way they fought.
Well, we might hope to see a bit of that glimmer. Well, it's a glint in the eye, or just outright a gem in the drown jewels here as Liam. Flip reset activated from the corner. Second touch has left a lot to desire, mind you, but it's been launched downfield here. Joe, if you're sort of Death Cloud here, to some extent here, why not play a tad bit slower? You've got the first game on the board here. You don't need to make the mistake here.
Absolutely, and right now forced to play slow with the low boost in the tank. Luke's been able to pick some up, but he's already in front of the ball, has to rotate himself behind, and Liam can smell that blood in the water, immediately pounces, and waiting for Nefeli to get their first real sights of the Carbo half. Liam is not going to let that happen easily.
Nice to see about Luke here, and been popped into the middle. Rico just leaves, had a good awareness of the field position of both sides here. Left over the fish, no pass, and that selfish by the, of course, the champion that you referred to, the national lawn winner. Surely if you had C's on there, he'd be screaming for the ball.
He definitely would be. Unfortunately, they don't share a roster this time. Some say it would just be too powerful to handle. That shot certainly wasn't Liam. The confident clearance out. Rico doesn't keep it close, forces himself through. It does still get that delayed 50, but it's not enough to maintain possession. Luke in the opposite half, Relo lets that one cut across. The back pass doesn't land towards our hat-trick hero of the last game, Callisto DeMarcus. The first opportunity of real danger is blocked, and Luke can create his own in his one-on-one. Goes high, top corner is achieved. Nefeli take the lead.
Just look at this. Magical. Small sort of flip into a 360, then pikes himself right up to get it here. He almost maybe thought he was playing Tony Hawk with a half pipe in the middle of it. Trick landed, goal scored, and you know what? Lead established.
Can put their opponent to the coffin as well, leave them lying down instead. That's the only move that I know from Skate 3. Anyway, down for Liam.
Did you
Shot is wide.
bit of interest?
I hate to admit it, Danny. I only watched people play it. I never had an Xbox 360. However, Rillo has gone 2 goals up for Nefeli. And he's been practicing his tricks for quite some time. This one a lot more simple. Delays that second touch. It's enough to go over Rico, but the demo really set that one in stone.
I said we broadcast with me is like confessional sins here. Ozzy was never had a KFC. Pegasus I've never owned an Xbox. There's going to be a Spartan page here later on. Next I'm going to find out a caster's never been to Wales next.
How many Hail Marys will it be, Danny? How many Hail Marys?
Oh, at least 3.
Well, 3's been a magical number in this series so far. 3 with an asterisk for Callisto DeMarcus. And Nefelli need to pick one more to make that their score sheet matching as well. We are one Callisto DeMarcus away, actually, from the team hat-trick. And Carbo cannot afford to let it happen. Still 2 minutes to pick up 2 goals, and they've been quick out the gates in this game, yet they haven't been rewarded for it whatsoever. They had all that field domination in the first 2 minutes. And as soon as Nefelli started to get themselves on the score sheet, you said they were going to play a bit of a defensive game, Danny, but it seemed to have instilled a bit of energy in the roster, and we've seen them step up a lot more.
Well, time is usually always aptitude for the others who want it. Little Pop moves into it and straight it goes here. And you know what, we may have a hot trick king here, but unfortunately that's a hot streak of a mistake.
It is indeed. It's Carbo dragging themselves back into this game, trying to prevent that match point position for Nefelli, but already upon conceding one, their insurance looks to be earned back. Nefelli immediately getting the offense. Liam knocks it high, however. Now it's back in the third. Psycho attempts, not quite, goes out to the corner instead. Callisto DeMarcus is immediately pounced upon. There is a hole outside the 6-yard box, but it's shut down quickly by a Nefelli defender. And it continues to be that back and forth affair.
Well, last time I saw Psycho, it was wearing a BFBS hat as well. It's been some time since I've actually seen it being delivered. Should be won by Rilo. No touch here this time around here. 60 seconds left here. And unfortunately, it may be a broken promise by Fish if he cannot get a goal, or nor his teammates.
It's across again. Carbo once more are forced back to square one. Rico on the turn, cuts rotation nicely, but he needs a second man to be there to press. Liam is that option. Fish will finish the job. And that's who we've been waiting for to get involved in the game. Is the Estonian to equalise in game 2 off the back of a team effort to get the ball there in the first place.
Flying the national flag is certainly Fish to get that goal and a chance, but that's all it seems to be. A chance. Either side of it would like to have one outside certainty here with the remaining time of 40 seconds. 150 into the middle. And Rico to continue to gather. And unfortunately, Cal can only tap that one back into. I think both sides are playing too scared.
And it looks like it is going to be that 5th goal to be the decider. We might not see the plus next to the timer at the top of our screen, but this feels essentially like an overtime. Callisto DeMarcus has been given a free ball, doesn't have boost to generate the power. Fish just booms that one across. Liam can't cherry pick. Rilo's taken out of the play. And now Callisto DeMarcus with 5 seconds left on the clock. Luke P challenges in that high position. Liam needs to secure that 50, but the ball is still so high off the ground. Rico can just let this one drop. It's our 2nd overtime in a row, but the score sheet is increased, but it's going to be that one difference to decide.
It only took roughly about 30 seconds for that separation to occur. There's a bit of brilliance required here, sure. Like, you do not want to let that one slip on in. And Rilo, that awkward decision of going defensive or just get a long distance clear here. Fish had his attempt. Rico with another one, a former champion. We saw his teammate successfully go to the upper final earlier. Now it's Luke P's turn on to the ball here to the hat-trick king himself, but he beckons away.
And it's down long. Raylo is just caught on the wrong end of that ball. The second touch makes up for it, and so does Callisto DeMarcus, just filling that space afterwards, though Liam does well to keep it close. There's a bump in front of him, so he sees acres of space cut in from the sides by Luke P. And now Fish towards the target. There was a bump on the goal line, but he just could not keep it between the sticks. And now, entering this 2nd minute, is a grisly call for Carbo. Rico, though, early stages, stopped on the line. Fish gets the demo himself, wants to make up for former mistakes, but it is not enough.
Rico. Flip reset, 1-2, and the pop is there. Rilo launches, and it will be a backwards defensive. Look at P is sitting there and going gobble gobble if that one went right into his lap there. Doesn't tap and pops it go. Riley awkward. Louis awkward. Shot to the back line. Fish is no boost. They don't know that surely. And it's straight to the man who wants to score goals. Rilo passing the two defenders. Game surely on the teetering edge.
Ends in a thunderclap. It was uncomfortable for both rosters, but Death Cloud are the team to take it. And you just think that's the game that ran away from Carbo. You talk about the mental game before the match started. It's being put to the ultimate test now with 2 games decided by just 1 goal in OT. And well, Danny, you've read the message. I'll let you speak it out loud.
Well, certainly will. Carbo CSQ has elected to use that timeout, and rightly at that point in the series where you just look at it, Pegasus, and we've been here, so many seasons of RSC, you just know it's at our fingertips. Rightly, as you sat there, said they should have probably won this match, and it's now the case of how do we do it, and that's an awkward conversation for the next 2 minutes.
It really is, especially because those typical rules that I always do cement with a timeout of lose 2 in a row or get a 2-game difference. That's when you start to call it out. They have adhered to those rules, but of course, this isn't a best of 7. They now have to face match point. They now have to win 3 in a row against a team that has just about been ahead of them on the mark. It has felt like they've been neck and neck for a majority of these games, but when you need someone to clutch up, when you need to go that extra distance, it has been the Felly every single time. Again, despite that overtime we had, which felt, dare I say, Carbo dominated.
It would be a fair comment to make, and you sort of sit there and you ask yourself, what can you do? The most impressive bit about it is that, when you look at Death Cloud in terms of what has actually been produced here, they played attacking. They didn't sit there in fear. They sat there and said, what, we'll bring the game towards you because you have actually not asked us any questions. So why are we sitting here essentially being rolled over?
But then you just think of some of those attacks, Danny. They're not conceding too often. I mean, 2 goals in regulation. Sure, you can win games with 2 goals, but a lot of time, especially in the elite tier, we have so many goals scored in a lot of these series. You should be able to outscore it, and they certainly could have. They had those chances. The shots were going flying high and wide at the post and crossbar. They just had to find the space in between the sticks. Perhaps a few more shooting packs to be used in this 2 minutes of timeouts, but maybe just a case of needing to calm down, Danny. I mean, how do you diagnose it?
To me, it's always the sort of the situation on when you look at it, and if you're going to sit there and say how do you calm down, it's how your teammates, it's the environment around you. One of the biggest sort of talking points we've had in the last number of seasons is coach or your AGM sometimes hopping into it. And, it's not necessarily sometimes about what you do on the performance of the game, it's what you do outside of it. And at the moment here, without being rude here, I'm not going to name names on broadcast, but there's an argument here on when the timeout should be happening. Was it from when we saw the black screen or when the lobby's been recreated? I'm sorry here, but, why are you sitting there focusing so much here about that side of it than the situation about the problems in front of you?
That's completely fair enough. It's a good call, but for the time being, we can only look at what is ahead of us, and that is a 2-0 lead for Death Cloud Nefelli in the series scoreline. Just 1 more required for them to advance their way through the lower brackets. They are one of the newer organizations against one of the old faithfuls of DSQ, but already with a few championships to their name and even an RLCS top 4 for the organization. They are never to be underestimated. Let's see if the old guard can rise up.
The fact that we described them somewhat as the old guard, both of these rosters and franchises could arguably be put into that description. It's a funny old scenario. And I think that arguably what the youngest player on the pitch would be no surprise, Fish here, but he has been in the tier for about 2-3 seasons. He had a brief stint as master, but only as a sub. And when you're in that situation, you're only guaranteed about 12-16 games, so you're not necessarily getting the full experience of it.
I guess you could say at least that happened all the way back when it was a 9-week season. You get a few more series there, but of course...
Trust Grandad to mention about the good old times.
Oh, absolutely. Come on. I mean, I'll be completely honest. I don't miss them, but I'll pretend I do.
I remember when it used to be a single bracket elimination
Oh!
where each team only was given one life and it was best of 7 for the likes of the final. All you youngsters had 2 lives now.
Well, don't worry, Danny. It's a bit of a taste of what you used to. It's essentially a single elimination for these guys until they reach the grand final. It'd be a shame if you were doing the upper finals next.
Oh, I certainly am doing the upper finals, but I also do know what it's like to play an upper final. How dare you suggest otherwise? I also know what it takes to lose a grand final. Don't ask me about how to win a grand final. I don't know in RSC history. Oh no, but Rilo scored a decent goal if anybody's interested.
It was a very nice goal, a beautiful mind game to build up as well, just to clear out that defense. And it's a great way to start off for scoring for Nefelli, because for a majority of these games, it has been Carbo shutting him out. Luke Pivo going for the double tap, won't quite land. Rilo is so high up the pitch, and he'll have someone breathing down his neck. It's Rico, Liam on the follow, Fish with the 100 boost, turns in, and it's not a single player to challenge him. Still tries to go long towards that backboard. That's way too readable for the defense, and that shot doesn't even necessarily need to be read. Fish shot high. Liam also sends it above the crossbar. Rico's not going to fill in the hat-trick. It's on target. Still not enough to break through Callisto DeMarcus, and this is exactly what I'm talking about, Danny. How have Carbo not got a goal?
Well, they were too busy doing the foxtrot. Unfortunately, Strictly is over because some silky move's been put onto this one. Ricocheted like it was an old 1990s arcade pinball machine.
And Luke P asking for the lottery tickets. He's dived forward, hoped and prayed the ball would come off his cart. And it was just that intention in the attack that was enough to extend Nefelli's lead. Carbo's bad day just turns to worse, and their timeout feels oh so far away now. There could be a third to follow. DeMarcus doesn't read it across. That only leaves one defender, Rilo, who looks to be turned to none, but they've taken too long, and the second man has gotten back in time.
Well, it's been a pop-up straight to it. And time, you would sit there and said from the timeouts when you needed your best foot forwards here. They need to grab a goal here somehow. They've always had been through the entirety of the series, but never the winning goal. Could they? Should they? If you're going to flop yourself over like the dog said, scratch my belly, you might as well fetch for the ball while you're at it too.
We need a heat map of this game. Carbo has spent so much time in that opposing 6-yarder. Yet there is going to be a completely unfilled spot past the goal line. 100 seconds to pick up those two to take us to that third overtime where Carbo would have to continue to flip the script. They have to flip the pitch first because at the moment it's Luke P in the aqua half off the ceiling and no one is there to challenge.
Just straight up, Fish had the backflip. And Liam also committed too. That's your explanation in terms of the why. But you might be right with your point here because it's they've been playing on the wrong side. Maybe we should have turned it round to give them a favour instead of arguing about whether it's 60 seconds left or 30.
3 goals. 3 goals required out of Carbo. It's the amount they've scored in the entire series so far. I mean, that's not to take the series. That's for survival. How about 4? This is a wonderful infield pass from Callisto DeMarcus. And you just see the confidence of Luke P to be up so early and rifle that one to the right-hand side.
Well, you're looking from his point of view and perspective. He saw all 3 in the corner, essentially. Why wouldn't you pre-jump and simply sit there and go, I'm having it? You're having that type of day. It's been a gift there.
And, well, it is a long road ahead. If you want to end the day as an elite champion, it will be everyone's aim moving forward. And what form Nefelli have found in this lower stage. They were forced to fight in those first 2 games. They were forced to kick it up an extra gear to prevent the timeout buff and any hopes of reverse sweep. And they have done exactly that. The team they face in this next round should be afraid, because DeathCloud look like a team willing to do it all over again.
Well, you sincerely hope so, because they lost the Berserkers in a Game 7, and Fish may grab a consolation goal, and it's that as all it will be. But they have themselves a chance here to face on by the looks of it. Darkness here, Pegasus, because they're 2-0 up in the B stream, 3-2 in the Game 3 itself here. That's going to be a ding-dong of a matchup.
It really is. And, well, both teams coming from that upper bracket, forced to make that response. It's a similar storyline, both of which having to play the higher seeds in their tier. And, well, if this was going to be one of those playoffs where you are hoping for a lower bracket run, it's not going to happen from any surprise rosters. Instead, it could be the recovery game from a team like DeathCloud Nefelli, ones that have just made it 5-1 in the final game. And to think that this was put to overtime in those opening 2.
The fact of it is, we talk about the importance of starting the series out well. You know, if you get this sort of the first goal here, it usually sets yourself up well. It's what you do and produce in the middle of the series. And right now, DeathCloud has done everything that they needed to do to show they're worthy enough to get to at least the lower final here.
One team hit a wall, the other broke a barrier. DeathCloud had this game so close-knit in the first 2 games. But as soon as that confidence was found and victory and advancement was in reach, DeathCloud were completely overrun. And you can see the goal stats there to share, half of which from Nefelli coming in that final confidence game. But the one that really pains me to see, Danny, is the 26 shots of DSQ. And I know you're not a stats man, but that's certainly a stat line that passed the eye test as well.
Well, do you know what? The other huge sort of statistical side, if you're going to mention down that line of things, it's the 18 saves. So essentially, other than what, 2 shots unaccounted for, give or take, and then the 4 that's actually went in here, they produced nothing on target here, was threatening, or the sense of, you know, shoot and move the opposition, which actually cost DeathCloud. But, you know, you sat there and screaming, where's the heat map for the end of that last game? The amount of times here they ran up and missed the open net here cost them.
League P will take your series MVP. Had no issues finding the back of the net, equaling that of his opponents with 5 goals on his lonesome. You spoke about the importance of the saves. He's got 4 there, but those 6 demos as well, of course, being a contributing factor. It was understated how much of a physical game that really was, with a lot of the goals coming off the backs of bumps and demos, but that's just the modern day now. That becomes an expectation when you're in these elite and master tiers. You've got to be watching your back. It's not just that man on the ball that's a problem. These off-the-ball plays can really change the course of a series.
Well, certainly can, and you know, we can sit here for hours and days here, Pegasus, and talking about what a bump is or how good it would be, or even necessary how good is your back ball air dribble reads now as well, because that's where the game has been heading to the last couple of 6 to 8 months now. But do you know what? Might as well break the result as well. It's just went through. Shadow has 3-0, so we do now know our final 4. So do you want to have a quick look at the bracket here, Pegasus, and make your final prediction, since it's your only time on the day?
Absolutely. We got Giles versus Akami in our uppers. I want to believe in Team Serena, really do. But my former teammate as well is on that Giles side, so definitely want to pull out the heartstrings here. I'll go for a Team Serene loss and then eventually making it into the grand finals for a rematch. As for Darkness versus Nefelli, this is really hard. Both beating teams that came off the back of a Game 5. We'll go Nefelli. We'll follow the stream.
Ooh, fair enough. Well, the B stream will be having Darkness versus DeathCloud, but as you have rightly pointed out here, you have seen the predictions, you have seen some of the action here, and the only one so far with the top 3 is Tissa, who I believe will be covering one of the later matches, potentially in the B stream, or has done so. But Shadow has fallen so far. It's a question of what can be produced in the next couple of moments, but we're going to be heading towards a break here on the main channel. the upper final. Shireen, will they have the ability to do it, or will it be standard storytelling from here on RSC? We'll see in a few moments' time.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say, fuck 'em, I ain't moving small. Bitch, money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh as fuck, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say, fuck 'em, I ain't moving small. Bitch, homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one motherfucker doing shit like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, fuck eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the shit topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear they collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't fucking bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say, fuck 'em, I ain't moving small, bitch.
I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your RSC Elite Championship Day. It is the upper final day, and you know what? We are getting to the moments where we are essentially at the business end of it. And you know what? For the third series in a row that I'm doing the introduction, Joe Romas, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, and you've been on here a while, much longer than I anticipated, it would seem, on the stream today. But hey, we've got an interesting series for you here in the upper finals. We are back to best of 7 format of Jars versus Okami. But before that, I'm going to take a quick look at the bracket if you've just joined us, to stop any sort of confusion for where teams have gone. And I think my camera doesn't exist on the screen, so that's great. But hey, you didn't need to see my face anyway.
Did the ghost of Sir Pegasus stole your camera as well there?
I have no idea. But anyway, the bracket rundown. There it is. Giles versus Nefli, which went 4-3. That was an interesting game going all the way there. And Okami versus Darkness 4-2. They were on the main screen. We took a look at the final couple of games there, and Okami came out strong. 4-2. Legacy versus Ruthas on the bottom side. Legacy coming out on top in a best of 5. So did Carbo and Summit in a best of 5. And Darkness 3-0 to Legacy, and Nefli 3-0 to Carbo. So the losers, the losers round 1 basically getting knocked out in the lower quarters, and Darkness versus Nefli in the lower semis. That's a best of 5 as well. I'm pretty sure that is on the B stream. And Giles vs Okami live here now, a best of 7, and there's plenty to look forward to here, Dan.
Certainly is, and we'll have our match going quite literally here, hopefully on the hour. So that does mean we have a bit of time to talk about the statistics of the game, Deromas, and as you absolutely know, I cannot get enough of the numbers side of the game. So where do you want to start with this?
Well, that was a complete lie. Yesterday you said you hated the numbers and palmed it back off to me. What changed overnight? Key call out here is, I'd say goals against. Goals for, identical. In the 5 weeks, been a pretty good time. First and second here, versing each other is kind of what you expect at this point. But yeah, I'd say the goals against, you've got one team that, you know, will take games but barely scrape by, that being Serene, but Berserkers here having some comfortable results, it seems.
Well, so far that's would lead to be the case here, and I was somewhat semi-hoping for an ad roll to hit us in the middle of the broadcast there when I sat there and talked about how wonderful stats are. So you didn't have to hear it and would be uninterrupted for the rest of the best of 7, because you know what here, those numbers here may be a misleading tale here, because if you sat there and watched the last previous upper matches of these two teams, the Romas, you would have sat there and said that, you know what, both of them were, you know, one was very shaky but dominated in terms of the series scoreline, where Berserkers had a much more closer affair, and it was a lot more higher scoring in terms of back and forth here. So two polar opposite ways.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on who you're playing against, right? Like the demo stat earlier on, there was a 100 demo difference. The way of Berserker is very aggressive upfield and potentially at the back as well. But we have the players here. And is there anything standing out to you for these players?
Well, I think the most interesting bit there is Moggy Nexo 39 here. It looks like a forfeit disqualification victory maybe against them there. Instead of the round 40, as you see on the likes of Fall, spread out much more evenly here between them. I suppose the the major numbers I always look at is the shooting accuracy. All of the main players are above the 30 point, with the exception of two. That's PJ's 22, Vincey's 29. We saw, was it Sam Dusk, who just couldn't finish the job off against Team Serene. That was a huge telling of the series. It's just whether the case of can the likes of Nexo hold those numbers in this best of 7.
It's a good point to make out as well. A very strong shooting percentage. When they have a chance at net and it's there for them, it's likely to go into the back of the net. But here we are then. Both teams have joined the lobby, so it looks like we're going to be heading into this game. Berserkers looking to continue how they mean to go on, as well as Team Serene. I forgot about the predictions. So, Danny, we're going to go with yours. You've had some wacky ones so far. Throw them out here for this one.
No. We don't start with me. We'll start with you, Jeromus. You're the guest here. Yeah.
All right. It would be great if I could remember what I predicted in the green room because I was laughing too much. But I think I went with... Okay, well, I think I'll have to go for a standard 4 for Team Serene and a 3 for Berserkers. I'm going to go all the way. Yes, Danny, you mentioned that I go... I like a bit of entertainment on the stream, but I think 4-3 Team Serene, they're going to edge you out here.
Well, we might as well stick my prediction on as well, too. And I think it's a magical evening here of irrational possibilities, to be very much polite here. It's the square root of 1 to the factorial of 3 in favour of DSQ. What a time to be alive here when it comes to the numbers.
Those of you that don't know, square root of 1 can either be 1 or minus 1, and the factorial 3 is 6. But Berserkers versus Team Serene, two of the top teams in both of the conferences, looking to fight it out in the upper finals. It is a best of 7, both teams fighting it out to the death. Let's see how we get game number 1 started.
It's going to be one of those evenings where it could be catastrophe or outright genius here. And if you saw Moggy's performance here, he is up for it here. Vincey not getting the touch. Moggy just backs away here, holds the midline here, and both of us are, shall we say, loves our chess here, the middle of the park here. Keep the pawns, the structure here, and the domination will follow as long as you can control the center of the board here. Ariel's not much different from it either.
If you're B-Shake, I can imagine you quivering in your boots. And if you're doing a drinking game, try and take a shot every time Danny Boy says here in this cast. I'm sure you'll be on the floor by the end of game 1. Now,
here.
Midfield battles are where games tend to be won. It is quite a boring affair if it does turn out to be like that. However, sometimes that's just how you have to play. The ball edging forward for Giles in the pink half, cleared away by Moggy, and it's going to be flown about for Forley to pick this one up. Nixo, though, already flying towards the air, gets a shot towards net, but PJ's there to pick that one up.
Well, certainly an opportunity bump, and Vincey left in that awkward situation. He had to actually go for it. J-Web's one touch here, and I'm sad, a bit odd here that he's reverted his name back. For a period of time it was Riley that he was going under, but last time he was running the name, he was in a final of some sort, so long as what Pegasus did mention before he was off air there. It's his former teammate. Our loyalties to Lion. I think that teammate was under Serene, but I would happily be corrected otherwise.
No. So it looks like they were on the Serene team. Thank you, Raid. Appreciate that. Producer in the background providing lovely coverage for you today. It's already been complimented in the chat, and it's nice to have some recognition there. There you go, Raid. You can't tell me off afterwards now for not shouting you out. But Team Serene, they did have an opportunity just there and just went tad wide, but again, we're back in this midfield, and J-Wubs has a touch here, looking to carry this forward, tip it past the final defender, and Volley with a shot, saved away by Vincey, and cleared by Moggy back down the other way.
Well, PJ is so awkward, just backs away to the Moggy with the continuous air. was going to say air dribble, sorry, just standardised dribble on the ground here, trying to play it right across here. Nixo, no touch here, and perhaps maybe a little bit of nerves showing in here. He has been in these sort of type of situations before. That's a tap and needs to be squared on home. Two players had opportunities. Vinci will score it, but it's Nixo who actually taps it on home originally.
6 shots already for Serene, only 1 converted, so if shot percentage goes by anything, it's all going out the window. But Vinci manages to get that one, a bicycle flick into the net there. Just a finalized touch after all the chaos in front of net. But Moggy now has a chance to try and double the advantage over Kami here.
BJ, up it goes, down to the halfway. And that will be Nixo trying to find a teammate. Doesn't work, bumped by Moggy, so he's respecting the potential shot or pass and play from the aerial domination that their counterparts did have. Back it goes, mind you, once again to PJ. Moggy blocks it again, and both of these two sides are trying to test the man himself. He's a previous champion. Have some respect.
Some respect given as he takes the ball, finds a shot, and he will find the back of the net. Vinci getting a save credited, but bouncing, ricocheting directly back off the car. It is 1-1 after a valiant attempt of a save. That's just an unfortunate bounce, it has to be said.
Well, it's still going in.
Not after the crossbar hit.
Well, there was a person standing there. We'd be surprised if he skied that one from that distance.
Yeah, very true, but it looks like it'll be a double advantage here for this Berserker side of Giles. 2-1. It was right off the kickoff. Fell straight to J-Wabs. Foley taking a stolen valor of a goal there. 2-1 now, and there's a quick advantage for Serene, stolen away by Giles.
How good is your nerves, Serene? They haven't been in this position so far. Charles, the Berserkers, they were in their upper match. It went to 4-3, decided they have a lot more grit. They've shown it so far this evening. Back it goes with a long distance clear. And you know what? If it's going to continue this one, you would fancy that Serene may be second best on the evening here.
Just have to wait and see. 70 seconds to make something happen for Serene. There's a double commit on the back line. Vinci will easily slot this one away, and it's 2-2 after the back of that mistake.
Selfish by Vinci. Players sitting all to the right-hand side. He could square it across the guaranteed for the extra pass. Clearly, Vinci is no fan of a Ted Lasso.
Well, go for a hat-trick now, isn't it? 2 goals. 3 shots made. It'd be very nice to have a hat-trick this early on. And Moggy getting intercepted by J-Wabs. Vinci was thinking about going up there, but Nixo not rotating back, and that's punished them. Shot wide, though, and Moggy will get a touch. Tries to grab the boost, doesn't spawn in time, so BJ will have a free ball. I think they pass Vinci, plays it low, but 50'd well.
Nearly a mistake, but the man with the lowest shooting accuracy is the man grabbing goals for fun.
Well, there's your hat-trick, ladies and gentlemen. It's all come from that left-hand side of the park. That one was just a nice, easy slot in. I don't know what happened to the defense of Giles there. Couldn't quite see the rotation, but I thought after that 50 there'd be a quick follow. Turns out there wasn't. This one, though, going absolutely flying. Foley with an attempt. Moggy getting harassed on the back line. But Vinci does get a save, and it's now Nixo to carry this forward. Pass inside to Moggy, and this could be brilliant, but a failed, missed opportunity by Okami. Still 3-2 to them, though, and it's all Giles to make something happen here.
But maybe a chance here, time taken. Popped into the corner here, so essentially Serene playing a bit of game management here. Just one challenge, keep it, and just make it awkward. Nixo trying to get a bump, and Demo slows and burns the second off the clock. Moggy up, beating it goes, and up and around. J-Webs with the air dribble. Vinci's awkward, and it's ricocheted on in.
That clock definitely says 0 seconds. I thought it was a rolling ball. I don't even know how that's been confirmed. We'll see the replay. And it's definitely rolling. It's a rolling goal straight into overtime.
Serene perhaps feeling egregiously robbed, but they were the ones that let the opposition have a chance here. Now it's them who have to play from their own backlines if they want to essentially feel like they've got the game back, but they've just let through their fingertips. Nixo has done it a favour to Moggy. 4-3 with 14 seconds played at OT.
What a back and forth affair this game was. It was 1-0 to Serene, 2-1 to Jars, 3-2 to Serene, 3-3 right at the death, and then 4-3 to Okami in overtime after only 14 seconds. It's been plenty of goals, a wonderful spectacle for the neutral, but as players you're thinking we kind of need some sort of settlement here. There has been no settling down. There's just been a lot of chaos.
To some extent, here, you know, chaos is what you want to hear. I'm going to bring you this, though, to Romus, and I will throw the numbers sort of side to you. Berserkers are a lot more even. Statistically, it looks a lot more poised, a lot more structure, a lot more a side that is it. Where Vinci is the man there by 500-point difference here. The last time Jeromus and I was on a broadcaster, was working together on the same show, there was a player called Reedy who had a 700-800 point type performance here, and it was a difference when one player is on form, peaking at the right time. Has Vinci found that form?
I mean, that is definitely something to mention, right? When a player is playing this well, it can carry you quite far into a tournament. Serve it down for maintenance. So we've got another cheeky little break here because, for whatever reason, Rocket League is just not deciding to play ball. But as you mentioned, that is a valiant stat for Vinci. 870 points there to their name. 500-point difference is incredible when there's 3 players on the pitch. It's something you see often in twos if you've got a hard carry, but this is not that. This is a team that's been playing for weeks and weeks on end. And just like that, you've got a player performing at their absolute height at the right moment here in the upper final. Can they continue and potentially do it in the grands as well? But there's still plenty more games to be played.
Well, certainly is, and just to draw anybody's attention, if they are interested, Darkness's Shadow versus DCE is playing over on the B stream. 1-0 is the series scoreline favouring DCE, and the 3-time champion may find difficulty finding his 4th if he does want to win. This, of course, he needs to get a move on here. But over here, Shireen will be looking to have a bit more va-va-voom, a bit more, shall we say, how to be kind about it, a normality to Romus. That's what you would want from a side that is, you know, trying to prove everybody wrong here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Serene can get a second on the board, then they're going to silence the critics and go, well, we want this more than this Giles side. But game 2 is underway after that brief little break. And Giles are already on the attacking front in the opposition half in the final third. And Moggy just going to flick up high, but Foley not really committing to this one. It was a weird takeoff off that sidewall.
Well, it may be odd, but no necessarily problem with it because you haven't conceded from it, but wasn't a goal either. So how bad or good is it? Well, sometimes there's, you know, best left unquantified.
Ball straight in the 6-yarder again, but looks like Team Serene playing a slower approach here. Kind of similar to their master side yesterday, who like to play on the counter. This ball is sent long, and J-Wubs will send this back the other way. Has an opportunity for Foley, saved by Vinci again. Just the person who's playing spectacularly well in game 1. Looking to continue things forward in game number 2. That's not a touch by Moggy you want to see, but Vinci's there to pick it up, and Moggy can carry this one back downfield. PJ lack a boost. J-Wobs does pick that one up though, and it's left to Moggy to make something happen. Lack of boost, J-Wobs controlled touch, but for a flick, they will find the left-hand side of the pitch.
That's a good 50 to delay the counter that was potentially breathing down the Serene play, but Berserkers doing well enough infield, Paul, and it's will requiring Moggy. It's over his head, so requires a bit of cover, and that should have been buried. And if it's going to be a concession here out of it, haven't scored it out of 3 arguably clean chances. You cannot afford a miss like that.
Those are 3 haymaker opportunities, and they've all hit the woodwork, or at least saved away by the final defender of Serene. It should be 1-0 to Jobs, but what on earth? Like, sometimes this happens, but you've got to be a bit more clinical than that.
Fact that we're stunned, and Berserkers are going to have to get their heads out of the sand as well. That's a decent bump, and the veteran player if they're not crying, they've got to be laughing. They eventually get the goal out of it. But Shireen here, you know, as much as you can sit here and say they've been unlucky or lucky that they haven't got the goal on, they've allowed the door wide open here.
Playing a bit too slow now. Playing a bit too slow and a bit too scattered around the pitch. They've kind of gone, yeah, we've taken game one and we've lifted off the gas. I'm getting some latency issues here in the box. I don't know if it's just me or if it's everyone else as well, but
I think it's just
my
you.
internet's having a nightmare. Brilliant.
I think it's just you here. I think the internet has been robbed by Pegasus, like the camera was earlier. He said, "How dare you insult my former teammate?" Laughing at him. Well, maybe a few moments here. The regather and capture. It's Moggy, who's unfortunately not getting the second touch here. 2-0 just like that there is an easy sort of mistake to occur. But they cannot afford to keep doing this, and hopefully, and Jeromus will be sitting there seeing a newfound bit of relief here.
Yeah, it looks like my internet is stabilized. Don't know what that was in that phase of play, but double the advantage of Jobs. I couldn't really analyze that one neither, but they've just tripled it from the kickoff.
It's just, yeah. Yeah, that shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't be seeing kickoff goals like that.
It is poor. It is poor to be seen at this level, but it also happens at the absolute top echelon sometimes. But when your head has dipped down, as Serene's has here, consolation or a potential late comeback is on the cards if they can get one within a minute and a half. And Nixo's looking to do exactly that to Vinci, who kind of has fallen off after game. And when I say that, top of the board with 200 plus points than anyone else at the moment. So I can't really say they've fallen off. They're doing pretty well so far anyway, trying to carry this team to a result.
Well, you know, one bad kickoff goal and a mistake here. Arguably, it could have been sort of a 1-0 type game. And, you know, score lines, unfortunately, is what determines the matches, and the actual points could be misleading. But this is a long marathon as this best of 7. North touch here, and
What? What? Fail of the week, who? Kickoff number 5, a minute 20. It's gone the way of Berserk, of course it has. And Foley looking to make some sort of redemption after that, because that was the cleanest own goal I've ever seen.
well, I think Berserkers might be looking at this as an oddity of a matchup. 3 clean opportunities, didn't tap those home, and suddenly an own goal in the same match. Peculiar, to say the least. Oddities, certainty. Well, it has been played back here. And Serene here might just be hoping to grab a second goal, not necessarily to win the match, but certainly for confidence sake. But wide positional rotation not happening this time into their favour. Dak down to the line here. Vinci's heavy-handed touch here shouldn't be working too well. Moggy's backflip, perhaps maybe a respect here for the defensive clear, but I would suggest here we're going to go 1-1 in the series at this point.
Yeah, 1-1 car reset off each other there as they both met in the middle. No touch on the ball. Nixo. Again, not doing anything with that one. With 15 left, yeah, you can guarantee it's going the way of Berserk, as Foley will pick this one up, carry this one downfield. Nope, immediately interjected, but PJ with a good touch on the back, and Jobs with a demo to stop any other follow from happening. It's a pop reset, clock hits 0, and it is 1-1 in the series after a very, very interesting game too.
Well, where do you want to sort of pick up from this in terms of what's just happened here, really? Because, you know, do you look at it in terms of and sit here and say, right, Berserkers were unlucky at the sort of the start of the game, should have been 2-0 up, a lot more comfortable here, but do you sit there and say that, you know, Okami themselves should be a lot more just in the matchup here, because it was a weird dip, to be polite about it.
Indeed, and Giles, who said they were playing relatively equal to each other, 400 points each in the last game. Well, J-Robs has stepped it up and slot himself an 800 of their own. PJ with 126 and Foley with 378. But Ken Vinci 618 points lane aim. That is 1,500 points in 2 games, Danny. And, you know, it's all well and good keeping that up, but you need the other players to step up now and try and get a result of their own.
Well, I think sort of the huge element of it is, you know, the fact is that a majority of those points, about 200, has roughly came on saves alone on Vinci, suggesting to the fact that it's not a counter-attacking play style, it's a scramble happening for Serene. It's hard to resolve that as best as you can here. Of course, the winner does go on to be the grand finalist, guaranteed in that top 2, and Serene was no more than a top 3 position by anybody's predictions here. And so far, if they waver in any way here, they may just come true.
Third game, well underway then. Vinci looking to make something happen, met with J-Wubs. Chance to pinch it like a boost, but Nixo didn't really know that, so it slowed right down in the midfield. Vinci has a chance to turn on this. No boost to work with though. Nixo will go up for this, gets beat out by J-Wubs, tries to play the touch, does well to get that drop down, looking for a follow, not to be found. Moggy then taps it up high. Flip reset to work with, but it'll go into no man's land in that left-hand corner for Berserk. Vinci with a quick challenge, trying to add some pressure to this Berserk side.
That's a lofted ball. A lot of space for Serene to do at least one touch here. It's not necessarily an ideal one. Back down into the middle. J-Wubs, Nixo. What a save. He has about 6 O's to his name, but nowhere near as mighty as that big one that's beside the name of Berserkers until now. Diced by a 1.
I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the positions of the player. Where is the third of
top
Serene?
left?
They're on the other side of the pitch. They're on, like, as in, like, they were in Berserker's half for at least 10 seconds. There was no rotation back. That's cost them here. It's 1-0 to Berserk, and it was all because there was no third presence. They just capitalized on the fact that, okay, we've got more time, more space to get an opportunity, and PJ sent that one into the right-hand side, but Vinci looking for a quick response. PJ just keeping it in the midfield, tapped away by Fall.
The way Berserkers are playing is essentially trap of the ball here. Any sort of gap, that's sort of essentially illusionary sort of play here, because Serene knocks it into the box. There's a third man banging clear, and the other two's already on the wings to clear it. So needs to be a demo game by Serene on the second or third to open up that pitch as much as possible. Good challenge here. It's an awkward play. Needs a 50 off the back wall. It's Moggy there to slot it on home. Cause a double commit out of it. No bump on the way out either. Vinci to slow the game surely down. Does not happen, and it's a 3v1 essentially here.
3v1, but it looks like Moggy does well to keep that one slowed down. The resources for Berserk were looking non-existent on that back line. It's why the double commit happened. You had 2 players with no boost just diving towards that ball to keep the net clear. It's worked out well for them because now they're on the opposite end of the pitch trying to make something happen for themselves. Vinci, though, played under 1 to continue forward. 50 not happening, so Nixo will get this pop up and around. Doesn't have boost to work with. The PJ sensed that, gets the ball. Moggy left clear own device in the corner. Vinci rides the post. That's a mistake. Danger lurking. But J-Wubs didn't really fully commit to that one. Demo comes through, and Berserk's pressure mounting here, and Serene need to get out.
Well, temporarily has, but J-Wubs awkward. Leads to Serene, and they need to consider stop shooting the way they have on target. Screw you get the defender out here, but when there's 3 on the wall itself here, the second ball needs to go to one of their own teammates to continue pressure, and that's just sloppy. That's just sloppy in this upper final.
What is going on? This series has been so weird, and Vinci, the person who showed up all game, all series long, makes a no-touch. No influence on that ball. 2-0 to Jobs, and I don't know. I'm looking at Serene's formation. They have 2 at the back at all times, just to stop any sort of onslaught coming forward, but when they go for an attack, they're not quick enough.
Well, how do you change that? And that's essentially what Serene's got to ask themselves. A demo attempt on Nixo, who was second man onto the ball realistically there. And he's not getting the boost here on the steal either, so straight back down to the man himself, who's been Fair enough, one of the unstoppable forces of the elite tier in the terms of Moggy. Vinci touches air dribble pop. It will continue going down, and good bump here, but on the wrong side of the net for any true play here. Moggy's left as third man. And again, it's a give and go. It's almost like rugby here, Jerome. It's the way Berserkers are leaving it.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, I can't say it's been going wrong for them because it's going absolutely perfectly for them, and a bump comes through, and that's a second own goal of the day for Fall.
Well, it's an understandable sense of an own goal here. Bumps coming in, James. You know you got to get a touch here, but you know you have a bit of time. But half a second, realistically. But mind you, the big clock, it says 51 seconds. That's how much remains for Shireen to gather something out of this game here. It will drop the PJ. They get that chance to remove.
Well, no one's going to be looking back on this series and saying this was the peak of Elite. It's been so fragmented, so scrappy to watch. And this is the top essentially 4 teams of the conferences of Elite, and it's been so bizarre to see that, okay, everyone's throwing everything at it, great, but there's been no structure really.
Well, I think you may have a few angry Elite players rattled by that comment, but not
I don't
necessarily
care.
wrong.
I don't care. If you're playing like this at this level, you've got to expect better gameplay.
Well, is it going to get any better? That ball still popped up. Still with the dribble, and Vinci's done very well here. Moggy with no boost, but bumped it goes here, pops straight down, and it's a 2-1. Well, it's a question at this point, does the timeout get called?
Absolutely. I think everyone needs a mental reset. Just for that to happen. I'm not seeing anything in the chat to be called, but again, is this just Serene doing what they did, following Master's boots and going, right, we'll just continue, we'll just push through? Because I don't know, what I'm seeing is not it's not the expectation I'd like to see for both sides here. Giles, okay, they're doing well, they're getting the games, but it's just so weird, Danny. I have no serious comment to make other than the fact that this series has just been weird.
Well, sometimes the oddities do spirit something, but when you do sit there and look at it, it's, what can you do here? It is still the early stages on this best of 7 here, and frankly, no timeout has been called. Players will get into it, and if you are Serene here, it's not necessarily about scoring first, it's not conceding. That is going to be the narrative here, because if they do, in any shape or form here, other than the first game going 4-3 into their favour, they have not been in control, not in the ascendancy or in the driving seat. That has to change here.
First game was a spectacle and a half as well. 4-3 was back and forth, a lot going on. There's a lot going on in these games as well, in game 2 and 3, just not in the way you'd expect it to happen. But here we are then, game 4. Serene looking to make it 2-2 and head to a best of 3. But Berserk look to continue as they mean to go on. Look to try and take this series potentially 4-1. And now the ball is definitely in their court to do so, in the correct half to do so. PJ will not take that one, but Fall is waiting for it after a quick rotation right behind. But again, ball just stuck in the corner, and Serene wouldn't mind that, just to keep it there, restructure themselves, go forward. And Vinci has done exactly that, a break free, a 50, and has just destroyed everyone to get that opening goal.
Certainly need it as a confidence builder for the man that's been leading the charge for Serene's goal in this upper final. And I might as well mention the lower semi-final, by the looks of it, has concluded by a 3-0 sweep. No 4-time champion in form of RMD. Dev Cloud looking to roll on to the, well, unfortunately, the loser of this one. And Vinci is hoping Serene is not the casualty of it.
That's 2 in quick succession and very well played there. Tips it over, PJ, and just rifles it into the center mass of the net on the top right side. J-Wobs not able to get to that one. Too much power on it, and this is a comfortable lead now for Serene to try and keep hold of. But we've seen Serene bottle leads like this. We saw it yesterday, Danny.
Well, we're not going to sit there and talk about that. It's been a long evening for me in the last 24 hours on that regards. And that ball is lurking too long for Serene. They need to get this one dealt with. And it's an awkward position here. Vinci does get the touch. And
Wow.
I think Nixo was trying to start his car there. And as a result of it gets demo. But it is Berserkers who know how to shoot on this net here. They have done so plenty of times here. And it was no more than what? In the opening 20 seconds, they demoed Moggy, opened it, and blasted it to the left side of the post.
Vinci, 2 goals and 3 saves to their name in the first 2 minutes here. Just absolutely flying through, stopping everything from happening. Looking for a hat-trick to add to their stats. But Nixo with a follow-up shot saved by PJ. Tucked into the corner. Fall will carry this downfield. Pops it up high. Had to. Was getting demo chase. Pass inside to PJ. Saved again by Vinci.
Well, he's not in the defensive hold. It's Moggy up the line itself here. He is on the ball now. Jaywoods deets him through that one here. Nixo with no boot, really. So it's a soft touch at best here. He will hopefully land on the 100. Does so. Moggy does his job. So the continuation by Shireen. Mistake almost up. It's Vinci versus Jaywoods until Nixo says bye-bye with the demo.
Yeah, computer says no. Removed from the equation. Sent downfield. There's that ball by courtesy of J Wobbs, but Moggy will return the favour. And this demo's going off screen there. Vinci to PJ. And that is a clean shot by Moggy to make it 3.
When Serene plays well, they play very well. Just, it's not consistent enough, and that's why this sort of upper final's been allowed to speculate here on how it's going to essentially end up on a dice roll here.
I mean, this game could very well be done, but there's still questions looming for Serene. Can they hold on to this one? Which is a crazy statement to make. But based on the way they're playing, you don't really know what's going to happen in the next 2 minutes. They'll either double this, make it 3, 4, 5, and 6 goals onto the tally, or it'll fall apart. And J-Wobbs has a chance to start that off. Goes for the pop, should have taken the shot direct.
And it's Nixo getting the save as well, his first off this matchup, but a crucial one. This is a game where Shireen's got to essentially torment the opposition here on the mental side of the game. Deny everything as much as you possibly can. Do not leave a breadcrumb on this table here. Jaywoods trying to bump Nixo here. Awkward ball, and Moggy, I believe, was demo rotated all the way back. They grab that 100 boost, not being scored. No own goal, mind you, by Berserkers. And it looks like that Shireen has got stability back in their game here.
They do indeed, and welcome viewers of the B stream to this one. We could be heading to a best of 3. We might very well be. It's a 3-goal advantage to Serene, but this ball drops down. PJ looking for a 50 through, does find it. 3-1 then to Team Serene. But it is a potential, I might call it a consolation here. It's taken them a minute 25 to get that one in.
Well, I'm a wee bit on the, shall we say, conservative side, Jeromus, and it's unusual for me to be on that one. The last time we had a close game was the opening, and that went to deciding 4-3 with about, 14 seconds on the clock here. And once again here, Serene leaves the door open, and Berserker's got that tapped in 3-2 with 40 seconds on the clock. It's doable.
Oh, it's doable. It's doable as PJ tucks away their second of the game. With 38 seconds left, it's played low and dunk on Nixo. And I said, I wasn't exactly confident. Like, I am backpedaling a little bit here when they went 3-0 up approximately 2.5 minutes ago. I was like, yeah, it's well and good going 3 up, but we've seen how they've been playing in this series so far, and the pressure's mounting again. But Vinci, last-ditch defender, gets that one clear, and Moggy doesn't quite get the tap in there. Fall will send this one back the other way, and Vinci does get the clear downfield. Moggy's a chance to redirect it, 50 through, and Jobs full tanker boost. This is dangerous.
Well, Nixo, one touch on. Vinci's still there. No boost, mind you, but how much do they know of that particular outcome? Moggy needs a jump, and it's the same story as game 1.
5 seconds left in regulation, but who cares? Berserkers have come back from a 3-0 deficit. A wow in the chat by Fall. And this is interesting. If it goes to overtime, which it might very well do so, unless Vinci can pull something off here, we're in for a treat of a game. Serene will be fighting here to make it 2-2. Berserkers will give this some their 3-1, 3-match point advantage, but they're sat back. They're not pushing forward, Danny. They're sat on their back line waiting for this ball to come forward.
Well, it was Nixo who gave it over to Moggy last time around in the scenario. Moggy tips it, up it goes, and there's Vincent. And Moggy can always sit there and push it away here, trying to keep it locked in the land of what would be standard blue. It's PJ, mind you, tipping it across here. Nixo up and around here, force 50, and well, again, Shireen is unfortunately straggling themselves back here. That's a mistake. Vinci tips it around, and I believe that would be what? The 6th individual save by the man himself here.
That is their 6th save of the game. There's only so much this man can do, though, as Jobs has a musty reset. Finds it 4-3. 51 seconds into overtime. Full tank and boost. I said it was dangerous when he has it. And what a way to execute it. Nothing Moggy could do. And Berserkers go 3-1 up in the series in spectacular fashion.
This is a mistake by Shireen when they let that chance slip away here. And the timeout has been called by Shireen. We've been saying this for a majority of it. And Okami themselves here has essentially allowed, Berserkers to have freedom of the kingdom here. How many times are you going to let that be the mistake here?
You've got a feel for Vinci, right? Surely you got a feel. 842 points wasn't enough. 6 saves and 2 goals right off the rip. 2 goals scored in like the first minute. And it all came crumbling down again.
Yeah, but, it's just, I don't mean to be rude here. All that Shireen had to do in the last few moments off that 3-2 scoreline is to hold their rotation, boot the ball downfield, and they would be 2-2 in the series here. Now they're on the verge here of losing here in the upper final, playing against, I believe it's Deathload, who did win 3-0, who are looking, shall we be very kind here, a side that's looking like they want to have a point of proving of us, shall we say, they should never have been down there in the first place by Berserkers.
Yeah, it's been an impressive showing by Death Cloud, and it's worrying for Serene if they cannot convert this series, which it looks more and more likely that they don't. We're going to have another server tab out, it looks like. But, like, I don't know what's going on. I'm looking at this. They played exceptionally well in the first minute and a half of this 4th game. It was looking all done and dusted in the final minute. I was like, oh, it could very well be a consolation goal. Yourself, Danny, you were sat there. I was like, I don't know. I can't call it. And just like that, it's been turned around all in the final minute.
Well, Alexi did sit there and say that, things are not going to be to the same extent or where it is ready in terms of where things could be. I mean, I sat there and looked at it 3-1 and sort of going, this is still on here because Serene do not have an offensive game here that is outright strong because 9 saves here, 6 by Vinci, 3 by Nixo. And because you have this massive disparity, there is gaps there and Berserkers are slotted.
Indeed, I don't know how much time's left in this timeout.
By 40 seconds.
40 seconds. For a mental reset, I would have loved to have seen the timeout called last game, but the way, last game, before the game just happened. But, like, I just don't understand how you've gone 3-0 up and choked it in the fashion that you did. Because you were playing well, you had possession, you were scoring goals that were really, really solid to look at, pretty decent, and then your defense in the final minute goes out the window. There's going to be some heads dipped down in this 5th game. There's going to be some annoyed faces and there's going to be some frustration, but Will we see that on the pitch? Will it mean that we see a bit more aggression from Serene? Stick around for the next 5 minutes to find out, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Vincey's already launching that one downfield, backs a wee bit away. Nixo, the takeover, and it will be popped over here. So already have one save brought out by Berserkers, and Vincey with low boost here. Challenging gone here. Moggy just laces that one downfield, and that could be the mistake here, already opening up.
Nixo does well to get it clear though. Moggy just hold on to the ball for 3 seconds, lads. That's all you have to do. There's a lot of waywards going on. Just Hail Marying it down the field. Berserkers love this style of play. They will just pick this up and carry it back into your half. Moggy now has a chance to do so, but demoed by J-Wubs. Nothing they could do there really. But PJ lack a boost will get flick up high. And it's left rather awkward. J-Wubs does recover themselves on the backboard to pick this one up. But again, it was just a bang towards the backboard. No real strategy. Just get the ball downfield and see what happens.
Well, sometimes, you know, let the creativity flow and don't overthink it. You can be a great strategist, unfortunately still lose by being outnumbered. J-Webs, one touch into the play, low boost by outside, and Serene finally drops all 3. They have recruited into the defensive rotation. Moggy with the shot. Saved, of course, here. Vincey taps it on down, and Moggy decides to glance across the net there when Nixo probably was the better option. So is it the wrong tune in order for the Serene to get their dancing shoes on?
It was an opportunity for Nixo. I don't know what the call was there for Moggy to go for that one, but this has been pinched wayward down the left-hand side of the field. Nixo has a touch, but that'll just be that. It's fallen to Fawley, and J-Wubs with a touch. Good save by Moggy, tucked away into the corner now, and they will carry this one downfield, hopefully. Yeah, it doesn't quite bang it this time. A bit more possession on that one. It slows the game down a little bit, but PJ has an opportunity, pitches it low, and Vincey is there to pick that one up.
Well, his first save, and all team Serene has already got one, but it's the output of the shot counter in Berserker's favour. Vincey low boost tops it. 1 second one, not as clean here. So how good is the reserves of Serene here? Past near enough everybody. Vincey's got back, but again the tank is low. Shot on target, and next we can only tip it. Moggy with a decent demo, and it's Moggy who has taken control of the play. He sat there and told his young teammate to sit down.
Good 50 as well, but there was nothing Vincey could do about it. A pre-jump towards that ball, and there was only one way to place it, and that was towards Fall's car. Fall will pick this one up, carrying downfield. Flip reset active, gets it over Nixo, but Vincey will have this one, and it's a tap back into the corner, but Nixo, lack of resource again here, just trying to carry it downfield. It's been a much slower game, a lot less chaos, a bit more structure to both sides here. 0-0 still the scoreline, but I feel like Berserkers had the edge.
Would argue a lot more than just that, but neither side wants to be the one making the mistake. This is a guaranteed grand final spot here. Don't want to throw it away on a mistake here. And Berserkers, the longer they stay goalless here, it's Serene that will fail under the pressure on the majority of this. As Moggy to the backboard for the psycho attempt. Doesn't happen. Once again, the backboard being peppered. Oh, Serene tips it down, and it will be Moggy versus the world here, essentially. Cannot get it. Nixo, likewise, challenging. And a goal by the man himself.
Don't know how that's happened. There's the mistake you were asking for, and it came the way of, I think it was PJ on that sidewall. Didn't get a touch, didn't get anything, just a glance past it, looked at the ball, bye-bye, mate, and Nixo was like, oh, hold my beer, I can slot this one away. 1-0 to Team Serene, but the kickoff favouring Berserk. It's dropped down. J-Wubs has no boost. Moggy will challenge this, and it's all in free air. Moggy had a chance to go for that corner boost if they really wanted to. Didn't really have the pitch vision for that, though. Vincey with a shot, tucked away by Fall.
Well, all their beverages are available if you're interested. And that one by PJ, maybe a sweet touchdown to get something going for Berserkers. A touch upfield. Nixo with low boost, but no demo. Vincey to slow the game down. How much slower do you want it, Serene? Because you got it into your favour. Arguably, it was Berserkers who had the better spell up the play. Infield pass and play to the wing. Back it goes. And PJ is awkward, but still goes for it. Had to, because Serene was building the formation there.
It's a good touch by Nixo to get that one sent back downfield. Moggy's a chance to double this, but it's touched away by Fall, and Nixo will carry this one into the mid. No, not found. Vinci had to avoid a demo. Out of position now. 2-fall it goes. Sent towards the net is a save by Moggy. Tucked away into their right corner and fall. Not making much of that one. Moggy now feeling a bit more comfortable in this 5th game. When the pressure is on, you need a player who's comfortable under that pressure, and it has been Moggy here. With 10 seconds left, it's going to be a large-ditch effort by Berserk to carry this one downfield. It's stuck in the opposite corner, though. Nixo with a shot towards net. Tapped up high, but this ball not quite hitting the ground yet. Floating up, and J-Wobs has a chance towards the net, but Vinci drops that one down. Comfortable as you like it. Okabe finally found structure after that timeout.
I'm just going to say this here, and I don't care if Nixo hears this. I'm disappointed in him. For somebody who has been coached by me for at least, 2 seasons, 10 seconds on the clock, 1-0 up, and you decide to shoot it on target. Where's the low 50? Where's running it into the corner? Surely the game management there. Why are we playing, essentially giving the ball away here? Biggest story of Okami, as we've sat here for the majority of the series here, is about that side of the game. Why take the risk here?
It was. It did quickly pass my mind as to why you've gone for a direct shot at net with a couple of seconds left to go. But like, when you're under pressure, I suppose your brain does some wacky things. Of course, corner ball is absolutely what you want there, but a shot towards net allowed that ball to come forward, allowed Fall to tap it further down the pitch, and as that ball creeps further on with little time left to go, you start getting a bit more antsy about it. But we head to Neo Tokyo, my favorite map in the game, and it has been for a good few years. It's such a beautiful place to have Game 6. There's such a build-up to Champions Field. But whether or not we see that now will be determined on how well structured this Serene side will continue to be.
Or the opposite of that coin. How will the Berserker side fumble to a mistake here? Demo on the back lines off Shireen. They've only left one back. Moggy, there he is onto the ball. Vinci's behind him. How much more comfortable do you have to be if you're a Shireen player knowing that you have a Vinci on your roster?
PJ gets a touch, but Moggy has an opportunity towards the backboard. That backboard free, but PJ was there, storming across the left-hand side of their defensive half. It's broken free now into the corner of Serene. They've got to form themselves well for this, this offensive pressure, completely negated by an absolute Hail Mary of a ball downfield by Moggy, and we'll just challenge that as well. There's confidence in Moggy in the Serene side now in the latter stages, and I like that indeed.
Well, Demo, and he's going to need a bit of confidence here, left alone. Now, of course, by Serene's choice, it was their opposition who caused it for them, as PJ is the first one towards the ball, but being hounded by a Shireen player. I'll fall up. Nixo up likewise. Midfield battle. Vinci's there too. Pop up and over. The Demo has actually helped out Berserkers, but he will be removed for the second time. Demo attempt onto the keeper. Vinci surely an infield pass, but selfishly binds it long here. May pay dividends, but it will go the other direction. Moggy launches that one to the ceiling and keeps it away from their net.
Don't know what happened to Nixo there. Went for a musty, realised too low to the ground and no boost to work with. Was too close to the ball as well. Ended up wave dashing backwards. Moggy pops it up high. The follow will be by PJ, and there's a bump behind. Vinci left awkward. Foley with a shot. Could have put it further behind, but Nixo manages to save that one. It's a scramble on the goal line. That ball rolling dangerously. Nixo has to be careful here. Does well to just slow it right down. No boost to work with, but it falls to Vinci, and it's gone back the other way.
Probably in Shireen's calm is the words screaming time, because they knew they had it onto the ball, and Berserkers may not feel the same way after a touch like that. Backwards infield ball, but it's been left loose here. Bangs it go by Shireen. It's no sense of a touch control. It's getting a one play onto and forcing a mistake not occurring this time around here on the back wall. It should be a player still there. There is by fall. Vinci on the back line. Nixo bumped into the middle. It will be Shireen awkward, but they have got the ball surely.
PJ wasted shot towards net. Nixo will pop this up for Moggy now. Moggy tips it over one off the ceiling. Nixo's there. What is that, buddy? I thought it was going to be a direct shot. Played it slow. And it dropped down, but J-Wob's lack of resource to work with will get a flick over Moggy. Moggy with a bump backwards. It's left awkward for Nixo to take. Does so well. We're looking for a pinch inside. Finds it, but it's a high one. And it's looped around. Moggy now, full tank. Stolen by the resource there. Dropped down off the crossbar. No follow. 2 defenders on the back line.
Well, Serene playing a tad bit cautious. Can you blame them in this environment? For the double, not happening. Vincey for the top left and bar and down.
There he is. He's been quiet for the past couple of games. Exceptional first 3, but when you need them most, he's found the target, and that is well slotted into the top left. Rebound off the crossbar. 1-0 to Serene, and there's been 3 minutes 43 played with no goal. And just like that, has been found by Serene, but Berserk looking to come back stronger here. Nixo carrying this one downfield. Vincey looking for a demo, doesn't find it, but falls awkward, manages to get the touch, and that's an exceptional save under the circumstance.
Although Serene needs to get back in shape here. Flurry of the heart is not good in these environments. It needs to be stone cold and a lack of emotion. Up it goes, faked it down here. Moggy stuck, Nixo needs to cut. Unfield pass and play, and not even shot on target. Berserker's got away with one.
Yeah, there was no boost to reposition for that ball for Vincey, but that is sent directly towards net. Vincey has their second with 39 left to go. And as the time ticks by and the goals rack up, we could be heading to Champions Field.
Just when you might be a Serene supporter and lacking a bit of faith, restored since the time out, but they need to hold on to this 2-0 lead. Is not safe, it's not even fragile, it is nearly something that you just have to hold with everything of fibre in your being at this point. 20 seconds still left, and it is Berserkers on their own back line. Nixo just fires it across here, causing a demo attempt. Oh, this is gorgeous. If you're Serene, you must be enjoying it.
The clock ticking down wonderfully for Serene now. And it's good game management, just kept the ball in the opposition half for as long as possible. And Berserkers, they'll need something now, and it's not gonna come. PJ trying to make something happen, but that's cleared down the other end. Fall with a clear. It will mean nothing. It is consolation at that point. Akabi take another game. It's 3-3 in the series, and thankfully on the mainstream we've got a best of 7 in the upper finals. And who's going to take this one? There is a timeout call. Fall has called a timeout for Giles, and it is a much needed one at that.
Just if you are tuning in, if you may have been guilty of going to the B stream, whether you're a franchise manager, a supporter, or just curious on what was happening over there, a 3-0 Death Cloud, you think happy days. Who's going to drop from this one? Started with a 4-3, 14-second OT for the likes of Team Serene. 3 on the bounce, 3-1, 2-1, 4-3. That was an OT loss. Again, Serene laid 3-0. And suddenly the story turned there, and Jerome, it hasn't been until the last 2 games until Serene has found a bit of form here. 1-0, 2-0, and as you said, a timeout needed here for Jars. What do you talk about if you're on either side of the camps here?
If you're a Akabi, you want to keep the momentum, right? Moggy has found their form late on in the series. They came at a perfect time in game number 5. They managed to just, I don't know, the stars aligned, they locked in, and just like that, everything just started working perfectly for them. Vincey has kind of dropped off the boil a little bit, finding their form in game 6, so they've stepped up again. Nixo, kind of lackluster. Want them to step up a little bit more. For Giles, it is literally the epitome of we need something now. Everything that we've performed in the 3 games that we've won has kind of gone out the window. Fall, you need to organize your players right here and right now. PJ, you're going to need to sort out those mistakes a little bit better. And J-Wobs, you're going to have a bit more solo time on that ball. When you're by yourself, a full tanker boost, go for a crazy play. We need to see something dynamic for Giles to take this game 7. For Akabi, it is stick to what you've got, because right now it is working.
And that's the situation of it. And do you know what? You can be guilty here by either side, essentially, wondering what is going to be happening here. But, spare thoughts here. The winner of this here will have to, reset themselves. Bracket reset's always a possibility, but just one more best of 7. And you know what? That sounds like an easy feat here. It wasn't the case last week here. It went to a the bracket reset. It was a domination in somewhat in the upper final. Was not the case. So it's not always a guaranteed, mind you. Just want to put that as an exclamation point here for everybody. But Jerome's, how does this go?
You're really palming this one off to me.
Oh yeah.
You're palming this one off to me. Well, I said it was a Game 7. It was going to go to Game 7, and I said it was Team Serene that were going to take it. So, of course, I'm going to double down and say Team Serene are going to take this one after an emphatic 3-1 comeback feat. We are in the upper final. The loser of this will face Deathcloud. The winner of this will face a bit of comfort and a potential bracket reset if they do lose, and some time to reset their mental. But here we are then, Game 7 on your screens. We're at Champions Field. Get up and get loud, because we've got entertainment for you right here. Team Serene versus Giles, and the kickoff will go the way of Giles to start things off.
And PJ, no touch, Serene, self-bump already. Understandably, nerves surely. Moggy, considering whether to go for it or not. Soft touch, and he's by the pop himself. He's still on the ball here. Berserkers can't get him off it. Nixo! And it's slightly too wide. That was a beckoning, guaranteed 1-0 lead if he just kept it above the crossbar.
To the premium members still watching and not under this 3-minute ad break, you've got some spectacle on your screens, but for the 2 minutes that everyone else has got left, there's going to be pain and suffering as they're trying to wait for this coverage to be on your screens. But Jobs will get a touch. It's kind of gone straight at that one. PJ, send that one downfield, but we're going to see this a lot now in Game 7. A lot of boom ball, a lot of lack of possession, and the first player to make a mistake will be punished, it feels.
Well, Vinci drops back. Should be a boom downfield. No, somewhat taking chances in this scenario. And it is a looping ball here, so Moggy should have a challenge or shot here. Forced into it by a full 50 here. Vinci low boost, so a flip reset will be the shot, and it's a Serene mistake. Nobody goes back, and I would argue here, Vinci should have went to the back wall here.
It was a good reset by Fall, though it has to be said, off the rear of the car. Tucks it away 1-0. A nice shot by Moggy there in the chat. Bit of respect now, but that respect needs to go out the window. You've taken them all the way. You've done the comeback. You're pushing for this result. If you lose, this is going to be a sting in the mental for sure for any side. But Moggy, the player who stood up in the previous 2 games, looking to keep at that pace. Fall sends this one down the other way. Vinci looking for a pass across. Moggy is up high for this one, but so is PJ. PJ gets the beat, and back downfield it'll go.
Well, Serene playing nervous. You can tell by how that ball was touching the formation of the third man. No pop, low 50, forcing Nixo, low boost here. Tries to get past it. Moggy's awkward. It needs to be a good hit. It was, and Nixo launches it down. So Serene on recuperation mode here. They grab some boost. Moggy launches, ball back down to Serene's final third. It will not be a kind bounce for Vinci. Does, mind you, get the clear, but not the follow through.
Nixo, not with the best of touches. Moggy will be there to tap it off the sidewall. Up high it'll go. Moggy's going for it. Leaves it for Vinci, though. Called off that one. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. Half the game left to go. Vinci will leave this for Nixo, and Nixo will continue grabbing the boost to charge forward. Look at the demo. The opposition doesn't really find anything, though. It's a retreat back, and it's a good save by Nixo. Serene will have to start throwing things forward now. They cannot sit back any longer. Nixo towards the corner. He'll fall wonderfully into the mid, but no one's going to be there to take it.
Vinci sailing from his first touch straight down. Needs to be a 50 for a teammate to follow. The shot wasn't there. Low boost. It's an awkward looping ball for J-Webs to get the cover here. Vinci will be a lot more careful defensively. He knows the second goal against them will be the end of this upper final. It has been a contest outright. It's been a good one at that. But Moggy, one dribble, it will not get through anybody. Vinci and Nixo, back it goes for a defensive hold.
Yeah, J-Wob's not getting another touch. PJ's going to pre-jump that and does win the ball. Nixo will pinch it around the corner. The corner is not where the ball wants to be if you're Serene right now. Moggy with a 50 outfield, and Nixo needs to get something of this. Does so. Will probably have a chance to grab 100 boost. Should have gone for the boost there just to prioritize resource to get another attack for me. But Moggy Gets a touch of Foley, good touch off the ceiling. Vinci has to get there, and they're demoing now Berserkers. They're charging forward. They're opening up the space, and they're slowing down any offense that Serene has.
Soft touch back into the ceiling. 60 seconds is the warning on your screens now. Vinci downfield ball, and J-Web's nearly got caught napping there. Infield pass, surely shot low, and PJ nearly spun out at his own back line. That one's on the ball back into the middle. Moggy no boost, and J-Web's not going for the double. It will lead to Nixo. Touches it across here. Nobody there either. Both sides playing scared.
Yeah, nervy final 30 seconds then, Vinci. We'll get a 50 fall. We'll get a clear and has no boost to work with. Neither does Nixo. There's no resource for two players there on opposite sides of the pitch. Moggy will clear this downfield. It's the best they could do. It falls into space, trying to get the 50. It doesn't find it. 15 seconds here left, Danny.
Back it goes, 50 into the corner. Shireen by J-Webs, the former Shireen man, to put the nail in the coffin, and he has done so. It would be a miracle if something could happen here, but it seems to be Berserker going berserk.
And that is heartbreak for Serene, but there's 10 seconds left, and this is a big ask for Serene. But are their hopes merely crushed? It looks to be the case as the kickoff goes nowhere. Fall with a shot towards net. Vinci will slam it into his own top right corner, and it's 3-0 to Berserk. Serene left half broken as they head towards the lower bracket final to face Death Cloud. But Berserk, they've performed exceptionally well when it mattered most. That timeout buff coming at the perfect time in Game 7. 3-0. They lock tight their defense, they sealed their attack, and they advance to the grand final.
Joe, what the GGs came in by near enough every side there, and Joe, a lot of respect given. But I'll sit here and say the top three sort of side has came through. I would have to put an asterisk there. Not many had Serene to get this far. Only one caster even dare predicted to have that one from the talent pool. Even the podcast on Tuesday of this week had very little to sit there and say anything. But Jeromus, it is still not over, as you rightly said. George will have, give or take, 70 minutes worth of time of break here. The lower final is something to be watching, because two sides who have been essentially proven to be either the favourites or a chip on the shoulder because they've been disgracefully underrated have got to go head to head now.
Absolutely. It's going to be an absolute barnstormer of a lower final. 7 games as well. Serene, they're going to have to pick up their heads, but right now, Fall, your series MVP, played exceptionally well. 28 shots, 6 goals, 5 assists, 11 saves. Showed how much back and forth it was. 28 shots is impressive in a 7-game series as well, but they've done it. Berserkers, they get to the grand final. They have a bracket reset to their name as well. That's going to be comfort for them. Even though they'll have this hour break, it'll be nice to just chill out, watch the game, see how things pan out. But for Serene, this is gonna be painful. This is gonna be a redemption story if they beat Death Cloud, and that is a big if as well, determined on how well their mental can turn around in the next 5 minutes.
Well, certainly is, but unfortunately that's the end of myself and Romus on the commentary booth. A huge shout out to Rapids as well, who's currently unwell but still doing everything possible to bring the action live on Twitch. But there is going to be a change. That will be Tino and former Serene player himself, Vale, covering the lower final to take the action live in there. But that's going to take a few quick minutes, however. We'll see you after this break though.
This isn't just merch. It's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. We're the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Elite Playoffs. I'm joined with Tino. We have our lower finals. It is Deathcloud Nefali versus Team Serene Okami. How are you doing today?
No, I'm doing wonderful here. Two teams fighting their spot for the grand finals here, which you will see later on in this stream. As now all the action has came on from both sides of this RSC today. And now we only have just the solo stream here to show you the lower finals and our grand finals.
Yeah, and it looks like it will be a good one. Two sides wanting to get revenge on Team Berserkers Jarls. Nefali losing to them early on in the day, round one of those upper semis, and then Okami losing their 4-3 as well in that upper final that you just saw. And now we are moving on. Nefali doing their own little lower bracket run. Okami wanting to put it to an end here and now and try get that revenge up in the grand finals. And looking like it'll be a great series.
Yeah, Nefali haven't lost a game since losing to Berserkers Jarls here. They're definitely looking for revenge and they're on fire right now. Whereas Okami did get that 4-2 win over Darkness and just lost in that game 7 in fashion. So two teams here who are in relatively decent form, but it's definitely Deathcloud here with the momentum advantage.
Yeah, win 100%, especially after that game 7 loss. But I'm wondering, how do you think this game's going to go?
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be two teams most definitely who are going to fight for their spot here with everything they have. But I think the momentum that Deathcloud currently has is going to see them off in this series. And I think they're going to take this in 6 games and it'll be 4 games to 2.
That's fair. I don't actually know. I might go for Team Serene this time. I'm thinking it's going to go to 4-3, maybe to Okami. I think this could go all the way. So, with our predictions being said, all of our players ready to go, why don't you say we get game 1 underway and see how this lower finals plays out.
Yeah, two teams here fighting for their playoff spot here. Is it grand finals or bronze medal here? It'll be Nefali in the purple and Okami in the pink. And we can get ready here and getting all the players here for game number 1. 5 minutes is going to be on the clock here. And let's begin our series between these two teams off to the center circle as we start here at Manfield Night for game number 1.
Yeah, and with that kickoff underway, Cal trying to put that pressure on quickly, but it is cut out by Vinci. Moggy up quick for that touch. Rhino having to race back for it. Luke P trying to use his ball dashes to get behind the play. Rhino over 1. The touch is on, but Vinci able to make the save this time. Luke P up into the corner. Can he find the pass midfield? It's off the back wall. Cal is there waiting, but the save is made by that defense. And for now, we stay at a tie game.
Yeah, great defense coming in from Deathcloud here, but that's a Serene counter-attack going to the far side. Straight to Vinci in that corner. He's going to get past 1. Can he get the follow-up to get past 2? Yes, he can. Riley with a bit of work to do there. Gets the reset strike beat off the 1. Gets it now to the middle. Moggy with a shot. And it is DeMarcus here who gets that save to the corner. 50-50 is now coming in from that back line from the side of Deathcloud here as they're in a bit of trouble. And Serene now are going to be able to build off some pressure. Riley's going to be able to get the clearance, and now it's Moggy's turn to try to build something. Gets the touch, tries getting it down low once again, but Luke P's going to be able to get the booming play over to the side. Tries to carry this on, gets the flick over. Is going to try and get this into the middle, can't get the flip. And now it's Rilo to the corner, and it's Serene here who are able to clear off quickly. And it's still 0-0 here with a minute 30 gone.
Yeah, Vinci trying to cut out Cal, does well. Moggy with the shot, but gets blocked away by Rilo. Luke P putting this one downfield. The net is open, but Vinci gets back just in time. And Nixo able to get the 50 that sends that ball downfield into the corner of this Deathcloud side. Nixo with a touch to the back wall. Rilo there waiting. Moggy having to just take his time, but gets pounced on by Rilo immediately. Cal gets 1. Luke P already up from that side wall. Nixo up to the ceiling, tries to lay off a teammate, but Rilo will get to that first, and then Cal brings it downfield. Luke B in the midfield, just gonna let Rilo have that touch instead. Nixo finds one, it gets banged downfield. Both sides hoping to get some early pressure. They're keeping it well. The reset from Rilo tried to get the 50 through, but Vinci gets this one away.
Yeah, and now it's a counter-attack chance for Okami here, but Deathcard able to hold on strong. And now Rilo now with full control tries to get the reset, but doesn't get the reset. In fact, now it's Nix who's able to boom that over to the backboard there, but DeMarcus is going to be able to get the clear. Now, Moggy looking for something here. It goes over to the backboard. Luke P looking for the double tap. It goes into the middle. But Nixo's going to be able to get that booming clear, and now Luke P with a bit of control. But that's a good counter-attack coming from Serene. That's a booming clear, but DeMarcus is going to be able to get the touch. Luke P now, redirect to the side. Rilo now looking for a shot. It's going to go straight to the backboard. That's a drop-down pass straight to Luke P. And it's going to go to DeMarcus with a shot. Straight to the top corner, and that's 1-0 for Death Cloud.
Cal getting at the end of that attempt of an attack. Does well. That placement is perfect. It's off the post. Finds itself in the top corner. And Nefali take the lead. Just over 3 minutes in, sorry, and that one nearly finding its way through again, but Nixo able to stop the attack this time. Luke P keeping it in this Okami's side. Moggy taking one high, doesn't have much boost, so Cal will get there first. Vinci trying to get the clear out, but it just meets Rilo in the midfield to leave it for Luke. But Nixo able to stop the attack this time. Moggy hoping to start a counter for Okami, but it just gets banged downfield once more. Nixo able to meet it, but will not be able to do much else. And it seems as though Nefali are able to start things off hot.
Yeah, Nefali now was able to get that hot start just as people predicted. And now Rilo's going to be able to get that booming clear. Gets the reset, trying to get past the 1 second man. It's not going to be able to do so now. Moggy now with the counter attack. Gets over to the other side here. And now it's Nix who needs to build some pressure for Serene. Gets it to the backboard. Can they get a follow-up touch? Can. It goes over to Vinci, but Vinci was looking away from the play. And now it's his turn. He gets it to the backboard. Can he get the double tap? It goes low, but it is not on target. And now it's Rilo there with the booming clear. And it goes straight over to Nix. Now it's unsuccessful. And now once again, it's Serene trying to build some pressure, but it's all unsuccessful. As Vinci now is going to be able to get the edge over. 30 seconds left on the clock. Okami need to score a goal.
Yeah, and that is not what you want to see. They're stuck in their own half currently. Rilo just going to take his time from the back line up to the sky. Vinci able to meet it there. But Luke P not making things easy for Team Serene. The 10-second countdown ticking, and Luke P gonna get that cleared away. Rilo with control, off to the sidewall, able to get around one. Can he find a way to put this one? Oh no, but it does drop. And Team Death Cloud Esports, Nefali do take game 1.
Yeah, that's game 1 there for Team Nefali as they take the lead in this series early on. And we see here Rilo with the MVP with 3 saves. Wonderful defensive contributions coming from him. Cal with the only goal in this first game. And you see the stats here, very, very dominating compared to the side of Death Cloud when it comes to the pressure. And it was very equal when it came to the field domination, but look at that boost consumption. They had all the boosts in this game. And now Serene with a bit of work to do as they didn't even have that much possession of the ball.
Yeah, and they need to figure things out very, very quickly. Otherwise, there could be some big issues for Team Serene. You could see there the physical play was a bit more for Death Cloud as well. So we'll have to see whether or not they can figure things out. Or will Nefali be able to keep this pressure going and make Okami crack and try and throw off their serenity?
Yeah, certainly so. And now we begin game number 2, straight to the temple. And Serene now needing to find an answer in this game number 2, because they will begin once again straight back into this game. And now it's Cal straight to the middle here looking for Rilo, but it's too far. And now it's going to go to Vinci here with all the control in the world. He tries getting the flip to get past one, but he doesn't get the contact. And now Nyx is going to be able to get that booming clear. Go straight over to Luke, and now Rilo trying to get something there. But Moggy's the one that's going to need to try to get some control. Try looking for the pinch, but he can't get enough of power. And that's the 50 going to the side of Death Cloud here. Can they get the follow-up? No. Cal can't get the shot in time. And Moggy now with a booming clear. Looking for a counter-attack. But Rilo's going to be able to get the clear off to the corner. And now it's good pressure coming in from both sides, but it's still goalless.
Yeah. Now we see Nepheli trying to get out of their own half this time. As Team Serene keeping that pressure alive. Doing a lot better than in game 1. But Cal able to get this one down, trying to make things awkward for Vinci, but it's not going to happen. He gets past 2. It's only Luke P to beat. Moggy not able to get to that ball quick enough, and they have to restart their pressure. But that pass to Vinci isn't going to help. The shot over to Nixo, free for Vinci, and they find the bottom left-hand corner, finding their first goal of the series.
Yeah, they found the answer with a wonderful shot, getting it to that left side. And now it's a tie game here, 1-0. Coming in for Serene. Death Cloud with a bit of an answer to do to try and get this doubled up lead in the series. And now it's Luke P with all the control now, getting it up to the ceiling, trying to take it slam low. Looking for that team pitch at Ryla, but it only goes to the corner, straight to Moggy's control. It's going to try to look for the touch, but now it's going to be Cal, the only person that goes up for it now. Nyx has control of this ball. He's the first one with the touch. Luke P tries going for it, but he doesn't get the touch in time. But now Rylo has a chance to shoot. Tries going low with it, but he doesn't get effective contact or the recovery to control the ball. And now it's Moggy now. Flip, reset. But it gets cleared over to the corner now. Vinci with a booming clear up high. Trying to create something here as Rylo's going to drop it down. It's going to go to the backboard. And nothing's going to be created from that. And now there's a shot there for Cal. Goes straight up to the ceiling. Is there a follow-up? No. As it gets boomed over to the side and the side alone. And no pressure is going to be able to build for Death Cloud here.
Yeah, they need to figure something out quickly. Cal trying to find Luke P on the other side. Does well. Vinci and Nixo having to dive for that. Rylo trying to put the shot on, but it doesn't work out. It doesn't get the placement he meant, so he has to dive now to try and save his team from catastrophe, as Luke P will take control. Finds his way over Nixo, trying to find a way to get this midfield, but it's not going to be allowed by Vinci. Rylo making things awkward for himself. Cal able to stay back and get that one away. Rylo going to keep it high, gets the reset, will take it low, tries to get the touch, but it's not going to be allowed to go near their goal just yet. Cal able to push that one away this time. As Moggy, no touch coming through, leaves Nixo in an awkward place, has to dive on that as Cal, no 50 just yet, and we see Team Serene is hanging on to their 1-goal lead for now.
Yeah, but they're holding on to this lead just here as now it's Luke P over to the side. Rylo gets it to the backboard, but there's no follow-up here. Now that's going to get cleared over to Moggy, who's looking for the shot. That's going to go a bit too high. Is there a follow-up? No. It's only going to be Rylo with the control, as he's going to take it up to the ceiling. He's going to try to take this one low. And now Luke P gets that catch. Gets it to try and gets into the far side, but he can't create anything. And now it goes into the middle once again. DeMarc is the only one with the shot. Cal ties up the game. And now Death Cloud have an answer.
They finally break through this Team Serene half. Able to get this one home. A minute 30 remaining. Equal scoreline, and we'll see whether or not either side can find their way through. Currently Nepheli having a shot extra, but it hasn't worked out too well for them just yet. Both sides on a goal each. Rylo with an amazing save, able to dive down on that, will continue it to try get the pressure alive, but Moggy able to get that cleared away just in time before the shot comes through from Luke B. Cal taking his time on that corner. Rylo will take over, finds a way over 1, tries to get the 50, does well, gets pushed into the Okami corner. Moggy the first player to it, but Luke B able to stop any sort of clear. Cal, that's a big whiff, didn't read the drop properly, and now we see Rylo laying it off to Luke. The shot is on, but Moggy a great save. Cal staying with it, tries to get that into the midfield, not able to this time, but it seems as though Nepheli are looking a lot better.
Yeah, Nefelli now getting into their stride here as this game progresses here and as this series also progresses. Moggy's the one who has to be the last man here. And now, lack of a physical game really coming in from both teams. They really try to go over mechanics and then straight destruction. And now Luke P's going to be the one to take it over to the back board, trying to look for something late. Goes over to the ceiling now, but Moggy's going to be the one with the touch. Going to get cleared over to the far side. And now it's Serene who have the winning chance here. That's a great save from Rylo. Is the follow-up there? It's dropping down. There's the shot. What a save from Luke B. As Nix is going to take it over to the corner. Is there anything else? No. We've got overtime in game 2.
Overtime indeed, exactly what we needed to see and what we all wanted from this type of game. The pressure on the line. Moggy with the shot, Rylo able to make the save. Nixo trying to get that midfield, but Vinci not able to dive on it just yet. The 50 goes in favor of Nefelli. Vinci able to take one touch though. Luke P trying to start a way to get out of their own half as he does so now. No reset, but it does touch over Moggy. Vinci able to help him out though as Rylo trying to start a counter-attack. It doesn't work out too well. Cal misreading that completely, gives Vinci an open net, and Team Serene take game 2.
Yeah, wonderful there coming from Vinci to seize the mistake coming in from Cal. Open net there for him, and now it's 2-1 to Serene. They take the win in overtime, and they will tie up this series 1 apiece here. As we see the end game stats here, is Vinci with the MVP this time, and he gets 507 points with 5 shots and 2 goals. He's the only goal scorer for his team. And we see there more control of the ball and more shots coming in from Serene, and it's them who were able to build more of the pressure. 9 shots compared to 4. Wonderful pressure coming in from Serene to take this game.
Yeah, and just before this as well, it seemed as though Nefelli were going to do well. They had 3 shots to Serene's 2 earlier, so Serene only took 1, I believe that was 1 more shot, unless I'm completely misreading it. No, I am completely misreading it. That is my bad. It seems as though after the overtime started anyway, Serene were able to put on a lot more pressure in comparison, and you could tell it worked out. They were destroying Nefelli there, and we'll have to see whether or not they can keep that pressure alive.
Yeah, as we go into game number 3 here, we go straight to the DFH for once again these two teams to induce battle. We can get everyone back into this series. Game number 3 calls us. And let's start this up once again here. Center circle once again. 5 minutes on the clock. DFH shows who controls the series. And let's begin.
Indeed, we shall. Rylo immediately called to action with the save against Vinci. But Luke B gonna take his time over Nixo. Tries to find Cal over on that corner, but not able to get that midfield. Rylo immediately up for that in the midfield, trying to figure some sort of way out. Moggy a great 50. Luke P off to the sidewall, tries to continue the attacking pressure. Rylo able to try get that centered, but not able to get past the defense just yet. Moggy clearing that one down long as the pass over to Luke. The back wall touch, but no shot comes through. And Team Serene able to stay alive so far. Rylo not gonna let it up just yet though. Luke P trying to get one touch. Moggy up forward instead. Finds a touch to the back wall. Misread from Cal, but the touch this time saves Nefelli's, and they are able to keep this at a tie score.
Yeah, still a tie score here, but that's the demo on the back line from Luke P. And Rylo's going to be able to start the scoring here. Wonderful pressure coming in from Death Cloud. Luke P is going to be able to get the extra touch and the bump to prevent the save. And it's 1-0 to the side of Death Cloud here as we get back into it. 3:45 left on the clock. Serene with a bit of work to do here. As now this goes over to the Serene side once again, but Nick's going to be able to boom this straight over to Moggy. He's going to try to get some control, gets the read on the backboard, looking for the double tap. but only goes as far as the right side. And now Vincey with a bit of control gets it up to the ceiling. Luke P now can get the second touch. Can he get so? He can, and it's in! And it's 2 goals the better now for Death Cloud.
And oh my word, Luke P able to make that one count. Moggy gets it touched, but it's not enough to push it away. And Deathcloud now up and out of the discomfort zone. They have some sort of space to give themselves a breather. Rilo gonna try add to it as Cal finds one touch. Luke P is waiting, the shot is on, but Nixo gets it out. Rilo gonna chase that one down in the midfield. Moggy finds one, it's out to Nixo. The shot is on, but it's to the bar. No follow-up means Rilo gets that one away. And the touch is attempted, but it seems as though Okami just about can't get it away.
Yeah, Barley there. Great defense coming in from that side as they're able to get this booming clear. Now Luke P booming clear, and now Vincey needs to get the clear, which he does. And now Demolition coming in from Rilo there. They're trying to build some pressure. That's a good shot attempt. And it's going to be saved off by Vincey there. He was looking for the top shelf. And now Nix needs to get a booming clear and try to get some control of this ball to get this out. He gets past one, tries to get the dunk over 2. It's Vincey now with a shot attempt, but Cal is going to be able to get back there in time. And now Luke P trying to build a counter attack up. Cal is going to be able to get a booming clear over to the side. Tries to get in the pop. He goes straight over to the side wall. He doesn't get it behind him. And now it's Muggy now with the redirect possibilities. He gets it only to the middle, but Rilo's the only one that's going to be there. And now it's Luke P with another shot. Great save off the top corner, but the follow-up is through. Rilo makes it 3-0 for Death Cloud.
And they are doing exactly what they needed after that last game. They're able to push forward and make Okami hurt. 3-0, just over 2 minutes remaining. And Team Serene need to figure things out, otherwise it could become even worse. As that one gets cleared downfield, Cal able to get one touch, Vincey's on it, able to stick with it. Rilo, a great 50, Luke is there for it as well, tries to flick it over, but not able to this time. The double commit doesn't help, and it doesn't even get too far. The shot is on, but Nixo able to keep that one out as Moggy going downfield. Gonna try start some pressure for Team Serene. Does well to get past one. Tries to find the bump, but not able to this time. The pass is out to Nixo, but Rilo gets it away as Cal gonna try get this out of their own half. It's a big whiff coming through, but Rilo a great save. And Nixo just gonna keep the attacking pressure alive. They need to find something now or never. Moggy finding the shot, and they do indeed find one eventually. And they have a sliver of hope.
Yeah, they've got an answer to Death Cloud's hounding pressure here with that goal from Moggy. Great pass into the middle. And it's a good shot coming in from that team. As now they cut the lead down to 2. And they need to build some answers here now. Moggy's going to take it up to the ceiling. Tries looking for the reset. He doesn't get it. But it's going to go all the way to Nix there. It's a good pass. But Ryder's going to be able to get a clear overage, but it's not that powerful. As that's a pinch, and it's in! And now it's a 1-goal game!
Oh my word. They came from nothing, and somehow they find a way through once again. Cal, no save to be found. And it's a 1-goal game, a minute remaining, 2 goals in the span of 14 seconds. Means they get some chance at coming back from this one, but that is not gonna help. You can see all 3 players committing to the play there from the Valley. The bump attempt from Luke, Cal with the touch, and Rilo with the finish. Nixo not able to avoid all 3.
Yeah, no, it's a 3-on-1 chance there for Death Cloud, and they're able to see that go through. And now it's Cal once again trying to look for something, but Nick's going to look for the shot straight away. Luke's going to be able to get the clear, and now that's open after the demo, and Vincey's going to be able to score, and now it's 4-3.
And it's a 1-goal game once again. Vincey able to follow that one up. And now Nefeli just need to hold on for 41 seconds. Otherwise, Okami have found their way back as that Nixo able to get the fake out, but Rilo is there waiting. Moggy not able to find one touch, but that is incredible for Rilo. Oh my word, Rilo! The flick and then gets past Moggy, finds a flick over Vinci, chases down Nixo instead of trying to touch the ball, and finds the bump, giving Cal a free open net. And with 30 seconds left, they regain that 2-goal lead.
Yeah, now it's 2 goals the better now. Once again for Deathcard, they've regained that side of lead. Rylo with brilliant play coming in from him with the solo play and the bomb. And now it's Cal who's going to be able to try to build some more pressure for Deathcard here. He's going to take up to the ceiling. He's going to go infield. That's a shot from Luke P. And that's all but over now for game 3. And Farley should be able to have the advantage.
That will make the series 2-1 to Death Cloud Esports. And you have to say, this game, they truly deserved that shot, as Luke P having 8 shots currently. They've held that pressure for so long, making Okami struggle, as Cal pushing this one downfield once more, hoping to maybe find one last shot, but it doesn't matter. The ball drops, Nefeli go and take game 3.
Game number 3 going to Nefeli here. As we see the end game stats, it's Rylo with the MVP. 3 goals, 3 saves on 3 shots, 100% shooting and an assist as well. He was involved in 4 of the 6 goals for Deathcard. But you see here that pressure coming in from them. It's equal shots there, but you see Luke P has the same amount of shots as Nix and Moggy combined. He was the one really being able to build that pressure when it comes to the offensive end. And both teams there really defending well. It was a great game coming from both. It's a 9-goal thriller. And it's Nefeli who take the advantage in the series.
Yeah, and a well-deserved advantage at that. And we'll have to see whether or not this game will hurt either side. Team Serene need to win this next one to stay away from being on the verge of elimination, as Nefeli looking to find match point as we go to DFH Stadium, one of the better maps in that's Utopia Coliseum, my apologies. And they're hoping to send themselves forward in this series.
Yeah, game 4 here, Utopia Coliseum. Deathcard looking to get themselves to match point. Serene looking to tie the series. And now Nix gets the reset. Does he get the second? It doesn't matter because that ball's too high for him. And now Milo is looking for some more control here. He's trying to kill him off the momentum from that game number 3. And now Luke get that catch off the wall. Takes it to the side here. And now it's Nix. Once again, Rilo getting the 50. And now over to the backboard here is Moggy, who's popping that one high. And the Deathcard defense looks panicked here, but they're able to get it out just in time. And now it's Cal who's going to be able to try and get a shot attempt. He gets that one touch. He was trying to be able to control it, but he couldn't get there in time. And now Cal can get the touch here to try and follow this up. Gets it off the ceiling. Looking for the reset, but it's not going to be successful here once again. And now it's going to be Rilo taking it over to the corner. He's going to get into the middle. But he's not going to be able to build some pressure. And now DeMarcus Cal is going to be able to take that to the side, but it's not going to be effective pressure. And we go again here, but that's a terrible touch coming in from the Deathcard defense. But they clear it out in time, and they're able to get away with murder there.
Yeah, just about able to survive that one, as Rilo gets that cleared away. Cal finds the shot, but Vinci able to get back just in time, as Luke B, the reset comes through, tries to play the 50 with Moggy, but it doesn't work out in his favor, as it does get cleared right back to his half. Rilo finds one touch. That's a big miss from Vinci. It gives Rilo a free shot, but Nixo able to get that cleared away for now, as Moggy trying to start counter-attacking pressure. Cal first to that ball. Luke P stays with it. The miss from Luke gives Cal a free touch. Rilo is there. The bump on Nixo, but the Moggy able to get back in time. And we see this stay at a tied game.
Yeah, we still have a tie game here, but that's a save from Rilo here, and now that's a Serene counter-attack possibility. Moggy's going to be able to take that up, looking for the edge of a bump. but it's not going to be successful there. Rilo saved a brilliant shot attempt coming in from Declan. That should be the goal, but it's not going to be such, and now it's 0-0. Cal now trying to build something else here. Deathcard here need to get a goal there from that mistake. But now it's Serene looking for some pressure. Moggy's trying to get the bombs going. They get them to the corner. They're a bit panicked. But they're not going to be able to do something with that ball because now Cal still has control of this. He's going to pop this over one. Gets bumped, however. Can he follow this? And once again, he gets the 50 over Vinci. Is there anyone with a shot? No. But it's Serene who's going looking for the shot because Moggy's trying to get it clear, but it goes over to the backboard. Still 0-0 and half-time has passed.
Yeah, and it seems as though Deathcloud, I'm trying to keep that pressure alive. It's 6 shots to 1. Make that 2 as that is saved away from Rilo. He's gonna be called to action once more as Nixo plays it to the corner. Tries to pop it up high for Muggy, but he can't turn quick enough to get a shot off, so Luke B gets that cleared away. The touch from Vinci, not a good one as Cal is under it immediately. Moggy, no touch this time, so Luke P having to take his time. Gets past 1, tries to get the 50 with Vinci, but it does get away from him for now. And we find ourselves back in the Nefelli half. As the pass to Vinci, back to Moggy, but Cal able to get in the way on sign. And he takes it high, trying to find someone in the midfield. Luke able to try find a touch, but it gets cleared out. Rilo is there waiting into the corner. Tries to leave it centered for Luke B. The reset, tries to get the 50, but not able to this time. And Moggy, the shot on, Rilo with the save. Cal trying to start it down the other side, but it won't work out just yet. And we stay tied with a minute remaining.
Yeah, we're still even here. It's still goalless here, but there's been so much pressure coming from both sides. End to end here. That's a good chance there, but Ryder's going to be able to get the save. He's going to try to follow this one up there, but there's a 50 from Vinci. He's still trying to build some more pressure. And now it's Nix's turn. Tries for the shot, but gets donked. And he gets the bump there. Moggy's going to try to get this into the middle, looking for the Doomsy. But Ryder's going to be there in time. He's going to try to pop this one high, but Vinci's there for the challenge. Deathcard here, locked into their own box, but now Luke P can look for the counter-attack. That's a booming clear to the far side. 30 seconds left. Deathcard take the lead in game 4.
Oh my word, Nefelli on the verge of match point. 30 seconds left in this game. And Okami, you are under so much pressure right now. And I don't mean pressure in game. I mean your tournament lives are on the line. Luke able to get that 50 away. Cal clearing it long. Nixo finds one touch onto his back wall. The save as well from the shot. Moggy turning on that one from the midfield. Will try get this into the center. No touch just yet as it does get put on target. But Luke P able to get it away. This countdown ticking down. Just needs to let this ball drop now for Nefelli, and they will do it. Match point. Triple match point for Nefelli.
Yeah, they take this game to match point here, as now they only need one to get their rematch with Berserkers here. As it's all to play for now in this series. Serene needing 3 games in a row to see off Nefelli, but it's Nefelli with all the control here. It's Ryder with the MVP once again, 3 saves and 2 shots. And he wasn't able to get the goals this time, but no one was really getting any output going. But you see there, most of the pressure was really coming from the side of Deathcloud. But Serene did definitely have more field possession. So it's just a thing of what happened there when it came to being on the ball rather than trying to make pressure.
It's rare to see, but Okami look like they aren't taking their time out. They think they can come back from this. They have 1 life remaining.
No, they have.
Have they?
Timeout.
Where was it mentioned?
Moggy just sent it out. Very late though.
I don't see this.
They've just texted timeout, yeah. They took the 2 minutes.
I see now why I didn't see it.
Yeah, they put it on the Rocket League chat. But yeah, 2 minutes now. Timeout time going. 2 minutes of talking about your play, talking about your strategies here, because you cannot lose any more games at this moment. You're at tournament live here. There's no more chances for you here. You need to win 3 straight. You need to send this series to Champions Field, and you need to take it then at that game 7. But for Nefali here, all they need is one from the next 3, and they'll take the series.
Yeah. And they are going to need to figure out something quick. They have a minute 25 remaining of that timeout, as you can see there on your screens. And I think they just need to try figure out how to get past the speed anyway of Nefeli. What do you think they need to kind of talk about, try figure out?
Well, they need to use the offensive output for more shots and more goals here, because they're getting the field domination, they're having control of their boost, but they're not doing anything to actually get the ball into the back of the net. And that's the one thing you need in Rocket League. You can't be having more, the winner's not the person who has more percentage of the ball, it's not the possession of who has the more shots. It's about who scores more goals. That's the simple way of winning games in Rocket League. And now you see here, there's a bunch of work to do coming from the side of Okami here, but for Death Cloud, it's just a thing of seeing off this series, being able to cool off your nerves, and taking yourself to the grand finals.
Yeah, and with this timeout nearly done, 20 seconds remaining, they're going to need to figure out just whether or not they can bring this one back, the reset of their mentality realistically. And it seems as though that it's just gonna be a little bit of a difficult task, to say the least. The timeout over, and we'll see going into game 5 back in Beckwith Park Midnight whether or not Okami find their way back, or will Nefeli send them home now?
Yeah, certainly so here. As we begin game number 5 here, back at Bethwick Park, we're in the shades of midnight here. Can the Death Cloud be able to take over in this series now? As Luke P getting that into the middle, it's going to go straight to Cal, who's going to be able to go for the shot, but he doesn't make contact in time. And now it's Rilo here is trying to create something, but that's not going to go through. And it's Death Cloud here with some early pressure here. But Serene, they're the ones that really need to be on offense.
Yeah, and as you say that, Moggy trying to start some offense of his own, but it gets cut out. Nixo not able to do too much either. Rilo able to start some sort of counter-attacking pressure as Luke finds one touch. Moggy gets that sent downfield. Vinci tries to get the redirect, but Cal will beat him out to it. Rilo finding one extra touch, but Nixo is able to stay up for it. Vinci taking it high. It seems like a lot of a dogfight right about now. Everyone taking to the skies, no matter who they are. And it seems as though it isn't working out for either side. We'll try and see, can they find some sort of way to break through, as Nixo, the shot blocked off by Luke P this time. Rilo trying to find the bump. Cal, last man back, dives down on that 50. Rilo trying to get that touch, keeps the pressure in the Okami half, does well as Nixo, no boost on in the tank, will stay with it. Rilo finds the touch to Luke. The shot is saved by Vinci, and Okami stay alive for now.
Yeah, but it's Death Cloud here. We're able to build more pressure here. Now there's a double demo, and there's the ball coming in. There's the air dribble from Luke P. Tries going for the reset, but he didn't get the ball into the net in time. And now there's a 50-50 coming in from 2 Death Cloud teammates here. That's going to go back. Serena have the chance. They have full tanks. They have the chance to create something. But the second man's too far low. They're looking to try and prevent it, losing this game rather than winning this game, it seems, because of that such low block here when it comes to the pressure. Now Moggy trying to create something here, but that third man now is all the way back to try and hold off the defensive counter-attacking possibilities, so they can't build any more pressure. Now it's Cal to the backboard here. Who's going to be there? It's going to be Moggy to get the clear. And now Rilo looking for something. Nix needs to get the touch. He does. And now he's going to try and create an open shot, but that's not going to go through here. And now Serena getting themselves back into this game, but still 0-0.
Yeah, it is indeed, as the attempted pressure from Okami coming out. They're not able to get anything too dangerous just yet, as Nixo gets past one, but the 50 will find its way to Cal. Can't get past Moggy. It's in this half now, dangerously for a long period of time, but Luke able to get a 50 to try and reset it for a second. Rilo gets it downfield. Vinci with control will take his time, able to flick it over Cal, not able to get past Rilo just this time. Luke B with the 50 is dropping down, and they are keeping this pressure alive. Nefeli trying to stay alive, get this series done and dusted. A minute 35 left on the clock as Luke P off his own back wall, trying to get past Nixo, not able to. Vinci not going to turn for that one as it goes downfield. Luke P into the corner, staying there, trying to get this centered, but Rilo will have a better chance. Nixo will get that one away for now, and Moggy just trying to be a bit of a nuisance at that back line. Nixo finding one touch onto the side. Luke P getting one forward as Cal keeping it there, keeps it in this Okami half. They aren't letting them escape now. The pressure mounting for Deathcloud, a minute remaining, and it seems as though these two sides are indistinguishable right now.
Yeah, certainly so here. It's still 0-0 here. Serene looking to hold on to their tournament lives. Deathcloud looking to see out this series. And now, Rilo pops that up to the side. And now, DeMarcus is going to be able to get that clear over to the side. And now Monkey's going to try and get some pressure going. But Rilo's going to get the booming clear. 30 seconds left here. And now, it's still 0-0 here. It's looking like we're seeing it overtime. But Cal might have something to say about that. But Monkey gets the save. And that's going to be vital when it comes to the side of Serene.
Yeah, and both sides looming. OT on the way. The pinch attempt nearly finding its way in, but it's not for Okami this time. That ball just needs to drop, and we have overtime in Game 5.
Yeah, no team able to score here, so we're going to overtime. And now Monkey looking to see off this game here. Good shot, but Cal's going to be able to get the save in time. And now it's going to be Nix who's going to try and get something going. But Cal's going to get that straight to the side, but that's going to go straight back to Nix. And now Rilo getting that 50 is going to go straight down. Needs to get cleared off, and it's going to be a brilliant one to the corner. Luke B now getting that corner read. But Nix is going to be able to get that touch now. Infield pass chance for Cal! He scores and sees up the series as Deathcloud taking in 5.
And Deathcloud Esports will have their chance to fight with death once again with Charles in the grand finals. They find themselves looking for revenge, and Team Serene unable to get back up where they were, and we see them figuring it out and try to maybe get Charles a bit lacking, shall we say, as they have had that hour to relax. But very well played to Deathcloud Esports. You can see there they were all over them from the beginning. Were able to keep control in the games that they won and didn't mess up that time at closing the series out. Team Serene, your tournament is over. Nefeli, you have one more chance to get that bracket reset and crown yourselves kings of the tier.
Yeah, certainly so. We're ready to see the MVP of our series here. It's gonna go to Rilo here. 4 goal contributions out of Deathcloud's 10 goals with 3 goals and then assists, 14 saves coming from him, a defensive masterclass coming from him with 2,300 points. That's wonderful stats coming in from my MVP. And if there's one person that you definitely want to see showing off in these next possible 2 series with the grand finals and the bracket reset, he's going to be the man that you must fear going against the Berserkers Jaws here. But that will conclude this series here. It's a wonderful showcase coming in from Deathcloud. They take this series 4 games to 1 here. As we can see what that's done to our bracket here for this Elite Playoff Saturday. as we have seen so far. We saw up around one at the beginning. We saw Charles take down Nefelli in that earlier series 4-3. We will see that rematch again, and Okami beat Darkness 4-2. That's how everyone got here with the upper finals, but that lower bracket run that Nefelli's been going on has been so dominating. They've only dropped one game and won 10, and they get to that grand finals where they will rematch Berserkers Charles. Okami have crashed out in both finals and have not made the grand finals, and this will be a wonderful series.
It will indeed, but we are going to go to a break first, and we'll see you all very, very soon. Thank you so much, Tino, for joining me on this series, and don't go too far. Maybe go have a drink or a snack, and then we will be right back with the grand finals.
This isn't just merch. It's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak.
Let's go, John. Well, what a day it has been across the elite tier, and now it is time for an elite grand final like no other. As you've already seen probably a couple of seconds ago, thanks, Raids. My name is Hodge. Joining alongside me for this grand final is, of course, Char. Char, what a series, what a grand final that we have ahead of us here today.
I mean, it's gonna be a good grand final. I already want to go home, thanks for Raids. But we'll stick it out for this elite grand final. It should be a very, very good one. If we pull up our bracket quickly, just kind of summarize what we've got to, what the action, I guess, has been today. We've got, obviously, Jarls and Nefelli in our grand final, a rematch of that upper final that went the distance to Game 7. Jarls being the one to take that in the end, and then actually going Game 7 again against Akami in that upper final, who beat Darkness 4-2. In the first round of the lower bracket, we had Legacy and Carbo taking the win over Bruffus and Summit, both in Game 5. Then Darkness swept Legacy and Nefelli swept Carbo, so both of the upper teams dropping down and sweeping those lower bracket teams. Then Nefelli continued their sweeping momentum by taking out Darkness, and then dropped one game to Okami, beat them 4-1 to set up a rematch here in our grand final with Team Berserkers.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one to see. A match that went the distance all the way at the start of the day. Was a great first series to watch on the B stream earlier on. I believe you got to cast that, right? And it was certainly an explosive one. So hopefully we're going to get the same here again. But we're just going to jump straight into predictions because we've got the players, we've got the teams in the lobby ready to go. Char, I mean, first series, how do you see this one going?
Right, RSC 17. 4 out of 4 grand finals have gone
to the chase. Come on.
It's happening again. 4-3 Nefelli. Let's go.
I'm going to go 4-2 Nefelli for this first series. I feel like this is a grand final where we just, regardless, are going to see a bracket reset. I think the second series, it could be a little bit more up in the air, but I think it's all going to depend on the first series to sort of set the scene for this grand final, first of all. But who knows? Berserkers have been absolutely electric all day, and I would not be surprised to see them take it. Ray's, you've mixed the predictions up, you put them the wrong way around, but yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Berserkers take this one at all, Char. It's going to be a fun one. It really is. But I think there's no time like the present, right? We've got to start this grand final. We've got to kick things off. Two teams who have dominated the elite tier, two teams who have been sort of favorites in a lot of people's minds, and two teams who now clash one more time here in the grand finals for all the marbles. The elite grand final begins now.
Yeah, we're getting on the pitch for game number 1. The end of this series, we will be able to crown our elite champions. And okay, I thought Rilo wasn't going to be here, but Rilo is here. We're able to get underway. We have all our players here, and we are starting game number one. One best of 7, potentially 2 away from either Team Berserkers or DeathCloud Esports crowning themselves champions of the elite tier and crowning themselves our 5th and penultimate RSC champions this season.
Yeah, into game number 1 of this grand final we go. And as we just saw in that last game in the lower finals, it was DeathCloud who came back from a resurgence like they've been doing all day here. Took on Team Sereno Kami in that lower final and, you know, for the most part, dispatched them. 4-1, I believe the final scoreline was there. And DeathCloud are looking in great form after they were knocked down to that lower bracket by this Team Berserkers roster earlier on today. Now they're hunting for revenge.
Yeah, and in that series, it went the distance all the way to Game 7, and it was just a coin flip matchup. Either of these teams really could have taken that one home. And you saw DeathCloud, they dismantled that Okami team. Like you say, Berserkers struggled against Okami. They only got past them in another Game 7. So, Jarls, they've had to go through 2 Game 7s just to make it to this point, whereas Nefeli, they've kind of stormed through that lower bracket since being dropped down. So, I'd say going into this, Nefeli, they have a lot more momentum, but Jarls is a roster of quality that can just completely negate that if they're playing on their game. So they'll be looking to start it off. No goals yet, and nothing really from either team to shout about too much in the opening stages of this game.
Well, let's see. It's going to be DeathCloud who bring things in field, but J-Webs collects, finds the reset, tries to find it underneath Cal D, but it's going to be picked up there. Nonetheless, it is DeathCloud who want to get this sort of out of their half and get back on the attacking side, and Rilo has been able to beat everybody and get it down to the opposing side. It's the first goal of this grand final, and it comes to the side of DeathCloud.
Yeah, Rilo able to just take it down through the open net, walk it in, and start off the scoring here for Nefeli. Now, maybe another one. That's a big boom. PJ has to match it. Cal on the backboard trying to put it down. PJ's there for it, though. Luke gets 50 by Fall. Fall chasing it again into the middle. J-Wobs can't get the shot, though. PJ's on it. Off the side one. No double tap coming through. Cal trying to get it out. Luke has a lot of space here. Can't do much with it, though, as Fall does really well to close it down really quickly. J-Wobs can't get it past Rilo. Now another shot from Fall, but Cal making the save. Jarls, they're pushing hard for this equalizer, but DeathCloud defense is strong and their offense is even stronger.
Yeah, it's a firing start here from DeathCloud as they double up on their early success in game number 1. They are here to play in the grand finals, Char. And you know what? It's an interesting storyline as well. We've got a defending elite champion in this lobby in the form of Rilo. Last season on Brave, went the distance in a bracket reset alongside Rapids are in Exile to claim the trophy in his very first season. Now looks to double up here in this season as well and keep that 100% win rate intact. And he's got a long way to do it, just like last season from the lower bracket. And it's going to be a long, hard-fought grand final. That's certainly for sure. But good to see them starting out on the front foot here as they almost find a third there, but it is kept out by the Berserkers.
Backboard, no second touch from Cal, but that's a shot for Luke. Not enough to get past PJ on the goal line now. Now Fall into the middle, trying to find J-Wells. That's a shot! And that is a lovely, lovely play for Jarls to get their first of the grand final.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's the response down the other side here from Berserkers. And J-Web's able to find the back of the net. Half that lead that Nefeli had. And now we have to see if, you know, they're going to start to cook things up a little bit more here, Chart. 1:30 still left on this clock. Still plenty of opportunities for both of these sides. And for one of them, it's just clawing back at that lead that Nefeli has. And for Nefeli, It's about extending that lead, giving themselves some assurance, and, well, almost able to do that, but now it's panic stations because it might come back to bite them as Fall pops it up. J-Webs tries to follow up on the play, and it's back in the field to PJ for the shot, but Luke P says no. Follow-up also kept out. It is a brilliant display of offense versus defense here as this side of Jarls hunt for the equalizer and come home with nothing.
Yeah, and they're not making it easy here for Nefelli to hold on to this lead. More pressure coming through. Fall, nice first touch, just dropping it down, looking for a teammate, but no one is there. Cal manages to clear it away. Fall doesn't have the boost to chase that pass from J-Wobs, and now maybe a reset double commit from Jarls, but J-Wobs a few really nice touches in the midfield. Time ticking away for Jarls. They have 20 seconds to get one back or they will be falling to a one-game deficit in this series. Luke trying to add another one, can't get it though. One last chance here for Jarls, but Rilo will send it right back to their half. J-Wobs into the middle. Cal keeps the pressure on. Cal maybe with a shot just to the backboard. They need to keep it up. Fall trying to take it forward, gets it into the corner, trying to put it into the middle. Cal's up for it. He drops it down. Nefelli take game one.
They absolutely do. Death Cloud Nefelli storming into the lead of this grand final after an amazing lower bracket run to get here, Chart. You look back on their day as a whole, we looked at the bracket beforehand, right? They dropped to Team Berserkers in that upper round one earlier on today. And, you know, it was a close fought series, went to game 7, but they've been on a bit of a mission of resurgence since, right? And to get back to this point, it's not easy. It requires a lot of mental resilience, a lot of hard work. And I feel like already they're showing that they're ready to you know, overcome the team that haunted them earlier on in the day and get it done.
Yeah, and there are two types of teams when you get knocked down into that lower bracket from uppers. There's the team that capitulates and just goes out, and there's the team that really puts up a fight. And, well, there's not just two, there's a few, but there's also the team that really digs in and starts dominating that lower bracket and says, right, we want another shot at this. They always wanted this rematch, and it comes here in the grand finals. They swept the first series in the lower bracket, swept the second, only dropped one game in the third. Since losing that series to TBK, they've only lost one game in the entire tournament, and that's continued into the start of this series. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Let's find out. Is PJ already having a bit of trouble in the corner there as everyone's very far committed to that front post from TBK, but it will be J-Webs to give them a little bit of an escape there, and downfield it's caught there by Cal D. But aggression already starting to swing back the other way as Death Cloud had an early sort of little bit of pressure, but it'll be Berserkers who will quite happily see it down the other side. Full sets up that double collected by Cal D, but it's just back and forth here in the early stages of game number 2. And yeah, we're just looking for that first chance, that first shot, that first real threat here on the Temple.
J-Wobs trying to take this one forward, gets a nice dunk on Luke as well. That's sent out to the corner, that's awkward for Nefelli. That's into the middle. Cal will be first to it and just send it right back down. PJ does well to keep it in. J-Wobs now has time, has space, has boost, pops it to the backboard, but Cal able to clear it in the long way. PJ forced into the save. Both teams just trading back and forth right now, neither able to really worry the defense.
Certainly the case. Picked up there by PJ. Gonna get this one past Cal D. Luke P also trying to challenge, but PJ has got this one popped up. Fall with a fake. J-Webs trying to sort of, you know, intervene as well, but it's got to be careful in that sort of position. Fall takes out Cal D there on that rotation back and allows Team Berserkers to sort of keep this attack going a little bit longer here. They're not done with this one just yet, or maybe they will be, because Rilo has just sort of picked their pocket completely. Touch up to the sidewall. It's going to drop down, but it's just going to be both of those teams continuing to hunt for sort of glory here. And, you know, when we look at the standout players in this matchup, I look back to the Elite Top 25 list that they sort of had a community podcast, I guess, Char, and made a couple of weeks ago, right? There's two players that are standing out on this matchup for me. It's Rilo and Fall, the second and third, but ranked by most players in the tier. and I think they've showed it all throughout today. Going to be looking for them to have good performances in this grand final as well.
Yeah, Cal to the backboard, lining up the double tap. Maybe he gets the second touch, but not enough power on it, and Fall able to turn it away. J-Wumps now can't get it past Rilo. That's to the backboard, another double tap attempt, but PJ this time is the one to say no. Cal puts it down into the middle, but Fall is onto it. Both of these teams right now, they're kind of locked in a little bit of a stalemate. They're both playing really solid defensively, but both lacking just that little bit of creativity to get past and get that goal in the offense. We're still only on 5 shots between both teams so far, with 3 minutes gone. Make that 6, but yeah, both teams, they need to kind of step up the creativity here if they want to get past these defenses, because the defense is so solid right now.
Certainly is. PJ is going to play that 50, allow Fall to take over, who gets it back down. J-Web's to intervene. It would be, well, tried to be caught there by PJ, but it's been sort of exploited in the back lines, and Caldi puts a shot towards net, picked up there by J-Webs, back into PJ. He's going to try and get this one going. The attack starting to brew, but kept out, like you say there, Char, beforehand. It's great defensive Rocket League being played by both of these teams, but something's got to give at some point in the next minute. You've got to feel like...
Yeah. Will we see the overtime? Cal doesn't want to take us there, trying to get that second touch into the middle for Luke, but it's just a little bit behind him and he can do nothing but send it back. Now J-Wubs has his turn to attack, but it's 50'd out. Fall on the sidewall into the middle to go for Nefelli. PJ gets onto the scraps but gets bumped off it. Luke, nice pop over Fall, but this is a chance. Maybe J-Wubs gets a double backwards to PJ. Gets it over 1, gets it over 2. The demo in the midfield. Who's there for it? It's Fall at the back post. All 3 players from Charles working together, getting that play and finding the opening goal in game 2.
Yeah, the Berserkers battleships certainly coming fully loaded to this grand final as well. Deathcloud, they may have opened the score sheet in game number 1, but Berserkers are going to push back as well. It's PJ take this one by himself, looks to sort of find that edgeable bump, and his teammates also coming in for that support. Bit of a double commit, but they are able to sort of rekindle the pieces there and just outspeed their opponents to that ball. Essentially, it's going to be a mission of running down this timer now. Luke P, ball on top of his car, looking to take it up on a solo play, looking to take it up on a mission to the back wall, but stopped there by Fall, who earns that Savior medal once again here. 8 seconds as the timer ticks down, and, well, the chances of Nefelli converting an equalizer start to dwindle. Ball looks like it's going to hit the ground here, and it will. Berserkers Charles with a response in this grand final.
Yeah, Charles, they managed to tie up the scoreline 1-2-1. All 3 players putting very good performances in. Fall being their MVP in that game, at least points wise, but yeah, it was a close game. Both teams really, for the first like 3.5 minutes or so, it felt very cagey, very defensive Rocket League, and then it started to kind of open up towards the end of that game, and Charles were the one who was able to find the breakthrough and get that all-important goal that proved to be the winning goal. And yeah, they needed that. They needed a response here. They didn't want to go 2-0 down, because it's always a little bit of troubled waters if you are going down 2-0 in the series, but they managed to bring it back, and let's see if the pattern of the upper round 1 repeats itself, where these teams just go back and forth, neither able to get a 2-game lead.
Back and forth, often how it goes in these grand final situations, especially between 2 powerful teams like Berserkers Charles and Deathcloud Nefelli. And in the context as well, Char, for these 2 franchises, right, it's earning them a bite at the cherry of franchise of the season if they win this grand final here today, because both of these franchises also have a team competing in Master tomorrow.
Yeah, it's franchise of the season is still wide open. I think literally, like, any of the teams that have won a trophy already could get it if they win Master. I don't know how many of them have a Master team still in it, but I know at least a good amount of them do. And then if someone else entirely wins it, I have no idea who's going to get it, but that is for later to find out. Jarls, they don't care about that right now. All they care about is getting this elite trophy.
They absolutely do. It's a great play there by J-Webs to grab that first goal, to put Charles into the lead here in game number 3 already. And maybe they're going to get the chance to double up on that because PJ's got it over the top of one. Rilo stopping that one from sort of breaking the back of the net. Already, it's a controlled lead. For how long? Because Death Cloud, they're going to want to push back. We know what this team's like. We know they get a little bit angry in these sort of situations. They're not going to settle to be down a goal here. And they're going to throw everything at it. Fall can't quite find a second touch there, but nobody's challenging the ball. So J-Wob still is able to find a touch there. Death Cloud playing quite far back, playing quite defensive, playing quite reserved, but reserved, you've got to be careful when you do something like that, when, you know, you're playing against a team like TBK, because they will essentially bring every tool in the arsenal to break you down.
Ball, sending that one forward. PJ on the sidewall, trying to get into the middle. That's a whiff on the backboard from Cal. Fall just not able to capitalize on it. J-Wubs now in his own corner, gets it past 2. PJ forward, looking for the bump. It's J-Wubs. That's a shot for PJ! And he slots it. Charles, they're continuing this momentum. 3 unanswered goals now. Nefeli, you need to stop this momentum from keeping on building and keeping on rolling.
Certainly so. The momentum starting to build, the goals starting to flow. Charles starting to come online here. When will we see the response here from Nefeli? They were lights out in that lower final chart. They've been lights out for a good portion of the day. The only team to break them down has been Berserkers, and that's the team who will keep them out of the back of the net this time. It's a bit of a missed shot. Luke P might get another opportunity. Back over to Rilo. A good catch, a fake, onto Fall. Can't quite force it past though.
Yeah, demo coming through from PJ. Fall now off the sidewall, gets it past 1, gets it past 2, but the double doesn't come through. J-Wubs can't find the net. PJ can't find the net. All 3 players on Jarls having a piece of that attack, but no one able to turn it away. And now Cal can't find the net either. Luke's up for it, but doesn't have the boost to do much with it. Rilo will keep it in the Jarls half into the middle. PJ has to win that race, gets the clear. Now Luke is scrambling a bit. 70 boost, gets a 50 and manages to follow it really nicely. This is dangerous, hunting for the demo. J-Wubs does so well to keep on that.
Certainly so. We'll be back out there. A shot on target from Cal D, but saved away by J-Webs. The 2-goal lead still intact, as much as Death Cloud may try again. They'll come up blank time and time again. 2 minutes left of this one, and plenty more attacks still to come from both sides here, chart. But my word, both of these teams sending the house at this grand final. And why wouldn't you, right? For a lot of these players, could be their first trophy that they'll grab in RSC if they come out victorious.
Yeah. Someone like Rilo, it'll be his second in a row even, if he manages to get this. And Luke looking to help him to do that whilst grabbing a little trophy of his own. Fall backflips when he's trying to get that. That's a heartbreaking one to concede. Cuts this Charles lead in half and makes it just a little bit more nervy for them.
Certainly does. And maybe another touch middle. 2 players jump for that one from the side of Death Cloud, and nobody quite able to make contact. Fall in field. Rilo going to cut that one out, and Luke P with the follow-up. Back to Cal D. The team play connection starting to come into effect now here for DCE, but not really finding them much sort of presence on this field. PJ touch back over to Cal D. Get it over to that side ball. Popped up there. It's a great touch over to a teammate, but it doesn't really matter when J-Webs is there to break that down and stop the play from even happening in the first place.
EJ can't thread that shot through the Nefeli wall that they've set up in front of the net, but That wall only does you so much good when you're trailing a goal with 40 seconds left on the clock. Luke taking that one slow. Tried to find Cal, but he just got eliminated off the pitch. That's something that this Jarls roster has done so well all season, all day today as well, is that physical play, those demos, those bumps, just not giving your opponents the time of day. This is a chance, maybe Fall able to take it away. Time running out here for Nefelli.
Yeah, certainly so. 10 seconds left here. Luke P trying to shoot that one on target. What an angle there from Luke P for Death Cloud. Brings things level. Flies in from the corner and slots it. Absolute ice in his veins.
That's an unbelievable angle from Luke P. I'm not sure. We need to get the protractor out to measure that one, but yeah, just unreal shot from him, and it will send us into an overtime here in this game number 3. I forgot what game we were for a second, and we were almost out of game number 3.
Yeah, it was almost a crazy pinch coming through from TBK, but it stopped, not quite on target. And other side of things, we'll see this go to an overtime, like you said there, off the back of that crazy play there from Luke P. The Cal D will be the one to collect, met in the air there by PJ, who sort of reads that touch low. And Luke P on this side wall alongside Fall. Pop up there. It's going to allow Fall to re-enter the play. Stick around here in the skies. Find that reset over to J-Webs. He tries to put the passing play together off the back of a bump as well. But down the other side, Luke P wants to double up on the success he found for this Death Cloud team before the overtime. But once again, blocked out. It's defense for defense, it's play for play, and it's sort of moment for moment between these two teams. That feels like it's how it always goes.
Yeah, and there's been such a contrast with this game number 3 to that game number 2. For a lot of that game number 2, it felt so cagey, but this game number 3 has been so exciting. End-to-end chances galore for both of these teams, and now all it takes is one final goal to end it, send us into the next game. That could be it. That's off the crossbar. It doesn't drop down. Crossbar again. And Cal, at the 3rd time of asking for Nefelli, puts them 2-1 up in the series.
The heroics of Nefelli, sending them from the clouds to the stratosphere here at the end of game number 3. They give themselves more and more chances to fall back on as they surge through this first series of the grand finals. As a reminder for anyone joining us, Death Cloud Nefelli, coming from this lower bracket, will have to win 2 best of 7s, this one and then a bracket reset, if they want to crown themselves elite champions here today. And already here, Charles, they look like they are turning up.
Yeah, they're looking to take this to that bracket reset. 2-1 up now in the series. Nefelli, they're coming with the momentum from the domination of the lower bracket that we just saw from them. They want this rematch. They want this revenge. Good luck to Charles trying to stop them, because right now they look very, very hot, but so do Charles. Both of these teams are on fire right now throughout this day. They are very, very deserving grand finalists, Hodge, and whoever wins this will be a very deserving winner. And surprise, surprise, our first one in the grand final, we've got a lobby crash.
We do. We'll get things going in a second. For now, we'll just take the time to sort of build the tension here as we head into game number 4. And, I mean, when you look at grand finals, Char, we often sort of talk about a mental game, right? It's keeping the mental together, keeping the mentality in check. Do you feel like the Berserkers' mentality might be affected after how they lost that one? Or do you reckon it'll be sort of fine? Because, you know, I feel like it's important to look at both of these teams, and it feels like both of these teams are, you know, not just teams, they're also just great friends with each other, and I feel like that goes a long way in situations like this.
Yeah, especially for the mental. Just being friends on a team helps so much with that. And yeah, if you vibe with your teammates, then it can go a long, long way for keeping up that mental, even when you're in difficult positions. And losing in overtime is never fun, but I trust these 3 players on Jarls to not let that rattle them too much and come back and put up a fight here on the Coliseum. We'll see if they can respond. We've gotten this game underway. Who can provide those moments that are all so important in these grand final situations? Often it comes down to individual brilliance. We'll see who can provide that here.
Well, let's see already. Jacob's trying to find the shot, and it's blocked out there. Deathcloud holding on after some early rockets. Luke P trying to play off that pre-jump, and my goodness, what a great beat there onto that player. Caldi lurking to try and find that follow-up. It's Deathcloud turning up the tempo in the early stages of game number 4.
Yeah. Fall now, trying to put that one on net. Can't get the power on the shot, though. Caldi on it. Not a lot of boost. J-Wobs doesn't make connection with that. Rilo off the backboard, trying to put it forward. Fall gets the 50 as well. Luke first to that one, trying to take it forward off the backboard into the middle. PJ can't get it out, and that's an own goal from J-Wobs. And you love to see that in any tier, even in Elite. It happens, and yeah, the whoops in chat, I understand that.
What a brilliant passing play there. But between, I mean, you've got to give it to them, you know?
It was lovely.
But yeah, I mean, it's about how you're going to respond from that, right? And already, J-Wobs on the other side of the field trying to find that response. It's going to be blocked out there, but Team Berserker is going to continue to bring the aggression, no matter if it's an own goal, no matter what the cause is, no matter what the case is. It's 50 there that sends Luke P to the back wall. It's a full reset off the back wall. He looks to slot that one, but kept out as well. And, well, you can tell that these Berserkers players are good in their own right. They're great as a team. They bring their mechs to the table, and Fall trying to bring a shot there as well. But unfortunately for them, Deathcloud and Nepheli have come to this first series of the grand final, and they've come pretty prepared.
Yeah, they have come to play some carball, and they're playing some great Rocket League right now. Caldi with the open net from the infield pass from Rhino. Rhino? We're not, the Rhino cast isn't playing. Rilo.
How much did you get? Because I got 2 hours.
Beat you, but not by much.
Okay, let's go. This is collectively we make up a healthy sleeping range. But yeah, okay. We should learn from our mistakes, but this is our last cast of the season, so we don't get the chance to do that. But yeah, it's a 2-0 lead here for Nepheli in game number 4. Giles going to claw this one back, and they've still got quite a lot of time to do so. So it's not, you know, all miserable just yet. It's not a rainy day just yet here, but it might be soon, because that timer is going to continue to tick down, and every shot that Team Berserkers aren't able to put away is extra time that Giles can sort of maintain possession, stall off of that clock, play these 50s in the midfield, slow down the pace of the game. That's exactly what Rylo's going to do here once again. The Skies just fakes that touch low and almost beats 2 players, but does get dunked by Fall there at final second. Luke P just trying to play that fake once again. Oh, that's a great touch there over to Rilo. Can he get on the end of it before Fall can? Not quite. And it's just both of these teams trying to sort of complete their task. And, well, you know, the assignment's different for both of them.
Yeah. Caldi gets a touch there. That's awkward here. Oh, taking it away. Not a lot of boost, but gets a really nice pinch, just sending it right down to the other end. Rilo now trying to take it away. Not a lot of boost, but gets a 50. That's off the corner. Who's there for it? The shot from Luke. It'll find its way in between 2 of Jarl's defenders. 3-0 for Nepheli. They're starting to run away with it here on the Coliseum.
Yeah, 3 goals for Nepheli. The majority of them, you know, coming from Berserkers players, but I think when we look at overall the context of this series now, the bracket reset for me feels inevitable, Char. I think, you know, for me it always did after the momentum that we've seen Deathcloud build across their last couple of series that they've played. I'm looking towards the second series to see how Berserkers are going to learn, how they're going to bounce back. And don't get me wrong, there's still very much chances for them in this series. It's going to be difficult, but I think, you know, I'm more looking at Berserkers about how they're going to bounce back, how they're going to sort of be able to rebuild the situation, because this one, you know, it's falling apart here, and they're own goaling more than they're actually goaling.
Yeah. Nepheli are playing with so much confidence, so much momentum right now, and that's been a big talking point that I've certainly talked about and thought about a lot is, does that lower bracket team have actually a little bit of an advantage coming into the grand final? Because we've seen 4 out of 4 bracket resets, 3 out of 4 times the lower bracket team ending up taking both the first and the second series. It begs the question, does that momentum you get from winning the lower final, from maybe winning a few more matches in that lower bracket, does that help you to take down a team that you may have already faced in the tournament before? And does that break for the upper final team hinder rather than help you, I guess? That would have been an unreal way to end it from PJ. That's almost it. I don't know what's just happened, but Charles have got a consolation goal.
Yeah, they absolutely do. The game will go to Nepheli and they'll go 3-1 up in the series here, but regardless, it will be
timeout already.
A goal coming through from Giles, and it will be a timeout here for them as well here, Chart. They slam that button and, well, they're going to let this one essentially just play out. Timeout from Giles. I'm interested to see sort of how they, you know, are able to use it to get back into this one. I was honestly expecting them to take it after the last game, to be honest with you, but it's good to see them use it regardless.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll have Petroid, if not Petroid, someone in their VC with them, coaching them, trying to take them through this. And they're going to need to do a large job here, because Nepheli right now, they're on fire. And that game kind of showed that momentum for Nepheli that we keep on talking about. But yeah, they need a bounce back. They need a really big bounce back here, or they're going to go to the bracket reset. And when you lose that first series in a 4-1, it doesn't play well on the mental. So even if you don't take the first series, then just getting 1 or 2 more games here, it'll help the mental a lot more, I think.
Yeah, no, I'd certainly agree. And as Arx just pointed out there in chat, it feels like the 5 out of 5 so far bracket resets is all but inevitable here, Char. We do have a timeout here that was called by Berserkers, so we're just going to take you know, a little bit of time to see how they're going to be able to sort of turn this situation around from this point, right? But I mean, when we look at things, as we pull up the scoreboard from that game, I mean, just in the context overall, you talked about it there at the end of that game. Does the lower bracket team have a little bit more momentum when you've gone on that sort of massive lower bracket run? And I know people bring up fatigue, but I feel like fatigue is a bit less of a factor the higher tiers that you go up, because people are a little bit more used to sort of these competitive situations, whereas the likes of Academy and Prospect, not really so much. So I feel like you can sort of make that argument, you know, depending on what tier it is. But I mean, we look back at it, right? I mean, Academy, upper bracket team won after the bracket reset in Mistaken versus Chrome. Prospect, MPB came from the lower bracket and dominated that one. Challenger, Chrome came from the lower bracket and absolutely destroyed Deathcloud. Rival, Brave, one of the best lower bracket runs we've ever seen. Elite, Deathcloud looking to resurge into the bracket reset, but then, you know, what happens after that?
Yeah. I guess that is a question that we will find out as this night kind of progresses, because we could still have a long night ahead of us, and yeah, we're looking like we're going to get one more best of 7. But, Jarls, they've taken this time out. This is where you show, if you're Jarls, you have the mentality of champions. If they manage to take this back, now get back into this first series, then that is the mentality of champions, and it'll be a massive, massive credit to them. But we'll see if they can do that. The timeout is done here. Their time to reset, their time to talk is done. Now is their time for action. What can you do on the pitch to deny this 4-1 in the bracket reset, to deny the bracket reset at all? We're about to find out, Hodge.
Well, Deathcloud already setting up cross-map free jumps here. Certainly showing their confidence, and why wouldn't you be after you've had this sort of performance? But it will be Rilo to take things off the ceiling. Caldi catching that one in front of the box and trying to set himself up for another touch, but runs out of resources. Rilo to cut back into the rotation. Sleep P sort of hangs on in a third man position there. We'll dive in, play that 50, just trying to block away Berserkers as they push back here and look to get into their attacking half of things. PJ, early 50, finds that reset. Probably not quite the touch he was looking for, but regardless, we sort of just brawls in this corner here. I honestly, can we get out of the corner? There we go. Okay, Deathcloud starting to put together a bit of an attack here. It'll be Caldi to line up the double, but already into game number 5 here, Char. A crucial one for Berserkers. They've had a little bit of pressure here and there, but aside from it being in the corner, they've not really been able to put a solid chance here or there.
Hello, trying to take this one off the ceiling. Gets it past too really nicely, but not enough boost to follow up on it. Cal's up for it. PJ though, coming from the Deathcloud half. Excuse me. The Deathcloud half and taking it away. Double demo from J-Wubs. The physical play is coming through for Jarls, but it doesn't pay off quite yet. That's a corner double attempt from J-Wubs, going for the spectacular, but can't find the back of the net.
Well, let's see. Follow up there from Fall. J-Wubs to collect this one. Play that reset. Play it over the top, but can't get past Luke P. He's got that save locked and loaded. Catch there by Caldi. Deathcloud looking to turn this play around. Rilo doesn't really have the resources, but it's just going to chase that one a little bit longer and chase for that demo. Early pinch off of that sidewall, but PJ able to reclaim possession. And both of these teams here, Chart, just looking for that opener, looking for that shot, looking for that goal. I'm just looking for anything at this point. The defense has been so good for both of these teams. Maybe all you need is an infield pass like that from Rilo. It's a magical creation from DCE, from above to drop it down. And my goodness, it's team play perfection.
Yeah, Rilo manages to get the drop down. Cal is there to finish it off. Nefeli, half the game gone, half the game to go before they send us to the bracket reset. And I hope it happens because J-Wubs just broke a rule 1.
Well, it will be PJ with the response here for Berserkers, bringing things level, and Berserkers have still got some fight left in them, that is for sure, Char. But will it come now, or will we have to go to a second best of 7 to sort of determine that one? Because we've seen Berserkers, right, across this whole season, they've been such a great team. First of all, and we talk about just today, right, that Game 7 series against Deathcloud, and after that, their upper final against Serene. They've been lights out all day, and what a shame it would be to see things collapse here.
J-Wubs up for that one, trying to get the 50. Rilo sends this one down. PJ needs to get this read right and does really nicely, but Fall, a little bit of an awkward touch, sets up the shot. Rilo can't squeeze it through though. Nefeli, they're pressuring, they want this second goal. They're looking to take it sooner rather than later. J-Wubs trying to take it out, blocked out by Luke though. PJ on the backboard, not a lot of boost. Demo coming through. This is good pressure from Nefeli. They're really awkward, our Jarls, but they can't find the finish there. Can Cal find it now? Yes, he can. Nefeli take back the lead.
Yeah, it's a heavy commit to the front post there, and everyone's just a little bit awkward. You see them sort of made awkward at first, and then Deathcloud just essentially get to exploit them in their defense, take the lead here, 2-1. Team Berserkers got to ice up, got to sort of lock in from this point forward, because you're going to get challenged off the ceiling by Caldi if you don't. Rilo from this corner, going to be taken off the pitch for his good measures there, but PJ will guide that one away, allow J-Rebs to sort of take that one over. Luke P putting Fall in a bit of an awkward spot. The demo will take PJ off the pitch as well. But just over a minute left of this one shot. Team Berserkers, we need to see a sort of a play from them to bring things back level, because otherwise people like Luke P are just going to have their way with them from the corner to the box to the back of the net. We've seen it plenty of times here today already, and it looks like it might continue as Deathcloud continue to circle in this offense.
Ball has to get that touch. 50 it with Luke P. That's off the corner. That's a chance for Rilo. Adds another to the lead. 2-goal cushion now. And we're looking more and more certain to go the distance. Bracket reset is 49 seconds away. Charles, they need a quick response to do something about it. That kickoff might help, but just a cutout from Deathcloud. 2 players trading in the midfield. PJ can't get it past Cal. Rylan now trying to take it forward. Burn time off the clock is all Nefelli need to do.
Yeah, they certainly do. 30 minutes left of this one, and like you said there, Char, it feels like the bracket reset is imminent between these two teams. And what started as, I guess, a Berserkers shutdown in that first round earlier on today, it's now been Deathcloud who's punched back. Deathcloud who've got that momentum, and Deathcloud that looked to send us to a second best of 7 to decide the title. Every single tier has gone to a bracket reset, and maybe this one certainly will, but J-Web's able to find a goal here with 6 seconds left, and with some good kickoffs that could go the way here of Berserkers, and you never know, we might see an overtime.
They need something straight off the kickoff. They fake it. PJ over to J-Waltz, but Cal does so well. Cuts it out, gets the bump, drops it down. Nefelli 4-1 in the first series. And Hodge, let's do it again.
Let's do it again here. Let's run it back. What a series there from Deathcloud, stamping authority on this grand final. As they look to run it back, they look to claim themselves a trophy. Rylo looks for the back-to-back here. And we'll see if they're going to be able to get it done very, very soon here, Char. But for now, I mean, we've got some post-series stats to go over. We've got some game stats to go over in general. Let's bring up the post-series stats first of all. And it felt like a lot of this series, albeit it was back and forth between these two teams, it was defensive Rocket League, but when you needed somebody to clutch up, when you needed somebody to break the ice, time and time again, that team was Deathcloud Nefelli. And I feel like overall the scoreline does pretty well represent how that series went. Felt like Berserkers in a lot of situations just took a bit of time to come online, but obviously we've got to talk about a series MVP.
Yeah, we do indeed. And could be any of these players on Nefelli, but it will go to Rilo, the defending champion of the Elite tier. Managed to do the bracket reset last season on Brave versus DSQ. First series was a little bit closer. Game 7 overtime in that first series. I remember it very well and very painfully as well. But yeah, he's done it once and he's looking to do it again.
Well, before we head into this bracket reset, let's pull up the bracket and just see where things stand before we head into our next best of 7 here, because it has been an electric day of Rocket League. And Char, for anybody who, I saw a couple of questions in chat, for anybody who doesn't understand what a bracket reset is, you want to quickly explain it to them?
Yeah, so you see over on the left side in the upper semi-final, Nefelli, they already lost one series today to this Jarls team in Game 7, so they dropped down into that lower bracket. All of these teams have all the upper bracket teams have 2 lives in the competition. They made it through that lower bracket without losing a series, managed to get back to this grand final. Jarls, they stayed in the upper bracket, still kept their second life, so it means that Nefelli They had to win 2 series to take home the crown. Now, both of these teams are on equal footing. Both of them have lost 1 series throughout the day, and whoever loses that second will lose their final, lose their chance at winning, and whoever wins that second series will be crowned the champions of the Elites here.
Well, it's time to find out who that is. We're going to go to a quick 5-minute break, and when we come back, it is time for the crowning, time for the coronation, time to decide who is your RSC 17 Elite Champion. We'll see you very soon.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
I do
don't
think
care.
they just
I
have,
don't care.
They have the momentum, right?
Oh,
Stop
okay,
blaming me
right.
And get on with the intro. Go.
Okay, well, it's been an incredible day of action so far, and we're ready to get things going here. Our second best of 7, our bracket reset. The players are ready to go here. It's time to crown a champion. Berserkers, Deathcloud, 2 franchises, 2 teams. Very, very dominant across RSC and in Elite, but now time to settle the score one final time. Let's get back in and crown a champion.
Yeah, we're here back on Manfield Night for the second time in the grand finals. We're doing it again. We had Nefeli coming from the lower bracket, taking the first series 4 games to 1. Now it is down to Jarls to respond. Can they halt the momentum? Can they halt the rolling stone that is Deathcloud Nefeli, or will it just roll over them once again? We're about to find out.
Let's find out. J-Web's pop up there. Cal D touch over to the sidewall, but J-Web's trying to intercept this one, allow Fall to cook up the aggression a little bit, and PJ to roll it through the defense. This is a bit more like it from Berserkers, and they brought the battleships to the bracket reset.
I called Nefeli a rolling stone. That shot was more like a rolling pebble, but it works out for PJ, and he manages to open the scoring here in this bracket reset. Fall now up to the ceiling, trying to get the double. Cal's there for it, manages to clear it away. J-Wobs now to the ceiling. This is dangerous. Gets the flip, gets the top corner. He finds the ceiling shot. Highlight play here in the opening just over 35 seconds of this game number 1.
It's Berserkers brutality here in the bracket reset already. 2 goals, 2 great plays, 1 a bit of a solo play, 1 a team play. They're showing that they're still kicking and they can match the pace that Deathcloud bring to the table.
Yeah, we got some stats kindly put in chat by Archeon. This is the 36th bracket reset in RSC, and we've got this season already 5 out of 6. It's the joint most bracket resets ever in a season. We've never had 6 out of 6 bracket resets in an RSC season. We'll see if that happens tomorrow, but some history that has, or that could be broken, just be on its own. We've already got the joint most lower bracket winners in the grand final in free, but if Deathcloud win this series, then this season becomes on its own the most lower bracket winners ever with 4. Ball off the backboard. Luke gets the 50. That's into the corner. Cal pops it up as well. J-Wobs is there for it. Tries to get it out. Cal back into the middle. Fall able to get the clear away. Now Rilo pops it up. Luke off the ceiling. Cal tries to get it into the sidewall. They have the lead here, do Charles, but they need to hold on to it. They don't want to let Deathcloud get back into this. Taking this game 1 would be so huge for them to stop this Nefeli momentum and yeah, just really continue how they want to, I guess. And yeah, they need to get back into this.
Yeah, they certainly do. It will be J-Webs who launches that one up, and well, it's met in the midfield. Fall kind of regress here onto this play, but stopped in their tracks, and DCE, well, they're looking for vengeance. They're looking for a goal, and Luke Peace denied there by J-Webs. Great sort of, you know, plays here across the board from both of these teams here, but it is Berserkers who are coming out the better side.
Luke trying to take this one forward on the air dribble. Can't get it past PJ though. That one's popped high. Who's there for it? J-Wobs misses the touch. Rilo's onto it. Fakes it out for Luke with the shot maybe. But J-Wobs able to cut it out. Nefeli are trying, pushing for this goal, but they can't find it quite yet.
Yeah, they can't find it quite yet. It is, you know, about a minute and a half left of this one. As it's now Luke P to take things into control, trying to play off of that air dribble bump and allow Rilo the shot on target. Deathcloud looking for a resurgence here and looking to stay locked in game number 1.
Rilo, 1 minute 35 on the clock, gets that goal, gets a lifeline here for Deathcloud Nefelli in game number 1. Can Jarls re-extend that lead? Will Nefelli get another one back and tie it up, or will we end the game just like this? J-Wobs into the middle, PJ sends it forward, Rilo forced into the save. This game has opened up massively, it's end-to-end, that's a pre-jump pass for Cal, but J-Wobs claws it out the net.
Yeah, what a moment that would have been, and what a moment this could be, because J-Wobs, we've seen so many highlight plays from him. Back over to PJ, the backline's cracked open there with some of those demos. And Charles, they're going to try and hold on to this lead, but they've got to be careful because the backlines once again are in place and looking to find a counter-attack at every opportunity they can find. Rilo trying to get this one past J-Wobs. It's causing so many problems here for Charles, but PJ looking to get back on the offense and try and get Charles a bit of an extra lead. That's going to drop down. J-Wobs has pre-jumped that one. Oh my goodness, this could be exploited pretty easily, but no. Blocked out, kept out, 30 seconds left.
I'm running out here for Nefelli. That's a crucial touch from J-Wobs. Rilo, though, a really nice fake, trying to get it past, but PJ will shut that one down and maybe get a shot on net, but it just goes wide. The open net miss coming through from PJ. It was a little bit difficult to get the angle. It might not matter, but it might. Into the middle, Rilo with the shot, and he finds it right at the Deathcloud. They tie it up.
The cannonball to break the Berserkers' momentum. And the one that might just see this first game of the bracket reset into overtime. What a pass, what a shot, what a team that Deathcloud are. But now an attack, a final moment here for Berserkers to try and have a crack at it. But it's overtime nonetheless here. A very decisive game, a decisive goal that now approaches here.
Yeah. This next goal decides who takes the lead in this bracket reset. This next goal, if Nefelli get it, it could prove so costly for the Jarls mental, but the same in the other direction for Nefelli's mental. This is so crucial, even though it's just the start of this series. J-Wobs trying to get it off the ceiling, trying to find the mid pass. That drops down. Rilo has to clear it. Following it up, maybe can get the shot. PJ will shut it down.
Yeah, going to shut it down, but you can't shut down Cal D, or maybe you can, because J-Wobs has got that save. It's a great touch and a great play there from Deathcloud, and same can be said for everyone across this field. PJ collection over to that sidewall. As Rilo is going to rotate back and allow Cal D to take this play, looking to find another touch, looking to pop that one over. As J-Wobs blocks, collects, and Rilo is just trying to cut this one back a little bit. We'll take this play from the corner, pop up. Luke P should be first to the punch here, but is met there in the skies. A little bit of time here for Rilo to work with as we are 1 minute and 10 seconds into this overtime here. And while there's been chances on both sides here, Char, nobody's quite been able to find the moment just yet.
Yeah. Ball in the Jarls half. Fall has to deal with it off the backboard. That's a ceiling pre-jump from Luke. Does very well. Rilo keeping it in this danger area as well. Bump coming through. Shot opportunity! And Cal will sink it. Rilo with the pass. Rilo with the bump. Cal with the finish. Nefelli with the game 1 win.
Just where Manfield Night started to look like a rainy day here for Deathcloud, they spawn in the thunderstorm and they take it by force. A great rebound after an amazing start from Giles, and they take game number 1 here in the bracket reset, absolutely killing any momentum that Berserkers thought they had.
Yeah. Nefelli go 1-0 up here and look to continue on that roll. That's now 4, I think, if I'm not mistaken, games in a row here for Nefelli in this grand final, in both the first series and this one. They're looking to take it as quickly as they possibly can, and we'll see if they can do just that or if Jarls will bounce back.
Certainly so. Well, this grand final already has been, electric from both sides. This day of playoffs has been electric from both sides here, from every side, in fact, for every single team who's competed here, Char. But it always comes down to, miniature moments, team plays, staying locked in. And Berserkers weren't really able to do that for the whole course of that game. They pulled ahead and then it just got a little bit complacent there towards the second half. Death Cloud are a team who can definitely punish here, and certainly did, as you saw in game number 1. That's a lesson there for Berserkers, that you've got to stay locked in. You've got to continue to put on the pressure and be unrelenting, because you cannot afford to breathe when you've got a team like Death Cloud chasing at your tail. Into game number 2, though we go. And it's already J-Webs who's looking to try and find the bump there onto Cal D. It's aggression from Berserkers, but Death Cloud can bring the punches back themselves.
Cal with the shot fall, forced into a save. Now that's a back pass. Luke P's on it. Just pops that one high. Can't get the follow-up. Gets bumped. Maybe can get it anyway, but Fall able to take that one away. Now the shot onto net. Rilo is there to cut it out, though. Now an opportunity for J-Wobs. The first defender can't get it. That's popped up awkwardly. Cal is there to keep it away. Charles, they started out strong.
Yeah, it's so awkward here on the defensive side for Death Cloud. They're able to hold on somehow or some way, but Berserkers are going to look to punish once again as J-Rob sort of fakes that second touch and is able to sort of keep this one going. PJ touch back over to Rilo, who is instantly challenged by Fall. Great bump to try and open up the lane here, but J-Robs can't quite get that one on target, and the shot not quite finding the back of the net. This time, though, it's a different story. The pressure that circled finally found the break point here.
Yeah, something we've seen all season long from this Charles team, that physical play, bumps and demos leading to goals. They do it so well, so effectively, and they do it once again here. Fall, that's a nice ceiling channel. That's a whiff coming through. PJ maybe could have won that race, got that shot on net, but the defender's equal to it for now. Rilo now out to Luke P, redirect on net. J-Wobs though doesn't push up too high, manages to keep that one away. Charles, they're looking to hold their lead, but Nefelli are instantly back on the front foot.
Certainly the case. Fall taking this one from the corner and try and set up a sort of play there, but can't quite find any of his teammates. That's the difference maker. We've seen a lot of times here in this grand final. It's Death Cloud seems to be finding each other wherever they are on the pitch, and Berserkers sort of struggling to do that at certain times here. But now they do have that lead to work with, like they did last game, but they've learnt their lessons, you'd imagine, after something like that. And J-Webs will try and bring this one over to that corner. Rilo 50ing Fall on that sidewall. PJ to collect. And, you know, Charles, they might want to sort of hang on to their lead, but you can't afford to sort of park the bus and play defensive. You've got to hunt for a little bit more, and that's exactly what J-Wobs is going to be doing here as he gets the clear and looks to fire a shot on target.
Yeah, now maybe a chance for Fall, manages to get the dunk. Who's first to it? Rilo, that's a bit of an awkward touch, but Luke P able to bail him out. Now Luke on it again. PJ wins that race though. Fall now gets it past Rilo, but only as far as Cal to the backboard. That one's waterfalling down, but Luke just doesn't have the read. Now Fall trying to go the other way, but a really good cut out there from Rilo stops any danger, just sends it back to his teammate. And now Nefelli, they can start another attack.
Yeah, they certainly can, but only for a second, because it's sort of fired back to the side of the field. It's back and forth between these two teams, and PJ is so awkward. Got to try and avoid a bump, avoid a demo, and Fall bails him out with a goal line save.
That was such good composure from Rilo, just waiting, letting PJ go high, shooting it low, but Fall is there to clutch up for the side of Charles as they still hold that 1-goal lead as the timer keeps ticking down. Nefelli, they're having less and less time here. This could be the chance. Rilo can't find the target. PJ looking to send this one forward, but it's straight into the hands of Nefelli once again. They're pushing, they're hunting for this goal. Can Charles survive?
Well, let's find out. PJ, touch high, trying to find Fall there, who's found a great touch to the back wall. Luke P with the cover. And Cal D with a collection here. Deathcloud looking to turn the play on its head, and J-Wubs is collecting this one to the back wall, trying to find the bump onto Rylo, trying to find the setup for Fall, but the save stops it in its tracks. On the 2-goal lead, that could have potentially been, will be no more. Rylo down the other side, looking to find the read. The follow-up deleted there by PJ, and now the counter-attack down the other side also trying to be played.
We see late heroics from this Nepheli squad, just like we saw in game number 1. Luke gets bumped out. No one from Nepheli has boost to get to that ball. No one able to follow it up. Now Fall 1v1 with Rylo. Goes low, but Rylo gets a piece of the ball and manages to keep it out.
Certainly does. 25 seconds left here, and Deathcloud are going to be hunting to try and bring this one back. It was a 4.5 minute stalwart on the goal line here for this Jarls side, and finally the pressure gave way. The onslaught of Nepheli finally got to them as they tied things up, and now we could be seeing a potential overtime once again.
The Cloud consumed Jarls for that whole game. They had so much pressure, but now might be going down the other way. Cal looking to break forward. That's a shot. Can't get it past the defense though. So the timer's taking down one last dance here for Jarls. Into the corner. Fall with the shot. 0 seconds. It hits the ground. We go to another overtime.
Yeah, overtime once again here. Will this have a different story? Will it have a different ending? Will it be Cal D from the ceiling? No, it's PJ to take that one away, but Luke P still involved in the play. Rylo touch to the ceiling. The selfless plays from Deathcloud and the bumpers to try and, you know, make their opponents a little bit awkward here. Certainly helping out PJ. That's a missed touch. Cal D making J-Web so awkward as Luke P plays the fake for Rylo to touch it high. DCE on the same page. And TBK just looking to try and survive. Fall's going to give them an extra breath here. But DC unrelenting. They find the passing play immediately. Rylo looks to the angle. Maybe it's good enough, but no.
Nepheli have turned up the passing plays so much already in this overtime. You've seen fakes, you've seen passes, you've seen everything coming out from this Nepheli side, but almost a minute deep in this overtime, none of it able to break through the Jarls defense. Cal now popping this one up, gets bumped by J-Wubs though. Fall, nice control, trying to get it past. Luke gets an awkward touch. That's into the middle, that's a chance. PJ though, can't get it through Rylo. Now, Nepheli, they're right back down the other end, right back into the attack. That's off the backboard, nobody there. Fall can take this one away.
Certainly can. Rylo, touchdown field there, intercepted by PJ. And Fall also diving in there, looking to follow up on this play, and it's a bit of an awkward touch there from Cal D. This now opens up the lane for J-Webs, but no, taken away. Cal D controlling this one around J-Webs as PJ dives in, but met by Luke P. Deathcloud looking to turn this one completely as it goes back down to the other side of the field. J-Webs past Luke P, 50 in front of the net there. PJ will find that clear, over to the opposite corner. Gonna try and get involved again. As it's so back and forth between these two teams here, Chart. It feels like anything could give, anything could break, and Fall has to sort of make a touch there back to that corner and find salvage for Berserkers.
Rylo trying to get a reset off the backboard, but Fall's equal to it. 2 minutes deep now into this overtime. Who will be the first to break? Who will be the first to flinch? It will be Jarls who break first. Cal takes it to the backboard, pinches it middle, and once again, it is Rylo there to finish it off here. Nepheli 2-0 up.
The defending champion of the elite tier wants to maintain that title, wants to get his second crown, and now 2 games away, Nepheli from crowning themselves elite RSC 17 champions.
Yeah. No timeout call quite yet from Jarls. We'll see if they do take it, but it looks like they're going to try and go into the next game. Never mind, I stand corrected. Fall will be calling the timeout here for Team Berserkers, and it's no real surprise, Hodge.
It isn't at all. I mean, it feels like so far this bracket reset, it's been a case chart of, you know, so close yet so far here for Berserkers, and they've had the lead for a good. I mean, we look back to game number 1, right? They had a 2-goal lead, they blew that one, went to overtime, lost it. Later, they had the lead here, 1-goal lead for a good 4 minutes in that game number 2. Just couldn't quite hold on towards the end. It must be such a mentally draining series for Berserkers to approach it from. And yes, we've almost done it. We're almost 2-0 up in this series, but we're not. We're 2-0 down, and now we're 10 minutes away from being knocked out, not having our trophy that we've worked so hard for. So it's about a resurgence from this point onwards.
Yeah, 100%. And they took their time out last series and then immediately lost after and went to this bracket reset. So you've got to think they've got to make better use of that timeout. They're going to have Petroid or someone, I'm assuming it'll be Petroid, in that VC with them. And we know what Petroid can do as a coach here in the RSC. He's done it many times before. So, yeah, we'll see what he can do. But what can you do when you're faced with Rilo dropping 730 points?
Yeah, I don't even know. It really is disgusting. It really is. Let's have a look at these previous stats from the previous game while we're sort of waiting for the timeout to close here, Char. And the main standout I'm looking at, Rilo, 731 points. Yeah, that's allowed. That's fair.
Apparently so, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just break down this whole page. For what are we seeing in general that's making the difference between the two different teams' play styles?
You even see, like, Berserkers, they're having so many more demos. Like, DeathCloud, they're not really playing those demos, but they don't really need to right now. Berserkers, they're sometimes playing themselves into trouble. It felt like that goal that sent us to overtime in the dying embers of that game too, it came from a Team Berserkers mistake, right? Berserkers, they're playing themselves into trouble. They're not giving themselves the best platform to take this. You can tell that they're in their own heads a little bit. You can tell they're a little bit nervous, and they need to kind of get that out of their heads, and they need to almost change their mentality to, like, at this point, a lot of people will be thinking Nepheli are going to take this. Let's just have fun with it and see what we can do.
It's a tried and true strategy. We've heard it many times this season across many tiers where teams, they've got their backs against the wall. It's the let's just have fun strategy. And I think we know all too well, Char, that certainly worked out for a certain team. But yeah, into game number 3 we go at this bracket reset. And it is time for the deal-breaking game for Berserkers. It is a must-win, or it's a must-reverse sweep, and it's a must-save there for J-Wobs. He's got to do it again, and the Luke P pressure. It's too much for Berserkers to deal with. DeathCloud already in the lead, not even 30 seconds in.
Nepheli, they keep on rolling down this hill, picking up momentum, and that hill is just getting steeper and steeper to climb back up here for Jarls. This could be a way to do it. J-Wobs trying to get back off the ceiling. That is not the way you wanted to start after the timeout, immediately conceding. Now the resilience is truly tested. Are you going to just fade out of this series, or are you going to bring a spark of life back into your team?
Great question. And maybe Berserkers have the answer. But these 5 minutes are so crucial to finding that one out. 50 there by PJ. Set up the lane there for his teammate, but Caldi just beats him to the punch and not going to let that one happen. 3 minutes and 50 seconds still left, so a lot of time for Berserkers to play with here, but you know, it's not really a lot of space, right? When you've got Caldi just going for, you know, 360 resets on you at this point. It's all over the place, and it honestly feels like Nepheli are just having fun with it.
Yeah, Nepheli, they just look like they're in such a flow state right now. They're not giving TBK any time, any space, absolutely nothing right now. Whenever TBK think they have some time on the ball, it feels like there is more often than not a Nepheli car right there to shut them down immediately. You saw Fall there. The one time he did get some space, he almost made a play with the flip reset. So Charles, they can definitely make plays on the ball when they have the space. There again, PJ with another flip reset. When they're allowed that space, they can get those plays. But right now, the opportunities for that are just coming so few and far between.
Yeah, certainly so. But this is now where this team of Nepheli are going to look to double down on their lead. Kept away, though, by Fall. Crucial here that this Berserkers roster doesn't let another one in. And Luke P now looking for that redirect. It will ricochet back down the other side where Caldi will collect, but PJ will look to try and get this one in field. Rylo's read that perfectly, though, and is looking to now catalyze this attack here for DCE Nepheli. But it is blocked away, kept out. Berserkers look to go back on the attack, but they're just not having the space or the time to do so.
Gets shut out by Fall. Cal's up for it. Gets a really awkward touch there. I thought that one was looking like it could have been a miss, but manages to get the touch. Another save being forced out by Rilo. Berserkers, they're starting to get a few more opportunities. They're starting to open up this game just a little bit, but they need to do so much more of that as time keeps ticking down. Nepheli still with their 1-goal lead, and they definitely look like they could add a second.
Yeah, they certainly do. Fall picking up that demo, but Caldi's going to look to try and win that race. It's a great infield over to PJ, but the play is read immediately. Deathcloud continue to stay on the same page, but Fall looks to be on a completely different chapter. Taken away, though, by Rilo. The mechanics not going to work here for TBK, and down the other side, well, DC, they don't need the mechanics. They just need those team plays. Minutes still left on this clock. And you've got to feel like Berserkers have to score in the next minute, or this grand final is done. And maybe Rylo's going to call game now. Solo play from his own half of the field. Reset over the top. Backboard double on Fall's head. This Nepheli roster, Rylo as a player, are so locked in. And the king wants to hold on to his crown.
Rilo, he already did it last season. I've never seen a more potent time to use the quote. The first time was so nice. He has to do it twice. Rilo looking to go back to back, and with shots like that, who is going to stop him? Will it be Fall? Will it be JWoz? Will it be PJ? They're trying to do that, but right now, Rilo and Nepheli are on a different plane. Another open net. Luke P makes it free.
A different plane, a different planet, a different team, whatever you want to try and say about these guys, they will continue to impress, they will continue to perform. Deathcloud Nepheli, launching for the stars, launching for the stratosphere, reaching out for that trophy. And my goodness, 30 seconds away from being 3-0 up in the series. And I don't know about you, Char, but this Berserkers team has not looked like a team who is ready to pull off a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. It's going to be the toughest ask of these guys' RSC careers here if they want to reverse sweep a Nepheli team in this form that they are in right now. 3-0 here in game 3. The timeout buff working in the complete opposite direction from 2 overtimes to a domination. Nepheli, they are 1 game away from taking this elite trophy. Rilo 1 game away from going back to back, and we are 1 game away from having the most lower bracket champions in RSC history.
Yeah, the lower bracket meta is in full session here in RSC 17. Prospect, challenger, rival, and potentially in 5 minutes time, elite as well. And yeah, I mean, like you said there, potentially in 5 minutes time, Char, the most lower bracket wins we have ever seen in an RSC season. And joint for the record right now of the most times we have ever had a bracket reset. It's the record currently stands at 5, and in previous seasons, I believe has been matched. And I believe RSC-16 and RSC-9, I want to say. That's it. RSC-16 and RSC-9. We've had 5 out of 6 bracket resets. Tomorrow in Master, we get the chance to break that record. But that's tomorrow. That is a different day. That's a different tier. For now, we go to the Coliseum with a chance for Deathcloud Nefelli to write their name into RSC history, to put those trophies next to their name, and to do it in a domination here and now. But as the silence breaks, as the players get onto the pitch, as we potentially see our final 5 minutes of this grand final, let's go here, Chalk. The Coliseum is where these two teams will battle it out for potentially the final time.
One more chance for Jarls to show us what they can do. Nefelli, they need to be stopped. Cal can't get the shot onto that one. Luke now trying to put it across. Jarls, can you show us one of the most difficult things to do? A best of 7 reverse sweep against a team playing to this ability. It's looking less and less likely by the second.
They just look nervous. They just look lifeless. They just look like they've been decapitated by DCE over the last, I don't know, 8 games here in this grand final so far. But Deathcloud Nefelli are surging off of the back of their momentum. And as much as Berserkers will try anything, it's just being picked apart here by these 3 players.
Off the corner, Cal trying to add a second. PJ now sends this one forward, but Rylo's there for it. Rylo, double tap, angle, almost unbelievable from Rylo. He's on fire. Nefelli are on fire. This is a chance for Cal to add a second. Can't get it on net. The shot doesn't come through from Luke either. Rylo forced to take it back. Jarls, they're in some sticky mud right now.
Well, you think back to last season when Rylo crowned himself elite champion on that Brave roster alongside Rapitor in Exile. I interviewed him afterwards and he said, we were doing shout outs, he said, oh, this random guy called Cal just DM'd me and said, can I have a shout out? So shout out to him. This random guy called Cal D is potentially about to win a trophy alongside him, unless Berserkers have got one hell of a comeback to say about it. And right now they're just denied time and time again here. And my goodness, a player who, you know, came in Rylo last season, his first season here, this season is looking to keep that win rate, 100% win rate alive here. But his teammates as well, Cal D and Luke P have been so impressive this season as well. And what a team they have been when they connect together.
Yeah, this Nefelli team, we're seeing a different level from them in this grand final. They didn't want to let that loss happen twice. We've seen it so many times this season. Teams coming back to the team that they lost against to send them down to the lower bracket in the first place and getting their revenge. And Nefelli, they're doing that to a T. 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Jarls to get anything here. They still got time, but it's gonna be a mountain to climb.
And you know, to describe how much of a mountain it is that we feel like this is to climb, we've already spent the past 3 minutes talking about how this one's over. It's a 1-goal lead. So, you know, it shows how much confidence we have in DC to close it out from this point, and how much confidence DC have in themselves to close it out from this point, because they've been playing so confident, but Fall looks to try and double this one down. It was a difficult shot, and it's a difficult ask, but at this point, those are the sort of expectations and levels that you've got to rise up to.
Yeah, and that's something like a highlight play, an amazing team play, an incredible solo play. That's something that could spark life into this Jarls roster and maybe spur on this reverse sweep effort. PJ into the corner. Rylo trying to clear this one away. Fall gets a 50 into the sidewall. Time taking down here for Jarls. They need something. They've got a bit of pressure. PJ can't find the contact on that one. Gets a bump though. The physicality coming through. That's a shot from Fall. Cal, crucial save.
Yeah, certainly so. But it's picked up there by Fall. and taken over to the ceiling. Brought down. Rilo finding that 50. J-Webs I find a touch there, but it will be exploited, and the backline's full, trying to save a hope here. At the dying seconds, the dying moments, 45 seconds left, and the lead still held on to. Rilo just trying to stall some time off of this clock here. But my goodness, Chart, it already, I mean, it's a 1-goal lead, and it already feels like a coronation around the Coliseum here for this squad.
Rilo, flip reset, takes it forward. Luke trying to put this one into the middle. Fall can clear it away. 30 seconds for Charles to get an equalizer. Rilo misses that one. Shot opportunity for J-Wobs, but the shot just doesn't come through. The double commit as well. J-Wobs has to scramble back, gets the demo off the side. Cal off the sidewall. J-Wobs needs to get this down the other end of the pitch. The timer is ticking. Nefelli are so close. Can they hold out these final seconds? They need this ball to hit the ground. Fall keeps it up, trying to take it to the sidewall. He won't be able to. Nefelli are crowned your elite champions.
They absolutely are. Deathcloud Nefelli, worthy champions of the elite tier. And the back-to-back in Rilo. They don't call him King Rilo for no reason. What a series, what a grand final, what an elite playoffs here. And my goodness here, Char. I mean, it feels like every single playoffs day we get crazier and crazier with some of these lower bracket teams going on these performances. But, I mean, the respect instantly shown from Berserkers. No bad blood whatsoever. Well played, GG's. You guys were on a different level. It shows that, you know, it's great sportsmanship here from these players as well.
Yeah, 100%. And you see the shots. There's only 4 in it. But
yeah,
TBK were only able to get 3 goals past Nefelli. And, yeah, they were just so solid. Rilo, again, picking up his second series MVP of the grand final. Fully well deserved. It could have been any of these players on the Felly. They all just played some absolutely lights out Rocket League, and massive congratulations to them and the Deathcloud franchise as a whole. Amazing performance. Big shout out to Charles as well, making it this far, but ultimately Nefelli were just that little bit too strong.
They 100% were, and now we have a look at the final bracket here for our playoffs. And Shah, it's fair to say that when Nefelli were knocked down, they got back up, and they got back up with revenge on their mind.
Yeah, they only dropped, since losing that first series to Charles, they dropped 2 games in the rest of the entire tournament, which, if you thought Brave's rival run was impressive, just because of the sheer distance, this one is very similar due to just sheer domination after dropping down. And yeah, insane performance from them, and we'll be able to hear what they think about it very soon, as we'll go to a very quick break. But make sure you stay tuned, because when we come back, we will have the players in here to ask them how they feel in an interview. We'll see you very soon.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
put it in the
moment. All it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment.
It's been an elite day of action, and we have our elite champions finally. I mean, what a day it has been, Char. First of all, let's bring up the bracket quickly. I mean, just break down what a day of madness this has been. From, you know, the upper bracket rounds earlier on, where we saw Nefelli drop, to now seeing them rebound here in the grand finals.
Yeah, just been an unreal day of action. We saw in those first rounds, only one series not going all the way to Champions Field. Okami being that team that took down Darkness 4-2. The rest of them, Jarls taking Nefelli 4-3, Legacy taking Brufus 3-2, and Carbo taking Summit 3-2. Then Carbo and Legacy both dropped out to those upper bracket teams in Nefelli and Darkness. Nefelli continued their lower bracket tear, only dropping 2 games in the rest of the entire tournament, taking down Darkness, taking down Okami, and then taking down the rematch against Jarls in the bracket reset. 4-1, 4-0, 5 out of 5 bracket resets this season. Unreal performance from all 8 teams that played today, but especially Deathcloud Nefelli.
Especially Deathcloud Nefelli, and well, luckily for everybody watching, we do have Deathcloud Nefelli and the Deathcloud management here for a little bit of an interview, a little bit of a, as a certain Academy player would say, a little bit of a bubble. But yeah, it is time to welcome your elite champions to the stage. Deathcloud Nefelli, first of all, I've got to come to the back-to-back champion here. Did it last season on Brave alongside Rapida and Exile, and did it this season alongside Caldi and Luke P. Rilo, I mean, how does it feel, man? 100% win rate, your second season in RSC, you've done it again.
I don't even know, to be honest. I mean, I've been blessed with 2 good teams in 2 seasons. But yeah, I mean, it was just, I don't know. We lost that first game, the uppers game, and I was a bit like, it was a game 7, and then the momentum we had in lowers was just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's that lower bracket run. You gathered so much momentum and just kind of demolished that, and it was great to see. I want to bring my next question to you, Caldi. This is your second RSC trophy, and we were talking just before we went live here, and even you can't remember how long ago the first one was. How does it feel to finally be able to return to winning ways? Did you always believe and know that you could do it if you just kept going at it, and how did you manage to keep going, keep trying until you finally got that second trophy?
Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, I can't lie, it feels good. What it is, it's just, especially since I'm UNC status in here now, technically, it's like, I'm not too arsed or bothered, sorry, if I win or lose. It's more just like I just play it for fun. So it sort of takes off any sort of pressure that maybe younger people have. And so generally I just try and get teamed with people that I enjoy playing with, rather than necessarily they're the best. Obviously it's worked out here because Rylo's back to back now. But yeah, I just know that I'm old, washed, so it just feels good. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. And I want to bring the next question the way of Space Crisp, the Death Cloud man himself. You've seen your franchise win Elite 2 seasons ago, and you've seen them win it again. The Death Cloud as a franchise, both inside and outside of RSC, has grown so much as a kind of Oregon franchise. How does this specific progression and this specific win feel to you right now?
Well, yeah, it's a really big one for us. Of course, franchise of the season is still a possibility with our regular season performance. So we knew we needed one tier to win it, and you know, Elite might be the one. Elite might be the one. We'll just have to see. But yeah, it's been great. I mean, overall, from 2026 starting and end of 2025, it's been amazing for us overall. So, I mean, big thank you to, of course, players for amazing effort, and Razor and Bale for all of the hard work as well. It's been a great team effort.
Well, you mentioned Bale there as well, and I want to come to Bale because I know you've done a lot of work, Bale, when it comes to building this team as a whole. What's the journey been like, you know, right from pre-season, from acquiring these players to now standing here as champions at the very end?
So, it's been a long journey. I got Galdi, who's still on the team to this day. And then I got a few players that just couldn't fit as a team, sadly. So the plan went a bit bad from what we wanted to. So I kind of had to look outwards. And then I went and talked to you lot at MPB and got Mr. Ryler. And then I made a trade to acquire Luke P. And then I knew that would work because I talked to Galdi and he knew both of them from the past. So they played a lot, so I kind of just sat back and enjoyed the ride. I did my part when I had to.
Did your part when you had to, and I was going to say as well on that, to double down, because not only have you approached this from a situation of being an AGM for the franchise, you've also been the sub on the roster. How's it been playing, you know, upper level into Elite this season after, you know, not having the greatest season in Rival playing last time? I mean, what's it been like?
It's at the start I was very nerve-wracking because a lot of people have seen me in the off-season thought, and someone like Muggy and Nick, who gave me a lot of praise when I play with them in Royalty, for example, that I did very, very good and would be fine, but I still had that maybe in my mind if it doesn't go well. But it seemed like after it played a bit, I thought to myself, I can do fine in this team. But I had that doubt at the start because I had that bad season.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that doubt is gone now because you do have that trophy next to your name. And I want to ask a question of the other AGM on the franchise, Razor. You've been with DefCloud for a few seasons now, and yeah, you've definitely stepped into a role with this org. And when you came into the VC here, you kind of sounded like the most elated out of anyone. When on first impressions you sounded really happy. What's kind of going through your mind? What's the feelings like right now watching that run?
Nah, it's just amazing. Like, I joined RSC in RSC 14. I played for Green Phoenix, and then I joined DefCloud as AGM. So I've been here for 3 seasons, and I've seen Elite win in RSC 15 and now in RSC 17. I'm just so happy because we got first in standings franchise, and then Elite won. So we're one step closer to get franchise of the season, and DefCloud just means so much to me. You know, like. Can't imagine not being part of DefCloud, you know, in the future. So, and I'm really proud of the players Rilo, Keldy, Luke P, and Bill as sub. So yeah, just want to say massive thanks to everyone and Space, you know, for allowing me to help him out. So yeah, that's basically what I have to share with you, and you know, let's go.
Let's go indeed. And I have one more question before I hand off to Hodge for any final questions that he has, and this could go to either of the two, Caldi and Rilo, who we're playing today. I'll let either of you come to answer this one. You guys started off with that series against Charles, and you did lose out in Game 7, and I know from experience losing out in that upper bracket can be so demoralizing. I've done it before and I wasn't able to recover from it mentally. How did you guys recover from it mentally and manage to just dominate the lower bracket? Was there any like specific thing you did, or was it just, we know that we're better than that, we know we can go all the way, let's do this?
I mean, a lot of the time I think when you play an Elite anyway, it's just a coin flip. It can go either way most of the time. Like, I absolutely whiffed one at the end, so that's why we conceded. But at the end of the day, it's just a car football game. So it's like, if we lose, we lose. It's not that deep. And we thought going into it, to be fair, that Berserkers were just the best of the team. So we thought, realistically, it's either us that wins it or them, to be honest. Like, 'cause we just played them quite a lot, and they just bump, which it just works. But yeah, it is what it is. So even if we got swept, maybe it would have been a bit different. But it was Game 7, it just goes either way. And then, as I say, I think it's a bit more annoying for them when they've got to have like an hour break in between where we can just start flying about every single time it finishes, basically.
Well, to come for my final question here, to come back to Rilo, I just want to know about the journey overall of not just your team as a season from your perspective as a player, but also from your perspective as a player in general, excluding the team, because last season you were that new player on that Brave roster, first season. This season, I mean, I had a look at that top 25 elite list. Everybody's got you in the top 2. How have you improved as a player, and how has that sort of improved your team performance as a whole?
I mean, people had me high, and I just mainly think because of stats. I was just doing well in stats, but just like bouncing off from last season, I don't know, like I said, I got put on a good team, and I just feel like they enabled me. They did enable me, and like Caldi's been here for ages apparently, and he's just like the facilitator. And to be honest, I just kind of, like, I got a lot of stats in league play, but then when this playoffs came, I kind of just sat back, just let them, chase and whatnot, and I kind of just sat as third man. That's why I've got a load of saves, I'll be honest. But no, I think this playoffs I played pretty much the best I could, and I'm just glad I've gone back to back. It's just, can't ask for more.
Can't ask for more. Perfectly summed up there. Well, that's been all the questions that me and Shara have sort of got to ask you. So now I'm going to give you guys all, from management to players, the opportunity to say anything that you guys want to say, and also any shout outs that you might want to give.
Who's going to go first then?
So, I want to actually give a shout out to MPB for actually allowing me to get Rilo, because she could have just said no.
No problem. I didn't have any say in that decision, but no problem.
I just thought I would need to give you a thanks for it. And then also just a big thanks to Raze at Space and the team in general. They've been amazing.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to add, because I know Space will never leave the cloud, but I think Bill's gonna look elsewhere next season. So I just want to thank him with all of my heart for having so much passion for the game and for trying to make as many good teams as possible, and even one that wins the tier. So yeah, massive thanks to you, man, and good luck with your next journey.
Thank you.
And then lastly, I just want to say thanks to everyone in RSC for making this so fun. Peace out.
Yeah, I've also got to say I'll hop on the Bale glazing at the moment. W Bale, I was very scared at the start of season, in pre-season, when things started to go south with Elite, that it was going to be a repeat of Death Cloud at rsc-14, which we do not talk about. But Bale just recreated the team into something absolutely insane. So big W to him.
Thank you.
Don't kill.
Yeah, I suppose I'll go next. Well, here we go. Shout out to Exile. Shout out to Rapidza, bigging us up in the chat. Shout out to Nick, my guy. Shout out to Berserkers. Fun playing against them. They seem like good guys. Obviously, I'm not going to glaze Bale. He's had enough. Right? So I'll leave that for the rest of them. Shout out Rilo, shout out Luke, shout out all you guys watching. Glaciers clears.
I was gonna say that. I'll finish off. I'll say shout out to all the teams we played. Shout out to my teammates, because they're unreal. Shout out to Luke P, who's probably the best low hours player I've ever played with. Shout out to the young Cowdy, because it's been 3 years since he last won apparently, and here he is again on the podium. Shout out to Rapidza for always supporting as always. Yeah, back to back, baby.
Well, it's great to hear, great to see, and a wonderful story here. Not just, for you both being 2 times champions, but also for Death Cloud as an org, putting themselves, going into Master Playoffs tomorrow, into the conversation for franchise of the season. I believe there's quite a few franchises in that conversation now. And I know you guys have still got a Master team in the mix as well, so who knows? Could be a crazy lower bracket run. But yeah, it's been an amazing sort of set of playoffs here, and it's time to wrap up the show. So I think before we send things off, I've been told that we're going to take a look at the caster predictions here, and I'm very, very terrified, because I trusted Fisher XNZ for some reason when he told me he was he made a promise to that he would get to the grand finals and beat Rilo. Yeah.
Didn't end up that way. But yeah, it's we have a look at our talent predictions, and a lot of people had Shadow. Only Masters had the actual winners in Nepheli. So Masters doing very well there, but a lot of people had them in that top 2, me and you both included in that. I got my final right, even if I didn't get them the right way around, and the rest of my predictions were absolute rubbish. So I'm going to give myself a little bit of credit, but not too much here. But yeah, only one person had this team winning the tier, so they proved a lot of people wrong here and did very, very well for themselves.
Yeah, no, certainly the case. Well, to once again quickly touch on that final bracket here, and then we will let everybody go and we'll close down the stream because we've got some more action coming tomorrow. It is obviously this bracket here. It was Charles who controlled the upper bracket, but Deathcloud and Feli who were seeking revenge in that lower bracket and were able to essentially... They went pretty perfect after they dropped, right? Only dropping 2 games. That's not too bad there, Char. But a couple of things that we've got to talk about before we close things out. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, everybody will want to come back tomorrow because we've got a massive announcement after Master Playoffs tomorrow that everybody will want to stay tuned for. I've been told that. I've not actually been told what it is, but I've just been told that there is something big being announced tomorrow after Master Playoffs. So everybody, make sure you are tuning in tomorrow. And yeah, it's going to be a good one. We close out RSC 17. We see if we can make RSC history with the first ever season with 6 out of 6 bracket resets. And it's going to be a great day as always. Thank you once again to all our sponsors, Badass Studios, SpartanWare, Trophi.ai, and you know, I hear Bacchus mods getting removed next week, so if anybody's buying anything in the Rocket League item shop, then make sure you're using rsc-eu to help give a little bit of profits towards the league as well to help keep it running. But yeah, that's been it from myself, from Char. Thanks for everybody for tuning in, and of course Raids in the production booth as well. We'll see you all tomorrow, same time, same place. Time to close out the season, time for Master Playoffs. We'll go one more time. Hope everyone has a great night.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. We're the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.